My brain felt like someone had shoved a red-hot iron bar into it. Fragments of memory flooded in all at once, the pain making my scalp prickle. The North. Kaoshan Village, 1960. The Great Famine. I'd become some lowlife named Chen Feng. No parents, a petty thief, the kind of guy the whole village couldn't stand. A dyed-in-the-wool deadbeat. Couldn't I have at least transmigrated into some rich young master? I was still reeling when a woman's voice, thick with tears, came from beside me. The meat I traded for, where is it? Please, just give it to me. I looked down. A girl was kneeling by the edge of the Kong, maybe 20, her face white with cold, tears smeared all over it. Her name was Li Shuamei, the village beauty. Memory told me she still had a sister-in-law and a 4-year-old niece at home. 3 people on the brink of starving to death. To trade for something to eat, she'd pawned the last valuable thing the family had, a silver bracelet her mother had left her, to the original owner of this body. The original had said half a caddy of meat, without batting an eye, luring a desperate woman to his door. Half a caddy of meat? I scanned the room. One crumbling mud brick house, the stove cold, not so much as a fleck of grease in the bottom of the pot, the jar in the corner, and the rice bin clean enough to see your reflection in. There was no half a caddy of meat. The original had no meat at all. It was a flat-out con. That son of a bitch. You promised me the meat. Li Shuamei's voice was shaking apart. My sister-in-law and Xiaoling are waiting at home. They're starving. Give it to me, and I'll go right now. I didn't answer. I climbed off the Kong and started searching the room. Somewhere in my memory, it felt like there was food stashed in a corner. The stove, the jar, the rice bin, all empty. Li Shuamei watched me rummage through everything, and her face slowly changed. If there really were half a caddy of meat, you'd just hand it over. Why turn the whole house upside down looking for it? Chen Feng, where's my meat? My hand reached into the corner, my fingertips brushing something. I pulled it out, a wawatu, a cornmeal bun, still a little warm, just a bit sour. Not meat. Stop looking, there's no meat. I laid it out flat. This is all that's left. My entire fortune. The room went silent for 2 seconds. Li Shuamei's tears came crashing down in big drops. You lied to me? Yeah. I admitted it without hesitation. I took the bracelet, the deal's done. No point agonizing over it. That was the thing I traded my whole life for. Her voice cracked from screaming, shrill and hoarse. My sister-in-law is dying. Xiaoling is only 4. She's too weak from hunger to even walk. You don't have any meat? Why did you lie to me? I didn't fire back. She was starving. Her sister-in-law was starving. Her niece was starving. But guess what? I was starving too. 1 cornmeal bun, for mouths. It wouldn't even fill a gap between teeth. So I wasn't splitting it. I had to stay alive first. Then give me the bun. She rolled down off the Kong, bare feet hitting the icy floor, and stumbled toward me. No meat, the bun will do. A person who'd gone days without food. Her arms were thin as kindling. I raised a hand to block her, and she staggered back 2 steps, nearly falling. Even half of it, my sister-in-law, Xiaoling. I'm begging you. Her legs gave out, and she dropped to her knees. I looked at her. Still strong enough to kneel, still strong enough to cry. She wasn't going to die just yet. Then, right in front of her, I shoved the bun into my mouth. A few gulps, and it was down, lodging in my chest tight enough to ache. Li Shuamei froze where she was. That had been her last hope. The bracelet, gone. The meat, gone. And now even that cornmeal bun, gone. Ah, from God knows where. She found the strength to push off the floor and launch herself up, 10 fingernails going straight for my face. Chen Feng, I'll fight you to the death. I jerked my head back, swept my hand around, and 5 fingers clamped onto her wrist like an iron ring. She was light as a feather, starved like this. That lunge couldn't have pinned down a chicken. Her other hand came swinging. I didn't bother dodging, just raised my left hand and grabbed both her wrists. Let go of me. You animal. She thrashed with everything she had, the veins standing out on her neck, but I had her hoisted up like a shirt hanging on a line, swaying back and forth, unable to reach me. I could feel the strength draining out of her arms bit by bit, like a deflating ball. You'll die a miserable death. She cursed me through her tears. I let go. She dropped onto her backside and couldn't manage another word. Even cursing took energy. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Shuamei, are you in there? Open the door. A woman's voice, choked with crying. Right behind it came a thread of a voice, thin as a mosquito's whine. Annie, Auntie. The blood rushed all at once into Li Shuamei's face, then drained away just as fast. She scrambled up in a panic, threw herself at the Kong to yank the blanket, then frantically tugged her own clothes back into place. Don't open it, she hissed at me, voice low. Please, don't let her in. Shuamei, are you at Qinfeng's place? Say something. The woman outside sounded half out of her mind. That was her sister-in-law, Lu Lan. I ignored Li Shuamei and strode to the door. I wasn't about to play the coward. Qinfeng, stop right there. She tried to block me, but her legs buckled and she ended up sprawled half across the edge of the Kong, unable to push herself up. I lifted the door bar, and the wind shoved the door open a crack. A blast of 30 below cold slapped me in the face. Outside stood a woman in her early 20s, her face ashen, a little girl of about 4 in her arms, head drooping like a seedling crushed under snow. Lu Lan and Shaoling. Well, would you look at that? The old, the weak, the sick, the disabled, the whole set. Not a single one who could be of any help. Qinfeng. Lu Lan rose on her toes to peer inside. Shuamei said she came here to trade for meat, that you owed her. It's been over 2 hours and she hasn't come back. What did you do to her? There's no meat. I said it as flat as a weather report. What? Not a single ounce, I repeated. She traded a bracelet for it. I never had any meat. She got conned. Lu Lan's face went rigid. She'd lived in this village more than 20 years. She understood at once. That was the despair of someone cheated out of their very last lifeline. The Shaoling in her arms squeezed out a sound. Mama, hungry. Lu Lan's knees gave way and she pitched toward the threshold. Shaoling was flung from her arms, the little body light as a rag, tumbling and rolling to the ground. My hand shot out and caught Lu Lan's arm, keeping her head from cracking against the threshold. She'd passed out, not a trace of color in her face, starved for who knew how many days, hanging on by a thread to begin with, and this shock had snuffed out what little breath she had. The Shaoling on the ground didn't cry or fuss, just moved her lips. Mama. Li Shuamei rolled off the Kong and threw herself over to cradle Lu Lan's head. Sister, wake up. This is all your fault. She whipped around and screamed at me. I shot through with red. Why did you have to say it out loud? I crouched down and checked under Lu Lan's nose. Still breathing. Not dead. A whole house full. One fainted, one crying, one collapsed from hunger, and me, dead broke on top of it all. For people on the verge of death, crammed into one wreck of a house, with the mountain pass sealed by heavy snow outside. All right, stop crying. I reached out, scooped Lu Lan up off the floor. She weighed almost nothing, carried her to the Kong and laid her down, then tossed another handful of kindling into the stove to warm things up. Li Shuamei chased after to stop me, afraid I'd try something. Like I'd want any part of that. I shoved her back down onto the edge of the Kong, irritated. Settle down. Isn't it chaotic enough already? After a while, Lu Lan slowly came to. Her eyes landed first on Li Shuamei's face, then turned to me, and the rims went red. She grabbed Shuamei's hand. Did he cheat you out of the bracelet? Li Shuamei turned her face away. That turning away said everything. You good-for-nothing deadbeat. You ought to be shot. Lu Lan struggled to lunge at me. That bracelet was her mother's whole life. Easy now. I held her down. Save your strength for staying alive. She choked on it, mouth open, trembling with rage, but black spots swam across her vision and she had no strength left to curse. The room quieted. After a moment, Li Shuamei wiped her tears. Sister, let's go. She didn't want to stay another second. The two women, both starved for days, propped each other up and wobbled toward the door. Shaoling whimpered on the Kong. Mama. Lu Lan turned back to pick up the child, and as she bent down her vision went black. She nearly toppled again. I watched them, one thing turning over in my head, where to get food. Then it came to me, go collect on a debt. If you don't want to die, you'd best stay put and don't move. I got up and headed for the door. I'm going out. I'll be back soon. And with that I went out, not looking back. Behind me, the cold wind cleared Lu Lan's head considerably. Home was far, she had Shaoling with her, and there wasn't a single grain of food back there. She murmured to Li Shuamei. Maybe we should go back inside first? It's cold out here. Who wants to go into his house? Li Shuamei talked tough, but her legs were shaking badly. Still, one glance at the Shaoling in her arms, and in the end she didn't leave. The Li family courtyard. I kicked the plank gate open, strode into the yard, and headed straight for the main room. Inside, Li Dahuai sat cross-legged on the Kong, cradling a long pipe, puffing away. Wang Hohat was mending clothes on the edge of the Kong. Li Jicai was crouched on the floor feeding the brazier, and Li Jiming was dozing against the wall. The whole family of four hunkered down for the winter. I pushed the door open and cold air rushed in, scattering the brazier's ashes everywhere. "Who is it? Shut the door." Wang Hohat didn't look up. I pulled the door shut behind me and ran my eyes over the lot of them. "Li Dahuai, your two boys borrowed half a caddy of meat from me. They're paying it back today." The room went still for a beat. Li Dahuai pulled the pipe from his mouth, knocked out the ash, and looked utterly clueless. "What meat? Who borrowed meat from you?" "I don't know anything about that." "You don't know? Then ask your sons." I looked at Li Jicai. "Jicai, you tell him." Li Jicai's eyes slid toward his father. "Fengzi, you've got it wrong, haven't you? When did I ever borrow meat from you?" "Half a month ago." "I don't remember that." I smiled. Not because it was funny. It was the kind of smile that comes right before the fists do. I walked to the edge of the Kong and looked down at Li Dahuai. "How about I help your son think real hard?" Li Dahuai leaned back, slow and easy. "Fengzi, we're neighbors. We run into each other every day. Whatever it is, let's talk it out nicely." I talked nicely. You didn't get it. I caught sight of an earthenware basin by the Kong with a bowl turned upside down over it. I reached over and lifted it. Underneath were 2 cornmeal cakes, golden, the steam not yet gone. "Well now, your family's still got cakes to eat." "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Wang Hohat shot up to grab them. I threw out an arm and caught her square. "That's our family's rations." "Your rations?" I set the bowl off to the side. "And my half a caddy of meat are my rations too." Li Dahuai's expression shifted. Not fear. The anger of a man shone up to his face. He was, at least, a man of some standing in the village, an elder, and having a deadbeat barge into his home to collect a debt was more than his pride could take. Even if the two of them really did borrow something from you, that's their business. What are you doing throwing your weight around in my house? They live in your house, eat your food, use your things. They borrowed and didn't pay back. Who am I supposed to come to if not you? I didn't borrow anything. Li Jicai finally stood up, his face flushed red. "Stop slandering me." I ignored him, turned, walked to the corner, and snatched up a wooden stool. "What are you doing?" Li Dahuai's backside came off the Kong. "Helping your son remember." Crack. The stool smashed down onto the cooking platform. Mud plaster rained down. The bowls and plates on the rack rattled and clinked, and a chipped coarse bowl rolled off and shattered into 2 pieces. "My bowl!" Wang Hohat cried. "Remember now?" I planted the stool on the floor and stared at Li Jicai. He took half a step back, his mouth working, but no words came. He had borrowed it. Half a month ago, he and Li Jiming had come around together, said they'd borrow half a caddy of meat and pay it back in a couple days. The original, spineless coward that he was, had folded at the first bit of bluster, handed over the meat, hadn't even dared throw out a hard word. That whole thing was crystal clear in the original's memory. Li Jicai's face told me he remembered too. He just absolutely refused to admit it in front of his father. Admit it, and he'd have to pay it back. Half a caddy of meat. In times like these, worth more than a life. Where would he find it? "Fengzi, you can wreck my house all you want. It won't do you any good." Li Jicai stiffened his neck. "I didn't borrow it, and that's that. You got any proof?" I nodded. "Fine." Then I raised the stool again. "Wait, wait, wait." Li Dahuai leaped down off the Kong and grabbed the stool legs. "Knock it off. 2 more hits, and this cooking platform collapses. Then have your son tell the truth." "Jicai," Li Dahuai roared at his elder son. "Did you borrow it or not?" Li Jicai pressed his lips into a line and said nothing. Li Dahuai turned to his younger son. Li Jiming slowly drew his hands out of his sleeves and rolled his eyes. "So what if I borrowed it? Half a caddy of meat. Is that worth coming to our door to throw a tantrum over?" "Well now." I set the stool down. "Pay it back and we're square." "Who said anything about paying it back?" Li Jiming straightened up. He was half a head shorter than me, but he craned his neck up stiff. "In a couple days." "Where would we get meat right now?" "A couple days?" I tilted my head. "Last time you said a couple days too. It's been half a month. How many couple days have come and gone?" You pay it back today. Now. This instant. Li Jiming's face darkened, and he stepped forward. Chen Feng, don't push your luck. A lowlife like you dares come to my house and act tough? He rolled up his sleeves. I watched him and changed my mind. These people wouldn't learn unless I charged a little interest. Half a caddy of meat, plus a caddy of cornmeal, I said. Interest? It's been half a month. There ought to be some interest. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Li Jiming thrust his head forward. I'm stone-cold clear-headed. I stepped forward. He shoved up his sleeve and rushed me, his right fist swinging at my face with a whoosh of wind. By village standards, that was a decent punch, real power behind it, aimed right too. But I tipped my head to the left, and the fist passed right by my ear. He'd swung at empty air, his weight pitched all the way forward, no way to pull it back. Smack. I caught him with a slap right on his left cheek. The force gauged exactly, hard enough to sting, hard enough to ring out. Li Jiming spun half a turn like a top. His shoulder hit the edge of the Kong. He bounced into the wall. The back of his head knocked against the mud wall, sending a shower of dirt down, and his whole body slid down along the base of the wall to sit on the floor, his eyes rolling twice before they found north. The room went silent. Wang Hohat's mouth hung open, her needle and thread dropping onto the Kong without her noticing. Li Dehuai's pipe hung suspended in midair. Li Jitsai stayed crouched where he was, his legs like they'd been filled with lead. I walked over and set one foot on Li Jiming's back. Not heavy, but enough to pin him to the floor like a fish on a cutting board, able to flop, but not to flip over. I'll say it one more time. Half a caddy of meat, plus a caddy of cornmeal. You don't pay, I'll take this leg off you and burn it for firewood. You wouldn't dare? My father is. I pressed down a little with my foot. Ow. Your father? Your father's right there. Want him to come save you. I turned my head and shot Li Dehuai a look. Li Dehuai's Adam's apple bobbed. He'd lived 47 years and seen plenty of fights, but never one fought like this. His son's punch had clearly gone straight and solid for my face, and I just tilted aside like I hadn't even seen it, then snapped back with a slap too fast for the eye to follow. This wasn't the wild flailing of a village brawl. This was someone who knew how to fight. Li Dehuai, you going to bail your son out or not? Fengzi, move your foot first. Let's talk it out nice. Talk it out nice? I pressed down a notch harder. Ow, ow, ow. Dad, Fengzi, cool down. This one's on us. Li Dehuai bent at the waist a good 3 degrees. Jitsai and them borrowed your stuff. They should pay it back. Dad, you. Li Jitsai panicked. Shut up. Li Dehuai roared at his elder son, then turned back to me with a forced smile. Jiming's young. Doesn't know better. You're a bigger man than that. Quit the useless babble. I cut him off. Bring the stuff out first. There really isn't half a caddy of meat. Wang Hohat cried. Look at this house. Where would there be meat? Go ahead and search. All right. I put a little more weight into my foot. Ow. Ma, stop talking. Li Jiming squealed like a pig at slaughter. Wang Hohat's mouth snapped shut, tears pattering down. My patience had run out. I'll count to 5. Counts up and it's not out here. I won't be stepping on his back anymore. I'll step on his hand. Li Jiming's body shuddered violently. If his hand got crushed, how would he ever do any work the rest of his life? Dad, go get it, hurry. 1. Wait. I'm going right now. Li Dehuai spun and hobbled toward the back room, limping like he'd gone lame. 2. Wang Hohat ran out after him. From the back room came the sounds of boxes and chests being turned over. 3. 4. It's here, it's here. 5. Li Dehuai came stumbling back, both hands cradling something wrapped in a ragged cloth, a cloth sack pinned under his other arm. Wang Hohat trailed behind, clutching a more than half-empty sack, her face wearing the expression of someone having flesh cut out of her. Open it. The rag fell away, a chunk of meat frozen rock hard, bits of straw stuck to it, the color gone dark. I hefted it. Li Dehuai, who do you think you're fooling with this? That's all there is, that's really all. Look around this house. Where else could anything be hidden? I scraped at the frozen meat and brought it close to my nose. Not spoiled, frozen through. Weather like this, it'd keep for a good while. The weight was right too, a bit over half a caddy. All right. I tucked it into my coat, my hand already reaching for the cloth sack Wang Hohat held. She instinctively hid it behind her back. That's our family's cornmeal. Interest. The deal was half a caddy of meat. You got the meat. What else do you want? I glanced at the Li Jiming under my foot, his left cheek swollen up high, a thread of blood at the corner of his mouth dripping into the dirt. What did I just say? Were you not listening, or just playing deaf? I moved my foot off and walked over to Wang Hohat. Her back pressed against the cooking platform, the sack hugged tighter. This is our whole family's lifeline. Have you got any human decency left? Whether I do or not is none of your business. Hand it over. Not if you beat me to death. I grabbed the bottom corner of the sack. The two of us tugged at it from opposite ends, like tug of war. Old man, do something. Li Dahuai stood there and didn't move. Do what? He'd just watched his younger son hit the floor in a single exchange. An out-of-shape 47-year-old throwing himself in. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? Woman, give it to him, Li Dahuai said, his voice dry as a husk. You set him off, and forget one caddy. He'd dare haul off 10. I yanked hard and pulled the sack free. Wang Hohat's grip caught nothing, and she dropped onto her backside by the platform. I gave it a heft, a caddy at most, cornmeal ground not too fine, mixed with coarse bran, edible enough. I tied off the sack, slung it over my shoulder, pulled the door open, and left. Behind me, Wang Hohat's wailing and Li Dahuai's scolding chased me out. Li Jiming pushed himself up against the wall, his left cheek swollen like a steamed bun, his words leaking air. Dad, we can't just let this go. Shut up. Li Dahuai was a lot tougher this time around. If you're so tough, why didn't you thrash him just now? Where was all this talk when you were flat on the floor squealing? Li Jiming choked on it, his whole face going red. After a long moment, Li Dahuai blew out a mouthful of smoke and said heavily, From now on, you stay clear of him. Don't provoke him. I crunched back through the snow to my own yard and pushed the door, bolted shut, which meant they hadn't left. I banged on the door twice. Open up. The door cracked open, showing half of Lu Lan's face, the rims of her eyes red and swollen, the tip of her nose frozen scarlet. Seeing it was me, her face fell at once. I shouldered my way in sideways. Shut the door. Lu Lan slid the bar across and kept her distance from me, leaning against the door panel. I walked to the stove, took the cloth sack off my shoulder, then pulled the chunk of frozen meat from my coat and slapped it down on the cooking platform. It made a good loud thud. Li Xiumei's voice came from the inner room. Sister. Xiumei, he's back. I peeled back the scrap of cloth around the meat. A half caddy and more of frozen meat sitting on the platform like a rock, the sack beside it open at the mouth. Lu Lan stole a glance this way, her step hitching for a beat. Then she moved 2 steps closer, eyes fixed on that chunk of meat like she'd been nailed in place. Is that meat? Her voice had changed, not the tone of someone who'd wanted to swallow me whole a moment ago, but dazed. What is it if not meat, a rock? Lu Lan's throat bobbed. Xiumei, come out and have a look. There was a rustling from the inner room, and after a good while Li Xiumei came out bracing herself against the doorframe. Her gaze landed on that chunk of meat and stayed there 3 or 4 seconds, then went to the cornmeal sack. Where did this come from? Her voice trembled. None of your concern where it came from. She edged 2 steps closer, staring at the frozen meat, her throat giving an audible gulp. She really was swallowing. Lu Lan reached out and touched the skin of the meat, then drew her hand back, not because it was cold, but because she was shaking with emotion. There's a caddy of cornmeal too, I said. Lu Lan's eyes went red in an instant. These 2 things, in the winter of 1960, were life itself, the real thing, enough to save a life. This deadbeat hadn't lied to Xiumei. Li Xiumei was stunned too. She hadn't expected me to actually make good on the promise. Done staring? Then cook. One of you tends the fire, one cuts the meat. I haven't eaten all day. Li Xiumei turned her body aside. You want me to cook for you? Problem. What gives you the right to order me around? The food I went and got gives me the right. That food is what you owe me. Don't want to do it, then get out. I won't give you a single ounce of meat. I left no room to negotiate. Li Xiumei stared at that lump of meat, her face flushing red. Fine. I'll. The words cut off short. She'd remembered Shaoling. Going out in weather like this was dangerous, and back home, there was no firewood either. They couldn't leave. Leaving meant death. Xiumei. Lu Lan spoke up quickly. She was thinking the same as Xiumei, worried about the child, worried about her sister-in-law. In the end, she lowered her head, and as she passed me, she said softly, I'm sorry. Don't drive us out. I gave her a look. This woman wasn't blind. That earlier flash of emotion was understandable too. A mother will pay any price for her child. A sister-in-law will stand against anyone for her husband's sister. Lulan reached for the cleaver above the stove, swayed, and caught the platform to keep from falling. I'll cut the meat. Shueme, you tend the fire. Li Shueme hesitated a few seconds, but in the end she still crouched down, struck a match, and pushed it into the firebox. The flames leaped up with a whoosh. She grabbed the handle of the bellows and started working it. Chug, chug, chug. The frozen meat wouldn't cut, so Lulan first set the pot up with water and tossed the meat in to thaw a while. The pot bubbled and burbled, a smell of raw meat rising off it. Xiaoling crouched by the stove, her nose straining upward. Mama, it smells so good. It's not done yet. Wait. I want to eat now. Xiaoling stamped her foot, frantic. What's all the racket? Make another fuss and you'll get nothing later. I cut in out of nowhere. Xiaoling started, ducked her head behind her mother's leg, didn't dare make another sound, though her eyes kept stealing peeks into the pot. Kids can't be spoiled. Don't listen, don't eat. Lulan fished out the thawed meat and cut it. Her knife worked poor, but unwilling to waste a scrap. Skin and sinew and all. She kept everything, picking even the fingernail-sized bits into the bowl. She mixed cornmeal with water, kneaded it, and pressed cakes one by one against the inner wall of the pot, golden, in a ring all around. The meat went in, half a pot of water added, and it stewed. She opened the salt jar, and there was actually still salt inside. She put the lid on, and before long the smell of meat broth came worming out through the gaps. Lulan's hands shook as she kneaded the dough, and Li Shuame found herself working the bellows faster too. Chug, 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 faster and faster. I leaned off to one side with my arms folded. By the time we'd finished eating, the sky was long since fully dark. The wind howled outside, the paper over the window bulging in and out. The kerosene lamp had only its last sputter of oil left. Lulan scrubbed every bowl, chopstick, and pot clean. Li Shuame pushed the last 2 sticks of kindling into the firebox. The Kong was still warm, enough to hold out till the small hours of the morning. Put the lamp out, it wastes oil. I sat on the Kong and pulled off my padded jacket. Lulan blew out the lamp and the room went pitch black. Can't see her own hand dark. Xiaoling was already asleep, curled up at the very back of the Kong against the wall. She'd eaten a few bits of meat and half a cake, her little belly round, out cold the moment her head touched the pillow. Up on the Kong. Sleep. Li Shuame stood at the edge of the Kong and didn't move. Shuame, get up here, Lulan called softly. Li Shuame lay down in the dark beside Xiaoling, facing outward, wrapping herself up tight. Lulan lay on Xiaoling's other side. The Kong wasn't big to begin with, for people squeezed onto it could barely turn over. I got on last, lying down on Li Shuame's side, and the whole Kong was full. 4 of us in a row. Me by the edge, Li Shuame pressed up beside me, Xiaoling in the middle, Lulan against the wall. In the dark it was quiet for a while, just the wind and Xiaoling's even breathing. For people on the brink of starving to death, huddled on one Kong, getting through a night of 30 below on each other's body heat. I closed my eyes and did the math. For people in one room was too cramped. I'd need to clear out the East room. During the meal, Xiaoling had let something slip, laying out the whole state of their household. The food was gone, and back home there wasn't even firewood. So they wouldn't move out. Moving out meant death. I'd laid it out plain for them. They could live here on 2 conditions. First, do as you're told. Second, work. Everyone pulls their weight. The 4 of us in this room couldn't do without one another. I had the skill and the strength to get food. They could keep house and mind the child. Bound together, we could all survive. Li Shuame wasn't willing, but she understood the arithmetic better than anyone. I woke before dawn. No one had fed the fire in the second half of the night, and the Kong had gone mostly cold. Xiaoling was curled into a ball, Lulan hunched against the wall. I pulled on my padded jacket and climbed down off the Kong on tiptoe. Today I had to make a trip into the mountains, for mouths, and collecting debts wasn't going to hold out more than a few days. The outer room was even colder. Every breath came out as white fog. I didn't rush to light a fire. I stood at the cooking platform staring at that deflated cloth sack. Last night we'd cut half a caddy of meat and made a few cakes. For people finishing it hadn't left much. Less than half a caddy of cornmeal remained. and that chunk of frozen meat was down to a fist-sized lump. It wouldn't last 2 days. To live, I had to find food. The mountains were one way, but going up empty-handed, what would I hunt with? A slingshot, a bow and arrows, a wire snare. Get my hands on any one of them, and I could head into the hills. The fastest route was to find one ready-made. I sorted through the original's memory. The Li Dahuai family had a hunting bow. The original used to covet that bow, just never had the nerve to ask. I walked east along the packed snow path through the middle of the village. Halfway there, a figure emerged from the snow up ahead, Li Jiming. The boy came out of his own yard with his neck pulled in, a carrying pole over his shoulder, a bow in his right hand. That bow, birchwood body, ox sinew string, the limbs a forearm long, a fine piece of goods by village standards. Li Jiming saw me too. His left cheek still bore the bruise from yesterday's slap, a dark mottled patch. He stopped, neither advancing nor retreating. I fixed my eyes on that bow and strode toward him. Chin Feng, don't you? He instinctively backed off half a step, then forced himself to a hard stop and swung the bow behind his back. What are you looking at? Looking at you. I didn't slow down. That thing yesterday, my dad told me to steer clear of you. But I, Li Jiming, am no coward. Don't think one slap is enough to. I couldn't be bothered to listen. 10 steps, 5, 3. I lifted my foot and kicked. The kick caught him in the gut, his feet slid out from under him, and he went over backward. The carrying pole flew off, the bow flew from his grip, and he landed flat on his back in the snow. I closed in 2 strides and set a foot on his chest, the same spot as yesterday. Whose bow is this? I bent down, picked the bow up out of the snow, and plucked the string with my index finger. It gave a crisp twang. Good piece. That's my family's bow. Put it down. I drew it half open to test the draw weight, more than enough to take down a pheasant. Chin Feng, are you robbing me? You son of a bitch? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. What are you going to do about it? Li Jiming's mouth twitched a couple of times. He'd never met anyone so brazenly shameless. Worse still, that line he'd thrown out earlier, "My brother's right behind me," was a load of crap. His brother hadn't come out at all. He was alone. Chin Feng, you just wait. I'll go back and call my dad. Call the whole village, and we'll deal with you. Go ahead and call them. I crouched down and tapped the tip of his nose with the bow's end. And when they come, I'll have a little something to tell them. Li Dahuai's younger boy, hauling a hunting bow up the mountain at the crack of dawn. What's he up to exactly? Li Jiming's mouth shut. The production team's bow, and you've been sneaking it out to use. The brigade leader finds out. You reckon what happens to your dad? His face changed. The bow really wasn't his family's. After the hunting team disbanded in the fall, the bow had been turned back into the team headquarters. His father Li Dahuai kept the work point records, well placed for it, and had quietly hidden the bow away in his own storeroom. Hardly anyone in the village knew about it. But the original knew. That useless layabout was always drifting around, and he'd caught Li Jiming fetching the bow from the storeroom in the dead of night. He'd kept it in mind all this time, just never had the nerve to make noise about it. Now the nerve had arrived. How do you know about that? His voice dropped a notch. I didn't answer. I moved my foot off and stood up straight. You hauled this bow up the mountain. Catch anything? No. Such a waste of a good bow. I clicked my tongue, and my tone suddenly softened, taking on a note of earnest concern. You go running all over the mountain with the production team's bow. Catching nothing is the small problem. The mountain patrol militia catches you, and your dad's life is on the line. You know Granny Zhou's mouth well enough. The day she lets it slip, your whole family ends up standing at a struggle session. Li Jiming went white in a flash. Granny Zhou's mouth was the loudspeaker for all of East Village, more effective than the tin horn at headquarters. Then what do I do? His voice was trembling. Here we go? I was grinning inside, but on my face I knit my brows, worrying on his behalf. This bow's a curse sitting in your house, and an even bigger curse if you take it out to use. But in my hands, it's a different story. What am I? A deadbeat. Who in the village thinks anything of me? I haul a bow up the mountain. Nobody cares. Nobody gives it a second thought. Li Jiming was taken aback. That actually seemed to make some sense. But my dad hid it. Stolen goods your dad hid are evidence against him sitting in your house. I take it off your hands, and your house comes clean. The commune comes to investigate, turns the place upside down and finds nothing. Doesn't that put your dad in the clear? His head was buzzing. Every sentence held up on its own, and strung together they held up even better. And I'm not taking it for nothing. I saw right through him. I catch something, you get a share. You take no risk and still get to eat meat, and your family's trouble goes away on top of it. You tell me, is that a loss or a gain? A share for me? Whether my word's good or not. Go home and ask your dad. Did I welsh on your family for a single day over yesterday's meat and cornmeal? Li Jiming stood there in the snow, his brain like it had been filled with paste. He'd taken a kick, his bow had been taken, but the way I laid it out, it was like he'd somehow come out ahead. So, you'll really give me a share? Lie to you about meat? I slung the bow over my shoulder. Go home. Don't catch a chill out here in the snow. Then I'd have to waste grain keeping you alive. He scratched his head and turned to head home, looking back at my retreating figure after a few steps, muttering, "Is something wrong with this guy's head? Robbing people, and with a whole song and dance to go with it." Out of the village, I followed the old path along the foot of the mountain upward. Near the woods the snow was thinner, sinking to mid-calf underfoot. I bent and slipped in along the edge of the woods. Pine and birch grew tangled together, branches laden with snow. There was no wind inside the woods, and it was very quiet. I crouched down. A fresh string of tracks across the snow's surface. 3 toes forward, 1 back, the scratch marks shallow, the edges not yet blown away by the wind. I brushed aside the loose snow, and underneath was a small clump of black-green droppings, not yet frozen through. A pheasant, somewhere close by. I didn't rush to give chase. First I looked over the lay of the land. The tracks curved around past the pines and headed toward the brush. Winter pheasants are skittish. Any sound and they take off, but they're greedy. Find a spot where they can scratch up grass seeds, and they'll come back again and again. I swung out in an arc and crept forward from downwind, hugging the surface of the snow. In front of the brush, the scratch marks grew denser. I slowly poked my head out. A ring-necked pheasant was working away with its head down in a hollow in the snow, a white ring around its neck, tail feathers trailing on the snow, about a caddy and change. I drew an arrow from the quiver, moving very slowly. The arrow went to the string. The bow limb gave a soft creak. The pheasant didn't react. I drew the bow and aimed at its body. 30 meters, a bit of a challenge. Squinting, I let go. Thwip. The arrow drove into the pheasant's breast, knocking it back half a foot. It flapped twice, nearly getting away. I dashed over and pinned it down, gave it a hard wrench. Crack. I hefted it, a caddy and a bit, on the lean side, but decent luck. I carried it back dangling head down, plucking feathers as I walked while it was still warm. Once it cooled, they wouldn't come off easily. I got home at 2 in the afternoon. Dragging a bundle of firewood, I knocked. "Who is it?" Lulan's voice. "Open up." The door cracked open. I first set the firewood down against the door, and Lulan reached out to take it, her eye catching the thing dangling from my other hand. And her movement froze. A pheasant, plucked bare and gutted, neck drooping, a hole in its breast, frozen stiff. The feathers were gone, but that build was unmistakably a mountain ring-necked pheasant. Lulan's mouth fell open and stayed that way a long while. "You this? Get inside first." I shoved the pheasant into her arms. Lulan held the bird, both hands shaking. He'd really caught game? He knew how to hunt? Shuame. She carried the bird into the inner room. Li Shuame's gaze landed on the bird, and her whole body went still. Both women's eyes were full of astonishment, unwilling to believe it. I leaned the bow and quiver in the corner. "What are you staring at?" "Never seen a pheasant." Lulan wiped at her eyes and asked in a low voice. You went up the mountain?" I sat down on the edge of the Kong, stretched my feet up onto it to warm them, and jerked my chin toward the bird in her arms. "Get to it. I'm hungry." By 4 in the afternoon, the big iron pot in the outer room was burbling and steaming. Lulan chopped the plucked pheasant into small pieces, the knife rising and falling, quick and neat. Having eaten meat yesterday, she had a bit more strength today. I sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong. She was a real hand at the work. This widowed sister-in-law was someone who could hold a household together. The chicken went into the pot, and before long a thick meaty smell came worming through the gap in the door into the inner room. Who in those days could catch a whiff of meat in their home? It could practically lure your soul right out of you. Lulan stirred the broth, her insides churning. Yesterday, she'd wanted nothing more than to take a cleaver to me. Today, looking at this pot of chicken, her resentment had long since flown off to the highest heavens. This man was a scoundrel, sure, but he could get meat. In this winter where people starved to death, he could put something hot in the bellies of her and her child. Forget cooking. She'd take on more work than that and not complain. Fengzi, the food's ready. She'd even changed how she addressed me. Lu Lan brought over a big basin, with 4 cornmeal cakes beside it. Xiaoling had long been drooling with want, sprawled at the edge of the table watching with hungry eyes. I divided it out with a wooden spoon. First I scooped myself 2 big drumsticks plus a big chunk of breast, a brimming bowl of broth and meat. For Xiaoling, I ladled a bowl of broth and picked out 2 soft, tender pieces of meat. Eat up, don't burn yourself. Xiaoling grabbed a cake and slurped it down with the broth. Thank you, Uncle Chun. That was something Lu Lan had taught her. I ladled another bowl for Lu Lan, with plenty of meat. Thank you, Fengzi. Last, I ladled half a bowl, added a chicken wing and some bits of meat, and pushed it in front of Li Xiumei. She was hunched at the far end of the Kong, far from the table, not having spared me a single decent look since I'd walked in. Come eat. I rapped on the table. She turned her head away. I'm not eating. Quite the backbone. The pheasant I caught not to your taste. Anything you bring in, I find filthy. The air in the room plunged to freezing in an instant. Lu Lan startled and tugged at the hem of Xiumei's clothes. Xiumei, what nonsense are you spouting? This is meat. Li Xiumei shook her hand off. Sister, you can stomach it, I can't. Have you completely forgotten how he bullied me yesterday? Lu Lan was at a loss for words. Xiumei had thrown away her reputation for the sake of the 2 of them, mother and daughter, and it pained her heart too. But if she didn't eat, what would become of her daughter? She wanted to talk her around, but the words stuck in her throat. I set down my chopsticks. What did you say? Yesterday she'd given herself up for half a caddy of meat. Now it was free and she put on a cold face. Who'd spoiled her into this? I said I'm not eating. I'd starve to death before I touched a bite of yours. I nodded and simply picked up the bowl. Perfect, then. More for me. I turned and tipped the meat from the bowl into Xiaoling's. Here you go, a little squirt. Xiaoling clapped her hands in delight. Li Xiumei froze. She'd assumed I'd press her a couple times or force her to eat. I bit into a cake and chewed it crisp with the chicken broth. Let me lay it out plain. In this house, don't go thinking the food I bring in just blew in on the wind. Don't want to eat? The door's over there. Go drink the northwest wind yourself. Lu Lan grew anxious and tried to plead. Fengzi, she just can't get her head around it yet. Won't you ladle her another bowl? One more word out of you, and the little squirt doesn't get meat either. Lu Lan shut up at once. Her daughter rarely got meat 2 meals running. She didn't dare push it. I went on eating, deliberately slurping the broth loudly. The pheasant meat was a touch tough, but all natural, good enough. Li Xiumei huddled in the corner of the Kong, the rims of her eyes red. She really was hungry, and with the smell of meat in the air her stomach felt like it was on fire. But she'd thrown her whole body into this and still couldn't get so much as a bite to eat. The unfairness of it was unbearable. Her stomach, utterly without shame, let out a long growl, clearly audible in the quiet room. I paused my chopsticks. Well now, thunder while it's snowing. She buried her head between her knees, tears pattering down. I paid her no mind. The way to handle this stubborn streak was to starve her a few meals. Once she got hungry enough to bear it no longer, she'd naturally come around. Game I'd caught with my own skill. Why should I spoil her for free? Full in content, I let out a loud, satisfying belch. 2 days into this transmigration, I'd finally eaten a proper, filling meal. Lu Lan cleared the bowls and chopsticks, and paused when she got to mine. There was a small half bowl left uneaten. She said nothing and carried it off to wash. Xiaoling, full and drowsy, flopped down at the head of the Kong and was soon fast asleep. The sky had gone fully dark, the stove fire had died, and cold air seeped in through the cracks in the window. I sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, the warmest spot. But warm now meant colder past midnight. I'd have to figure something out. I turned my head to look at the far end of the Kong. Li Xiumei was curled into a ball, her thin coarse cloth clothing no barrier against the cold, her shoulders twitching, shivering all over. She hadn't eaten. There wasn't a scrap of warmth in her body. Her stomach growled again. You raising toads in there? Croaking away pretty cheerfully. Get lost. She squeezed the words out through her teeth and edged further in, her back pressing against the sleeping Xiaoling. Beyond that was Lu Lan. I wasn't going to indulge her. I reached across that half-meter, grabbed Li Xuemei's arm, and with a tug hauled her over. Starved, limp, and weak, she had no strength to resist, and her whole body tumbled into my arms. Let go of me. She braced both hands against my chest and pushed. With strength like yours, that wouldn't even scratch an itch. I didn't let go, gathering her into my arms. Her waist really was slender. In those years, women had no fat to spare, not an ounce of softness around the middle. You animal. Don't touch me. She cursed in a low voice, terrified of waking her sister-in-law and niece beside her. A man touching his own woman. Nothing's more natural than that. Who's your woman? What? After sleeping with me, you still want to be some other man's woman? She was at a loss for a moment. Right, what choice did she have left? It was deeply humiliating. She opened her mouth to bite my shoulder, and quick as a flash, I pinched her chin. Born in the year of the dog? You eat my food, live under my roof. What's the harm in warming a quilt? I haven't eaten your food. So your sister-in-law and niece aren't people? My logic was airtight. Squirm any more, and I won't be polite about it. That line carried enormous force. She knew all too well the depths of my scoundrel ways. There was nothing I wouldn't do. Her body went rigid in an instant. She didn't dare move again. That's more like it. Lie still and be good. I run warm. I won't let you freeze. I gathered the better part of her body into my arms, my hands resting honestly in place without straying. Her eyes were shut, and there was a warm wetness at their corners rubbing against my thin shirt. I acted like I didn't see it. With the sleeping Xiaoling between them, Lu Lan in fact hadn't fallen asleep. The plank Kong carried sound remarkably well, and she'd heard every bit of the tussle and the words between me and Li Xuemei. Lu Lan's heart ached. Xuemei was suffering, all for this family's sake. But she didn't dare make a sound. That pheasant I'd brought back had shattered her last line of defense completely. In this winter where people starved to death, a man who could get meat was the heavens themselves. She was afraid of angering me and getting the three of them thrown out. Outside it was 30 below, and going out meant death. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to close her eyes. The next day at first light, the wind had stopped, and so had the snow. I opened my eyes right on time and looked down at the one in my arms. Li Xuemei was sleeping deeply, her face against my chest, serene, none of last night's bared teeth and claws. Poor old me. Really, I've got to find another room. I climbed down quietly, took up the hunting bough from the corner, shouldered the quiver, tucked away my last remaining cornmeal bun as rations, pushed the door open, and walked out into the wind and snow. No sooner had I left than Lu Lan got up and put on her shoes. She went to the outer room and warmed that small half-bowl of broth from last night. I'd left it on purpose, and she knew it in her heart. With the appetite I had, chewing up and swallowing a whole pheasant, bones and all, I'd somehow left a few pieces of meat at the bottom of the bowl. This man cursed ugly, but in his heart he was still thinking of Xuemei. She carried the hot broth into the inner room. Xuemei, get up and have some hot broth. I won't eat his food. You silly girl, who are you sulking at? Lu Lan went to pull back the quilt. Fengzi left this for you on purpose last night. You saw the appetite on him, and yet he left the meatiest piece at the bottom of the bowl. He's just an animal. Did you not hear how he bullied me last night? Lu Lan sighed. I heard. But so what? In times like these, can pride be eaten as a meal? Look at Xiaoling, one meal of meat, and there's color in her little face today. Now look at yourself, too hungry to even get off the Kong. Do you really mean to starve yourself to death right here? Li Xuemei pressed her lips together and said nothing. Let your sister-in-law tell you what's in her heart. Lu Lan paused. Fengzi's a bit of a scoundrel, but he can get meat. Here in Kaoshan village, a man who can put meat in the bellies of us three is the heavens. You've already given him your body. Who's all this putting on airs for now? If you starve to death, he'll just turn around and find some fresh young maiden. You tell me, isn't that a losing deal? She lowered her voice. His mouth gives no quarter, but he treats the three of us 1,000 times better than those rotten men out there, and he shoulders his responsibilities. Stay with him, and the three of us won't starve. Li Xuemei flung the quilt back, the rims of her eyes scarlet. Sister, how can you take his side? That's for your own good too. Lu Lan brought the earthenware bowl up in front of her, her own eyes red. Shuame, from now on, if Chun Feng bullies you, I, your sister-in-law, will stand in his way for you. Sister, Li Shuame's tears came pattering down. No, I won't let that bastard bully you. Then hurry and drink it while it's hot. Li Shuame stared at that bowl of broth, her stomach churning. Hungry, so terribly hungry. At last she couldn't hold out. She lifted the bowl and poured it down in big gulps. The warm broth went down her throat into her stomach, soothing. Crying as she went, she licked the bits of meat at the bottom of the bowl clean. Her body warmed considerably. She hated me, but she hated her own gutlessness more. A single bowl of meat broth and she'd been bought off. Lulan watched her and sighed inwardly. Women, just resign yourself to your lot. The air deep in the mountains was cold, ice crystals biting the lungs with every breath. Gnawing on that dry, cracked cornmeal bun, I roamed through the snowy woods. Pine and birch crowded together, branches piled high with snow. Crouched beneath an old pine, I found a peculiar string of prints in the snow. 2 big round dots in front, 2 small ones behind. A hare. The trail ran all the way to behind a thicket. There was a burrow nearby. Pity I had only the bow and arrows on me, no wire snare. Hares are nocturnal. The odds of catching one by day are very low. I noted the route first. Next time I'd bring wire and set a live snare. After another half hour and more of walking, I stopped at a sheltered slope. The snow here had been scratched away, exposing withered yellow grass roots. I lowered myself. Up ahead in the brush a hen pheasant was scratching for food with her head down, her steps unsteady. Under a caddy, but meat all the same. Slowly I drew an arrow and pulled the bow. Whip. The arrowhead drove into the base of its neck. It didn't even get the chance to cry out, flapped twice, and pitched into the snow. I strode over and lifted it, snapped the neck, and plucked and gutted it as I headed down the mountain. I left the tail end on, shouting like that part. Take this dressed bird to the black market, and it'd fetch at least a few yuan or a pile of coarse grain. But I didn't plan to sell. The round trip was far, the risk too great. Along the way I picked up some firewood, and with good luck even came across a sand grouse frozen stiff. A little past 3 in the afternoon, nearly at the mouth of the village, I passed a household. From the yard came a sharp crack, followed by a child's cheer. Got it. I hit the branch. I peeked through the gap in the gate. A boy of 7 or 8 was shooting at sparrows in a tree with a slingshot made from a forked branch, the band cut from a scrap tire, full of spring. A thought flashed through my mind. The bow and arrows packed power, but they weren't as nimble as a slingshot, which was just the thing for small game. I pushed the gate open. The moment the boy saw it was me, his smile vanished instantly. Chun the madman. My name was famously foul in East Village. Children feared the sight of me more than they feared a wolf. I crouched down and tried to be as gentle as I could. Don't be scared. I saw you made that slingshot pretty well, and I want to trade for it. My mom said I'm not allowed to talk to you. I pulled out the sand grouse and gave it a shake. See this? Know what it is? The boy's eyes went straight as a rod in an instant, his throat working. At 4 in the afternoon, I reached my own courtyard gate, split that pheasant in half, buried half in the yard, and knocked. Who is it? Me. Lulan hurried to open up. Her gaze landed on my hands, and she froze where she stood. In my left hand was half a pheasant. In my right a wooden fork sanded smooth, bound with 2 black rubber bands. Another pheasant. Her voice was trembling. I shoved the half pheasant into her arms. Take it and stew it. She caught it. It had some weight. Fengzi, how come there's only half a pheasant? The other half's buried in the yard. We'll eat sparingly. I went straight into the inner room and tossed the slingshot onto the Kong table. Lulan set the pheasant on the cooking platform and came over to look. A slingshot. Traded a sand grouse for it. Huh? Traded meat for a kid's busted slingshot toy? These wooden forks are all over the mountains. What's it worth? Li Shuame, off to the side, also thought water had gotten into my head. A sand grouse was honest-to-goodness meat. I picked up the slingshot and pulled the band, a crisp snap. This band's cut from a tractor inner tube, plenty of spring. The fork's old jujube wood, hard and solid. The pouch is real cowhide. I slapped it down on the table. Forget it. You wouldn't understand if I explained. Lulan thought it over carefully. Small had its small advantages. A slingshot was compact. Tuck it in your coat, and nobody could see it. And with my aim Able to bring down even birds in the sky, sparrows would be easy pickings. Fengzi, I'll go cook it right now. Chop it all into mince and add plenty of water. Half a pheasant could only just about stretch. We couldn't eat in big chunks like last night. From the outer room came the sound of the cleaver on the chopping block. Lu Lan worked briskly. In 10 minutes, she'd minced the half pheasant, even crushing the bones, and set it to boil. Before long, the steam rose, and the meaty smell wormed its way through the door crack into the inner room. Li Shuamei's stomach growled shamelessly. She hurried to clamp a hand over it, her face flushing red. Going on a hunger strike again tonight. I shot her a glance. She turned her head away and said nothing. There was anger in her heart, but more of it was an indefinable helplessness. That bowl of broth yesterday had already shattered half her backbone. Tonight's meal would probably melt down the other half. Half an hour later, Lu Lan brought over a brimming basin of minced meat soup, a few spots of grease floating on top. That was the only dish tonight. I divided the food with the wooden spoon. For myself, a brimming big bowl, meat heavy. For Xiaoling, half a bowl. For Lu Lan, a bowl with plenty of meat chunks. Last, a bowl of soup with 2 pieces of meat on the bone, pushed in front of Li Shuamei. She looked at the steaming bowl and didn't refuse the way she had yesterday, nor did she say anything defiant. She silently picked it up and took a sip. There was no seasoning, only a touch of salt, but it could fill a belly. Head down, she ate in small mouthfuls, very slowly, as if trying to commit every last thread of meat flavor to memory. This woman had finally learned her lesson. By the time the meal was over, there wasn't a drop of soup left at the bottom of the basin. Xiaoling, full, lay at the head of the Kong playing with the slingshot. Li Shuamei cradled her belly, savoring the long unfamiliar feeling of fullness, and stole a glance at me. A complicated emotion welled up inside her. The humiliation was still there, the hatred too, but beneath them, something quietly took root, something called reliance. In this winter of snow-sealed mountains, where people ate people, having a man beside you who could hunt and bring in meat, that sense of security was lethal. She even began to fear, if one day I didn't come back, how would she and her sister-in-law and niece survive? Lu Lan finished washing the bowls and came in, pulling the door panel tight shut. Fengzi, the dishes are done. Sleep. The lamp went out, and the 4 of us lay down as before, me on the outer side, Li Shuamei beside me, and in the middle Lu Lan holding her daughter. Deep in the night the wind was strong, rattling the window paper, and the temperature in the room dropped. I'd eaten my fill of meat, and my young body felt like it held a ball of fire. I stretched out a long arm and pulled her by the waist into my embrace. Ah! A short, half-startled cry, and she quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. What are you doing now? Sleeping. I said it with perfect righteousness. Let go of me, my sister-in-law's right there. She's asleep. I didn't let go. Today this woman had drunk a big bowl of broth, and there was finally a bit of warmth in her body, no longer ice-cold like yesterday, soft and pliant in my arms. You bastard. She cursed, but cursing did no good. I caught a pheasant for you to eat. How can you not put in your share? There's no free lunch under heaven. That was 1 bowl of broth. 1 bowl of broth could buy a grown girl to warm your quilt out there. You believe it or not. She had nothing to say to that. She knew it was the truth. In this winter where people starve to death, forget a bowl of meat broth, even a single cornmeal bun, and there were women willing to make the trade. The hand Li Shuamei had braced against my chest, at some point unknown, went slack and unconsciously gripped my lapel. With the sleeping Xiaoling between them, Lu Lan in fact hadn't fallen asleep, her cheeks scalding, even the roots of her ears burning. This deadbeat really was a rogue, daring to do this with her, the sister-in-law, right there. Yet beyond the shame, she found she couldn't muster much anger. Listening to the wind growing stronger outside, she pulled Xiaoling closer into her arms and forced her eyes shut. How was this life to be endured from here on out? The next morning, the room was cold as an icehouse. I opened my eyes and felt a weight on my chest. Li Shuamei was leaning her whole self against me for warmth, her face pressed to my neck, sleeping soundly. I lifted my arm. Aya. She gave a startled cry and opened her eyes, and seeing the situation, shrank back in fright, her back hitting the wall. What are you doing? I was about to ask you the same thing. I sat up and pulled on my trousers. Burrowing into a man's arms first thing in the morning, taking advantage of me? You're lying. It was clearly you last night who. Last night, who was the one so cold she just had to press up against me? I, out of the goodness of my heart, served as your stove, and you turn around and pin it on me. Li Shuamei ground her teeth, her face burning. It was clearly this bastard who'd insisted, behind her sister-in-law's back. All right, quit playing the innocent. I pulled my trousers up and climbed down. We're old marrieds by now. No need to act so distant. You're shameless. She was too furious to get the words out straight. I didn't take the bait, threw on my padded jacket, and took up the bow. Today I had to bring wire along. That hair burrow up in the mountains was due for a snare. The little we had stored at home wouldn't last many days. I needed to stock up a winter store while the snow hadn't sealed off the roads. Put your trousers on. Not even ashamed of yourself, I said over my shoulder as I turned. Animal. Her teeth ground audibly as she hurried to pull up her trousers. She'd never met anyone so brazenly shameless. The thief crying, "Stop, thief," then pinning the blame on the victim. I pushed open the main room door, and a gust of cold wind swept in carrying snowflakes. Outside was a vast expanse of white, goose feather snow flying all across the sky, the snow in the yard up over the knees, even the courtyard wall nearly buried level. The snow was too heavy. The plan to head into the mountains was completely washed out. In weather like this, you couldn't tell north from south once you got into the woods, and one wrong move could cost you your life. I shut the door. Lu Lan came over with the fire tongs, her face full of worry. Fengzi, this snow is something wicked. There's no going out today. Then I'd make something else at home. I dug out a few thoroughly dried willow rods and a small coil of hemp cord, sat back down on the edge of the Kong, took out my small knife, and started whittling wood. Xiaoling, who'd been sprawled on the Kong playing with the slingshot, heard the activity and crawled over, propping her chin on her hands and staring at my hands. Uncle Chun, what are you whittling wood for? Making a snare trap. It can catch good things to eat. Catch what? Her eyes lit up. Catch sparrows, and with good luck, even a sand grouse. I gestured with the whittled stick. On snowy days, the birds can't find food and get frantic with hunger. Scatter some cracked corn on the snow, prop the trap up with a little stick, tie on a long cord, and hide inside holding it. Wait till the sparrows duck in to eat, then yank hard. Snap, they're all trapped underneath. Wow, Uncle Chun, you're so smart. Li Shuamei sat at the far end of the Kong mending clothes, cursing inwardly as she listened. This bastard not only bullied her, now he was even deceiving Xiaoling. Xiaoling was only 4, a few words, and she was led around in circles. Yesterday she'd been scared to death of him, and today it was Uncle Chun this and Uncle Chun that, so affectionate. She yanked Xiaoling back behind her. Don't go pestering him. Then she leaned into the child's ear and muttered, Stay away from him. He's a bad man. Uncle Chun can get meat. He's not a bad man. Xiaoling retorted in a small voice. Li Shuamei was stuck for a reply. Li Shuamei, that's about the size of you. I went on tying the hemp cord. If you've got it in you, then don't eat what I bring back. You eat my meat and turn right around and call me a bad man. Your skin's thicker than the village wall. Struck right where it hurt, she flushed crimson and, unable to find a word in rebuttal, could only huddle toward the far end of the Kong holding Xiaoling. Lu Lan came back in from shoveling snow in the yard and stood by the door, watching the side of my face as I whittled away in concentration, and a strange feeling suddenly stirred in her. This man was a bit solid. Her cheeks grew somewhat hot. A woman 3 years without a man. Looking at those broad shoulders and the arms bared as he worked, her heartbeat couldn't help quickening a few beats. Sister. Li Shuamei's voice made her jump. Li Shuamei walked over to the cooking platform in a huff and lowered her voice. I can't stay here. Look at the state of him. He's even deceiving Xiaoling. Lu Lan ladled the water out of the pot. Shuamei, Fengzi is teaching Xiaoling a skill. There's no harm in learning a bit more in times like these. Sister, you're taking his side? Lu Lan drew her over to the corner and lowered her voice. Shuamei, put your hand on your heart and tell me. These past couple of days, if it weren't for Fengzi, what would have become of the 3 of us? Yesterday's bowl of broth, this morning's minced meat, did you eat them or not? That's what he owes me. Li Shuamei's conviction was clearly lacking. Owe you your chastity? Lu Lan shook her head. These days chastity isn't worth a copper. Fengzi's a scoundrel, sure, but he didn't throw us out, and he gets us food. Think about your uncle's family. We went to borrow grain, and they wouldn't even open the door. And Fengzi? He marched right over and grabbed the meat back to feed us. Reasoning gets you nowhere in this world. You've got to be tough like him to stay alive. That still makes him a robber. And he forced me. Lulan sighed. Xuemei, if you'd truly been unwilling, would you have gone inside with him? You know in your heart, apart from him, no one could save Shaoling. Struck where it hurt, Li Xuemei sobbed. Sister, you're driving a knife into my heart. Lulan softened and pulled her into an embrace, patting her back. Sister isn't blaming you. I ache for you. But it's come to this, and we have to look ahead. Fengzi's the type who responds to softness, not force. Go along with him a bit, and he won't treat us badly. He's a hooligan, an animal. And last night he even. She couldn't go on, her face flushing crimson. Lulan's heart gave a sudden jolt, the sounds from last night surfacing in her mind again, the temperature of her face climbing in a straight line. Xuemei, actually he isn't so bad. The moment those words were out, the outer room went instantly silent. Sister, what did you just say? Li Xuemei's voice was trembling. Realizing she'd misspoken, Lulan quickly lowered her head and pretended to reach for the ladle. Nothing. I just meant, he can get food. We have to depend on him. Li Xuemei seized her arm. Sister, have you lost your senses? He bullies me, and you're still speaking up for him? Did watching him bring in 2 meals of meat charm your very soul away? Struck on her secret, Lulan flushed to the roots of her neck, shook off Xuemei's hand, and raised her voice. What nonsense are you spouting? Who am I doing this for? It's all so you and Shaoling can stay alive. If it came to it, I could go and be with him in your place. The words were out, and the outer room went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lulan could have slapped her own mouth. How had that just slipped out? She hurriedly ducked her head and turned away. Li Xuemei looked at her sister-in-law, tears pattering down. She knew in her heart that her sister-in-law was saying this to shield her. After her eldest brother died, her sister-in-law had raised Shaoling alone while also looking after her, the husband's young sister. How much hardship she'd swallowed. Sister, don't do anything foolish. Li Xuemei gripped her hand in return. I've already given him my body. That can't be changed. You can't throw yourself in too. Lulan clasped her hand back. Xuemei, your sister-in-law is a widow. So long as no one knows, I don't care about my reputation. As long as the two of you can live. From now on I'll restrain myself as much as I can. You absolutely must not do anything foolish. If you really went and lay with him, I'd never be able to face my brother again as long as I live. Lulan let out a breath, and yet also felt one catch in her chest. She patted the back of Xuemei's hand. All right, good that you can see reason. The snow had stopped. A crack split the clouds, letting through a sliver of wan sunlight. I walked out of the house, my gaze sweeping over the few bare old elms outside the courtyard wall. Several little black fuzzy balls perched on the branches, sparrows. I drew out the slingshot and nestled a small pebble into the cowhide pouch. The band was cut from a tractor inner tube. With tremendous spring, it took some strength to draw. Squinting one eye, I took aim at the fattest one at the very top. Crack! A little fuzzy ball dropped into a hollow in the snow on cue, flapped twice, and went still. The others, startled, were just about to take flight, but my hands were quick. I loaded and drew again. Crack, crack, crack. Several shots in a row, not one missing. I walked over and gathered up the kills. The things were small, each under an ounce, all bone and not much meat. 5 clutched in my hand. I pushed open the door and went in. Lulan was crouched at the stove pit feeding kindling and looked up at the sound. I tossed the 5 sparrows onto the cooking platform. Sister, clean these, pluck them, take out the innards, don't waste anything edible, and roast them in the stove pit. Fengzi, you got these with the slingshot? Her eyes went straight. Sparrows are crafty in this bitter cold. Ordinary folks can't even touch a feather. Quit the chatter, get to it. Shaoling heard the commotion and ran out without even putting on her shoes, poking her barefooted little head up to peer at the cooking platform. Uncle Chun, you caught sparrows. I gave her little cheek a pinch. Uncle Chun is so distant. Then what should I call you? She blinked, then suddenly came out with, Daddy. Lulan's pupils contracted, and she rushed to cover the child's mouth. What are you blabbering about? Call him Uncle CH. Li Shuamei glared at me and muttered something. I shot her a glance and let it go. Better to each keep to our own titles. Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng is amazing. Xiaoling changed her tune. He can shoot big pheasants and sparrows too. This little girl. Yesterday she'd been crying in fright, and today, after one meal of meat and a few sparrows, she'd defected completely. Xiaoling, get over here. Li Shuamei dragged her into the corner, dropping her voice very low. How he scared you yesterday. Have you forgotten all of it? But Uncle Feng gives us meat. Giving you meat makes him a good person? He's a big bad man. Stay away from him. Uncle Feng isn't a bad man. Xiaoling lifted her head and argued her case. Uncle's family is the bad one. They wouldn't give us food. Uncle Feng gives us pheasant and shoots sparrows for me. Li Shuamei was choked into silence. What do you know? Anyway, you're not to get chummy with him, and you're not to eat anything he gives you. Why not eat it? I cut in. Li Shuamei jumped. I sneered. Meat I caught with my own skill. I'll give it to whoever I please to eat. You mind the heavens, you mind the earth, you going to mind other people's pissing and shitting too. Don't think getting a little food can buy people's hearts. What you did, I won't forget as long as I live. Forget it or not, that's up to you. I shrugged. Either way, right now you eat my food and live under my roof. Your mouth can stay hard, but aren't your arms still soft? You're shameless. She grabbed her clothes and hurled them at me. I batted them aside offhandedly. Watching her so beside herself with fury and yet so helpless, I felt a flush of satisfaction. This woman had to be handled just so. The haughtier she got, the more interesting she was to handle. A sizzling sound came from the outer room. Lu Lan deftly stripped the 5 sparrows down bald, skewered them on fine wire, and propped them over the red coals. Sparrows had little meat, but their bones gave off grease. Once the charcoal fire seared them, a scorched fragrance instantly spread out, more overpowering than yesterday's pheasant soup. To get a bite of roast sparrow in the dead of winter, that's a treatment only landlords and rich folk used to get. Lu Lan turned the wire and marveled. Fengzi, with skills like yours, our household will never go hungry from here on out. Xiaoling caught the fragrance, broke free of her aunt's hand, and ran out to sprawl by the cooking platform. Before long, the 5 sparrows were roasted golden and crisp. Lu Lan carried them into the inner room. This time it really was fragrant. I picked one up and handed it to Xiaoling. Eat up. She cheered, grabbed it, and stuffed it into her mouth, hissing at the heat but unwilling to spit it out, chewing it bone and all with a crunch. I took another and handed it to Lu Lan. Sister, you have a taste too. I won't. You need the strength for the mountains. Eat more yourself. When I tell you to eat, you eat. I pressed the sparrow into her hand. She took it with a reddened face, biting it in small bites, her whole face full of contentment. 3 were left on the plate. I picked one up and hefted it, looking toward Li Shuamei huddled at the far end of the comm. She had her head turned, pretending to look out the window, but her constantly bobbing throat gave her away. I held that grease-dripping sparrow out in front of her. Take it away. She forced the words out through her teeth. I didn't take it away. Instead, I leaned in closer, almost up against the tip of her nose. Really won't eat. She shrank back, her spine against the icy wall. Her stomach felt like a hand was scratching at it, frantic with hunger, her throat visibly gulping. I won't. I drew the sparrow back, sniffed it under my nose, and smacked my lips on purpose. Smells so good, grease right down in the bone cracks. To get a bite like this in the dead of winter, even landlords and rich folk didn't have it this good. She closed her eyes and wouldn't look at me, but her stomach, utterly without shame, let out a growl so big even Lu Lan in the outer room could hear it. I laughed out loud. Your stomach roars louder than thunder, but your mouth stays hard. You're the type who'd suffer for the sake of pride. I'd starve to death before I'd eat anything of yours. Fine. Then today I'm going to make you eat it no matter what. If you won't eat, don't even think about sleeping tonight. I held the sparrow out. Open up. She turned her head to dodge. I pinched her chin and forced her face around. Open up. Take one bite, and I won't trouble you tonight. She looked at the roast meat right before her, grease beading on the golden skin. Hungry, so terribly hungry. Reason was no match for hunger. The defenses in her heart began to crumble. What's one bite, anyway? I've already given him my body. This bastard owes me. She slowly opened her mouth, and just as her teeth were about to touch that crisp, charred morsel of bird, I flipped my wrist and popped the sparrow into my own mouth. Crunch. Chewed it bone and all, crisp and crackling. Li Xiumei froze, mouth open, holding her forward-leaning pose, stuck stiff in place. Want some? I swallowed. Too late. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, red all the way down to the base of her neck. She caught on. She'd been played. This bastard had never intended to let her eat. He just wanted to see her bow her head, to see her submit. Chen Feng, you bastard. She burst out cursing, the rims of her eyes scarlet. I picked up another and tossed it into my mouth. Curse away. Keep cursing. I'm listening. A moment ago, I told you to eat, and you wouldn't. Now you want to? No chance. She balled up a fist and swung it at me. I batted it aside offhandedly. Save what little strength you've got. You'll need it tonight. She hugged her knees and buried her face in them, her shoulders twitching. Putting on a front with me? I specialize in curing all kinds of defiance. One last sparrow remained on the plate. Xiaoling, having finished her own, was staring at it with hungry eyes, her little mouth ringed all around with grease. I handed the last one to Lu Lan, who stood in the doorway watching the show. Sister, this one's yours. Lu Lan waved it off and stepped back. I've eaten. You spend the strength on the mountains. The whole household depends on you. When I tell you to take it, take it. Lu Lan looked at that golden sparrow, then at Li Xiumei huddled and crying at the far end of the Kong, and it suddenly dawned on her. Fengzi had deliberately saved it for Xiumei. Quick on the uptake, she carried the sparrow slowly over to the end of the Kong, crouched down beside Li Xiumei, and pressed the fragrant, char-roasted sparrow into her hand. Xiumei, your sister-in-law's full. You eat this one for me. Don't let it go to waste. Li Xiumei raised her tear-filled eyes to look at her sister-in-law, then stole a glance at me. I had turned to look out the window, not looking at her. She clutched that sparrow, and in the end didn't keep up the hard mouth. Head down, she bit into it in small mouthfuls, tears dropping one by one into her palm. Just as Lu Lan was pressing the sparrow into Li Xiumei's hand, someone knocked at the gate. Knock, knock, knock. Not loud, but in the quiet house, it was jarringly abrupt. With the mountains snowbound like this, who'd come around to visit? I brushed the wood shavings off my hands, walked to the outer room, and pulled the door open. Cold wind laced with snowflakes gusted in, and a man stood outside the gate, Li Jitsai. He wore a ragged padded jacket with his neck pulled in, a half-shriveled sweet potato pinched in his hand, craning his neck to peer inside. My tall frame blocked his line of sight outright. What did you come for? Li Jitsai startled and retreated half a step. He'd seen yesterday's scene crystal clear, me grinding his brother into the ground under my foot. I'm here for Lanzi. Lanzi? Pretty cozy way to say it. I sneered coldly. He plucked up the nerve to look past me, just catching sight of Lu Lan standing by the cooking platform, and instantly put on an ingratiating smile, ignoring me to call into the house. Lanzi, I brought you something good. He held up that dry, shriveled, dust-coated half a sweet potato. I saved this scrimping from my own teeth. My mom and dad don't even know. Hurry and take it to tide your belly over. Lu Lan knit her brows and stepped back, her face full of disgust. In the past, Li Jitsai had leaned on his standing as the elder brother-in-law to crowd up to her, angling to take advantage. Every time she'd kept her distance. Li Jitsai, take your thing and go, I don't need it. He wouldn't have it and kept pressing forward. Lanzi, we're all one family. If you're still hungry, I'll get you something else tonight. That was put far too plainly. I grabbed him by the collar, hauled him up one-handed, and dragged him out into the yard. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Let go. I walked to the middle of the yard, put force into my arm, and flung him out. With a thud, he crashed hard into a snowdrift, getting a mouthful of snow. He scrambled up and pointed at me, cursing. What gives you the right to hit people? Lanzi is my sister-in-law. What's wrong with me bringing her food? Your sister-in-law? I stepped forward. Your whole family watched them nearly starve to death and didn't lift a finger, and now half a sweet potato, and you come around angling for an advantage? What do you take this place for? His face went red, then white. I was aching for her. Is that any of your business? Let me lay it out plain today. I pointed at his nose. Lu Lan is mine now. She eats my food and lives under my roof. Anyone who dares set his sights on her, I'll cripple him. The moment the words were out, the yard went instantly silent. Li Jitsai stared at me blankly. Lu Lan, standing in the house, was also stunned, still holding that roast sparrow in her hand, her heart skipping half a beat. Lu Lan is mine now. Her face went hot, even the roots of her ears burning. She knew clearly that I might have said it only to drive off Li Jitsai, but landing in her ears it took on a different flavor. Ever since her husband died, she'd raised her child alone and endured every kind of contempt, with people like Li Jitsai coming to harass her every few days, and all she could do was hide. Never had a man dared so openly to stand before her and take her side. Still not clearing out? Waiting for me to treat you to dinner. I made as if to kick. Li Jitsai flinched and scrambled out of the yard on all fours. Only once he was outside did he dare look back, gritting his teeth and dropping his voice to make a vicious threat. Chen Feng, you seizing my sister-in-law for yourself. This isn't over. He ran the whole way back to the Li family courtyard and told the tale with plenty of embellishment. Dad, that punk said Lu Lan is his now. Anyone who dares make a move on her, he'll cripple. A lowlife dares ride right over the heads of us Lis. Are we just going to stand and watch? Li Dehuai took a couple of pulls on his pipe, then suddenly raised his voice. You brainless thing. What did you provoke him for? That punk right now is a madman with no regard for his own life. How much worse can he get, mad as he is? What the hell do you know? Li Dehuai slapped his thigh. The mountains are snowbound. Every household's pot is empty. The little bit of cornmeal our family had, he grabbed a whole caddy of it just 2 days ago. You think Lu Lan's a fool? With Chen Feng, she gets meat. With our family, she gets to drink the northwest wind. What are you going to take her in hand with? That half a dried sweet potato you couldn't bear to eat. His secret thoughts exposed, Li Jitsai couldn't squeeze out a word. Li Dehuai sighed, his tone easing. Chen Feng right now is the barefoot man who fears nothing the shod man has to lose. Even brigade leader Zhao Fuliang won't go courting bad luck with him. The most important thing for our family is getting through this winter. Don't go provoking him. Li Jitsai ground his teeth and gave a verbal yes. But what he was thinking inside, who knew? After flinging Li Jitsai out, I turned and went back into the house. Lu Lan was still standing by the cooking platform clutching that roast sparrow, and as she watched me come in, her heart pounded hard. Sister, bring out the half pheasant left from yesterday and chop it to stew. Oh right, I'll go now. She answered quickly. I went into the inner room. Li Xuemei was still crying, and Xiaoling chirped out a clear, Uncle Feng. I stroked her head and walked to the edge of the Kong to look at Li Xuemei. Putting on a funeral wail? I'm not dead yet. You eat my food and live under my roof, and on top of that you expect to be enshrined like some ancestor? Get out there and help with the cooking. All you know how to do all day is cry. The scolding left her stunned, the grievance surging up, but the words at the tip of her tongue she swallowed back down, and she obediently climbed off the Kong and went out. This woman just needed a firm hand. Starving her a couple of meals and a few scoldings worked better than anything. Li Xuemei walked to the outer room. Seeing her red, swollen eyes, Lu Lan ached with sympathy, set down the cleaver, and drew her into the corner, out of the inner room's line of sight, pressing that golden sparrow into her hand again. Take it and eat. Fengzi saved this for you on purpose. I won't eat his food. He just scolded me. Li Xuemei stubbornly drew her hand back. You silly girl, why are you so pig-headed? Men all care about face. His mouth scolds you, but in his heart he's still thinking of you. Otherwise, how could he have saved just the one? Li Xuemei looked down at the sizzling, grease-beaded sparrow, and her stomach gave an obliging growl. Hurry and eat, don't let him see. Eat your fill, and you'll have the strength to work. In times like these, staying alive beats everything. The next day at first light, the room was cold enough to freeze your ears off. I opened my eyes. The quilt was still warm enough, at least. Li Xuemei jolted awake, her body going taut. What are you doing, let go? Sister's right there. She's sleeping deeply, she can't hear. I pressed close to her cheek. She was so mortified the base of her neck went red. Chen Feng, don't go too far. I keep you fed. What's a little lost to you? On the other side of the Kong, Lu Lan had long been awake, her back to the two of them, holding the sleeping Xiaoling tight, not daring even to breathe loudly. Listening to all that scoundrel talk of mine, her face burned fiercely, and her mind couldn't stop replaying the scene of me shielding her in the yard yesterday. That line, "Lu Lan is mine now," circling endlessly in her ears. She gritted her teeth and forced her eyes shut, feigning that she'd heard nothing. I sat up and climbed off the Kong, stepping into the woolagrass stuffed hide boots. Clumsy footwear, but better than padded cotton shoes out on the 30 below snow. I took down the hunting bow and shouldered it, brought the slingshot along too, and pushed open the main room door. Today I had to bring back some meat no matter what. After walking over an hour, I stopped before a dense thicket and crouched to study the snow. A string of fine, jumbled claw prints. 3 toes forward, 1 back, the steps close together, the prints still fresh. These weren't of pheasants. The feet were too small. It was sand grouse, properly called gray partridge, half a catty at most. I crept forward along the tracks, bent low, even softening my breathing. Rounding a mound of snow, I caught a faint flapping from under the thicket ahead. I poked half my head out. 7 or 8 gray-brown sand grouse clustered together, scratching the snow and pecking for food, about 20 meters off. I set down the bow and drew the slingshot. Squint, aim, release. Crack. 1 sand grouse took the pebble to the head, pitched over head first, kicked twice, and went still. The flock spooked, the rest flapping their wings to bolt for cover. With my right hand, I smoothly fished out a second pebble, load, draw, release, all in one motion. Crack. Another took it in the wing and dropped into a snow hollow. I kept shooting. Crack, crack, crack. The third was hit in the neck midair, tumbling to the ground. The rest seized the gap and vanished into the thicket. I walked over and gathered up the 3, each about 3 ounces, nearly a catty of meat altogether. Decent luck. With game in hand, I didn't press deeper into the mountains, snowbound as they were. Go any farther in, and you risked running into wolves, and with only a bow and a slingshot on me, I wasn't strong enough for that. I returned the way I'd come, plucking and gutting as I went down the slope, and picked up some firewood along the way too. I'd set out early today and got back early too. Just as I was about to turn into the village, a man stepped out and blocked the middle of the path. Zhao Yuhua, younger son of East Village's brigade leader Zhao Fuyang, a notorious good-for-nothing heir. Well now, Fengzi. His gaze slid right past my face and fixed on the ragged cloth sack in my hand. What's in the sack? Take it out. Let me have a look. Open it up. His father was the brigade leader, and this punk had done plenty of bullying men, abusing women, and petty thieving around East Village. What makes you think I'd show you? Leave the stuff and you can go. He pressed a step closer. Otherwise, I'll have the militia. Before he could finish, I walked straight past him without sparing him a single glance. Stop right there. Ignored, he reached out and grabbed at me. The next moment, Zhao Yuhua's whole body went flying through the air, turned a somersault, and crashed thud into a snowbank, his entire head buried in it. I shot him a glance, paid him no further mind, and headed into the village. Back home, I knocked. Me. Lu Lan pulled the door open and made way. I tossed the cloth sack onto the wooden block by the cooking platform. Fengzi, what's this? I undid the hemp cord and tipped it out. 3 bare sand grouse tumbled free. Sand grouse. Lu Lan was delighted. Snowbound as it is, you bag live game again? Plucked and gutted them on the way. Chopped 2 and put them in the pot to stew. Add plenty of water. Lu Lan rinsed them clean briskly, the cleaver clacking down a few times to chop them to bits, and put the lid on. The room gradually warmed. Fengzi, your hunting skill really isn't bad. She fed kindling into the stove pit. Those old hunters in the village don't dare go into the mountains in snow like this, and you make 1 trip and come back with meat in hand. That's nothing. Once the snow melts a bit, I'll bring back a wild boar to really open your eyes. If you really could bring back a wild boar, we'd have nothing to worry about all winter. Just do as you're told, and I guarantee you won't go hungry. Do as told? Lu Lan's heart gave a lurch. Could he mean for me to? The more she thought, the redder her face got. The meat stewed. I picked up a big bowl of broth and meat and slurped a mouthful. The rest, ladle it out yourselves. Lu Lan ladled half a bowl each for Shaoling and herself, then handed 1 to Li Xuemei. Xuemei, drink it while it's hot. The "I won't eat" hovered on Li Xuemei's lips, but her stomach went and let out a growl so big even Lu Lan heard it. What's there to be so pig-headed about, girl? Lu Lan dropped her voice to urge her. The mountains are snowbound. Do you think it's easy for Fengzi to go in and bring back this bite of food? Which of those grown men in the village dares burrow into the hills at a time like this? He risks his life to bring back meat, and you won't eat a mouthful. Isn't that slapping him in the face? Even if you won't think of yourself, you have to think of Xiaoling. If you collapse from hunger, who'll help me mind the child from now on? The image of me coming back with the sand grouse in hand flashed through Li Xuemei's mind. That man might speak harshly and act roughly, but these 2 days it really was he who'd put meat in the bellies of the three of them. She swallowed back the words of refusal and slowly reached out both hands to take the coarse porcelain bowl. The bowl wall scalded her hands, yet it made her feel settled. Head down, she sipped in small mouthfuls and even licked clean the bits of meat at the bottom of the bowl. When she'd finished, she carried the empty bowl down off the Kong. "Sister, let me wash the dishes." Lu Lan was taken aback for a moment, then handed over the empty bowl, watching the back of her young sister-in-law crouched and working by the wooden basin, and let out a long breath. The girl had finally wised up, learned to bow your head, and this life could be gotten through. Xiaoling, full now and bolder for it, toddled over on her short little legs and tilted her face up to call, "Uncle Feng." I rubbed her head. "Had enough to eat?" "Yes." She patted her round little belly, laughing until her eyes crinkled. Lu Lan stood to one side listening to that Uncle Feng and thought again of Xiaoling's daddy yesterday and of the line I'd shouted at Li Jizai in the yard. She stole glances at me, her heart pounding harder the more she thought. That man, shouting it like that right in front of Li Jizai. Was it just to drive him off? Or did he really have that intention? She gritted her teeth and wrung the hem of her clothes in front of her. Xuemei had already thrown herself in. The girl had a fierce temper and cried in secret every night. If she could use herself to trade for Xuemei's peace, for a bite of food for Xiaoling. She was a widow anyway, her reputation long since gone, so long as the child could live. And besides, Chen Feng, this man, he was actually pretty good. I suddenly turned my head and fixed my eyes on her. "Sister, what are you blushing for?" That night, the lamp had been blown out early. The house had only one thin quilt, all of it covering Lu Lan and Xiaoling, mother and daughter. On my and Li Xuemei's side, there was nothing, all gritted teeth endurance. I stretched out a long arm and scooped Li Xuemei, huddled against the corner of the wall, into my embrace. "You?" She kept her voice down, both hands braced against my chest, pushing outward. "It's cold, let me hold you a while." I held her tighter. She couldn't break free and could only be forced up against me. For people on the verge of freezing solid crammed onto one cold Kong, getting through this 30 below night on each other's body heat. In this wreck of a house right now, no one could do without anyone else. "Sister's right there." Li Xuemei was frantic to the point of nearly crying, her voice pressed to the lowest. "She sleeps like a pig, she can't hear." I leaned to her ear. "You ate my meat. Taking a little interest is only reasonable, isn't it?" She wanted to curse, but the meat broth in her belly really had come from me. In times like these, a bite of food could buy a life. What did she have to stand tough with? "My body hurts." She found an excuse. "Hurt or not, you'll bear it. I keep you fed, not so you can play the ancestor. You're just an animal, right? The sand grouse you ate today, that's what the animal brought back." Li Xuemei swallowed her anger, utterly without recourse, and before long stopped retorting. She had neither the reason nor the strength. At the other end of the Kong, Lu Lan lay with her back to us holding the sleeping Xiaoling, not asleep at all. The room was too quiet. Even with our lowered voices, she heard every word clear as day. She kept her eyes shut tight, her palms slick with sweat, her mind unable to stop conjuring the sight of me coming back from the hunt by day. Tall and sturdy, harsh of tongue but quick and capable in his doings. A man who could hold up heaven and stand on earth. That line, "Lu Lan is mine now," circled in her head like an incantation. What if it were she lying in my arms? The instant the thought surfaced, she startled herself and hurried to bite the tip of her tongue. "That's Xuemei's man. That's your husband's young sister. Lu Lan, have you no shame left?" But the body's responses don't lie. Listening to the wind gusting fitfully outside, she shivered with cold, yet also felt a restless heat all over and could only curl up tight against Xiaoling. This long winter night was sheer torment for her. She even felt a touch of envy toward Li Xuemei. Shuame cursed with her mouth and ached in her heart, but at least she had a man to shield her, a broad chest to lean against. When Li Jizai used to come harassing her, all she could do was hide, not daring to let out so much as a peep. Now that there was Fengzi, who'd dare bully her and her child. The more she thought, the more she felt I was a pillar to lean on, and the defenses in her heart caved bit by bit. The next day at first light, the wind had stopped. I quietly slid my arm free and got up. The moment I moved, Lulan sat up too. Fengzi up so early? She had 2 dark circles under her eyes, her voice hoarse. Didn't sleep well? Her face reddened, and she ducked her head to cover it. Xiaoling kicked the quilt off in the night. I got up a few times to check. I chuckled softly. So she'd heard everything last night. I'll go heat some water for you. She climbed down and put on her shoes, brisk and nimble. At 8 in the morning, the fire in the stove pit was burning bright. I sat on the wooden block gnawing half a cornmeal cake, rough enough to scrape the throat, but I chewed it with gusto. Going into the mountains again today? Lulan asked, heading south to set a few snares. She turned and took that ragged dogskin cap from the corner of the wall and handed it to me. The snow's deep out there, watch for holes. Come home early, I'll keep an eye on things here. This woman was getting more on the ball by the day, her words and manner carrying the air of a household-running wife. While I'm out, bar the door dead. No matter who knocks, don't open it. I'll remember. I tucked a few thin wire strands into my belt and pushed the door open. Lulan stood in the doorway watching my retreating figure, feeling settled inside. With this man around, life had something to look forward to. I walked south for an hour. This area had a great spread of scrub forest, sheltered from the wind, plenty of withered grass under the snow. Hares and sand grouse loved to head here. The snow had just stopped, the animals were out looking for food, and the tracks were at their clearest. There across the snow's surface was a fresh string of prints, 2 small round pits in front, 2 long grooves behind. Hare tracks. Hares like to follow their old routes. Once they've trodden out a path, they run back and forth along it. I followed the tracks looking for a hare run gap, a spot with brush blocking both sides and only a narrow slit in the middle, where a hare can't go around and has to slip through the gap. A dozen-odd steps on, between the roots of 2 thick willows was a palm-width gap, with hare tracks passing right through the middle. A prime spot. I drew a wire from my belt, looped a small ring at one end, threaded the other through to pull out a running noose, and hung it in the middle of the gap, for fingers above the ground. Too high and the hare slips under. Too low and it steps right over. For fingers was just right to let its head poke into the loop. Neck caught. It spooks and bolts forward. The noose cinches tighter and tighter, and it hangs itself outright. I found 5 run gaps in a row, using up all the wire on my belt. This work relies on experience and patience. Set the snares right, and come morning, I just had to come collect. I took a different path back to try my luck. Things were tight at home. Each meal eaten with no next one lined up, and now only 1 sand grouse left. Searching as I gathered firewood, I bagged 3 sparrows and a sand grouse. A good haul for the day. When I reached the foot of the mountain, I stopped. A string of jumbled prints lay across the snow, not an animal's, a person's. The steps were a chaotic stagger, like someone out of strength blundering through the snow. A dozen-odd steps ahead was a snow mound. This spot was normally flat ground. There shouldn't be a mound that big here. The edge of the mound showed a length of black padded trouser leg. I walked over and kicked the loose snow aside. Buried beneath lay a person, face down in the snow, motionless. I grabbed the back of the collar, hauled up, and flipped them over. A face frozen blue. It was Zhou Hong, East Village's famously bull-headed one. Just turned 18 this year. Normally a man of few words, a hard worker, stubborn to the point of clinging to a notion unto death. His eyes were squeezed shut, his lips purple, more air going in than coming out. I checked his breath, very faint, could give out any moment, starved to the bone, and then frozen in the snow half a night, exhausted past his limit and collapsed here. In times like these, no household could keep its pot going. Someone starving to death by the roadside was all too ordinary. I had 3 women to feed at home. What spare heart did I have for whether others lived or died? I turned and headed for the village, walked a dozen-odd steps, stopped, and looked back. Right now I could hunt and get meat, but those 3 at home could only cook and mind the child. When something real came up, they were no use at all. I was short a runner, a helper who could ask around the village for me and do the dirty, heavy work. This Zhou Heng had no father, no mother, one mouth fed, and the whole family's fed. Most crucial of all, his bones were hard, clinging to a notion unto death. A man like that, just give him a bite to eat, save his life once, and he'll hand his life over to you. I walked back, crouched beside him, took out the sparrows I'd caught today, pinched his chin, and pried his mouth open. Count yourself lucky. Kid, you caught me in a good mood today. I forced a raw sparrow down to the root of his tongue. The raw, gamey tang of the meat stimulated his taste buds. In extreme hunger, the survival instinct conquers all. His throat squirmed by reflex, and without even chewing, he swallowed it down. The moment the meat hit his belly, Zhou Heng convulsed and broke into violent coughing. He coughed a good long while before catching his breath, then slowly opened his eyes, and it was a while more before he made out the person in front of him. Chun. Feng. His voice was hoarse, so weak it was nearly inaudible. He tried to crawl up, but his frozen stiff hands and feet couldn't muster the strength. I grabbed his arm and yanked him up. His legs were limp. Only by leaning on the tree trunk could he barely stand steady, gulping for air, that raw sparrow in his belly slowly thawing, giving him a faint trickle of warmth. You saved me. Want to live? Yes, he answered without hesitation. I took out 2 sparrows and handed them over. Do something for me. I didn't spin any grand promises. I could barely scrape by myself right now. How would I dare talk big? Zhou Heng looked at the sparrows in his hand, then at me, and without hesitating dropped to his knees in the snow with a thud. Brother Feng, from now on this life of mine is yours. Every word carried a fierce edge, his forehead knocking against the snow with a muffled thud. I hurried to pull him up, not expecting 3 sparrows could bring him to his knees. Up, up, a man's knees hold gold. He tucked the sparrows carefully into his coat. Brother Feng, whatever the job, you give the word. Up the mountain of knives, down into the sea of flames. If I so much as knit my brow, I'm your grandson. No need for any sea of flames. Do 2 things for me. Zhou Heng pricked up his ears. First, give me the full lowdown on every household in the village. Whose family still has grain to spare, whose is about to run out, who's got good things stashed away. Find it all out clear. He scratched his head, his face showing the difficulty of it. Brother Feng, how do I get at that? These days grain is life itself. I can't very well go knocking door to door asking folks whether they've still got cornmeal. Wouldn't they beat me out with a club? I raised my leg and kicked him in the backside. Not hard, just to teach him. Use your head. Who told you to go ask? What V you got eyes for? He chuckled a couple of times and leaned in close. Brother Feng, teach me. I pointed toward the village. Watch the chimneys. Right now, every household is hunkered down for winter-saving grain. 1 meal a day, or even 1 meal every 2 days. If some family is burning 2 or 3 meals worth a day, what does that tell you? It means they're cooking on the sly. That family's got stores. Not totally hopeless, then. Next, watch the kids. Those half-grown children run around outside all day. You look at the corners of their mouths. Whichever family's kid is in good spirits or has cornmeal crumbs at the corner of his mouth, that household definitely isn't going hungry. And watch who empties their chamber pots. Even on snowy days, they've got to be emptied. Folks eating cornmeal pass yellow. Folks eating elm bark and cottonseed husks pass black. If some family hasn't shown so much as a turd in several days, that's the kind plugged up from eating guanine clay. They're at death's door. Zhou Heng sucked in a cold breath. Before, all he'd known was to keep his head down and work. How would he understand any of this? How on earth was Brother Feng's mind put together? He could read the lay of things even from people's bowel movements. Don't be idle at night either. Crouch at the foot of those big households' walls and listen at the corners. Whichever family's got the sound of chewing in the dead of night, whichever family's husband and wife are fighting over half a bite of food, note it all down. Got it. Brother Feng, rest easy. I'll be circling the village every day. I guarantee I'll get the lowdown on every last household down to their underwear. My face turned grave and I lowered my voice. The second thing, and the most important, go find out exactly whose hands the production team's hunting rifle is in. Zhou Heng startled. Brother Feng, didn't Brigade Leader Zhao Fuliang say in the fall that the rifle was turned over to the commune? Horseshit, I sneered. Zhao Fuliang, that old fox, is crafty as they come. With the mountains snowbound like this, if a wild boar pack really came down or a wolf pack got into the village, with no rifle the whole village would be done for. Would he dare hand over the very thing that keeps them alive? Zhou Hing thought it over and found it made sense. You mean he stashed the rifle for himself? 9 times out of 10, even if it's not in his hands, it's surely with some old hunter or militiaman. You keep watch on it for me, on the quiet. Watch Zhao Fuliang's younger son, Zhao Yuhua. That punk's a good-for-nothing heir, can't keep a thing to himself. If there's really a rifle at home, he's bound to show it off. Crowd up to him more, listen to him brag, see if you can draw it out of him. And those few old hunters at the east end of the village who've taken down wolves, when you've nothing on, go circle outside their courtyard walls, sniff for any whiff of gunpowder, see if there's a powder gourd hanging on the wall. Brother Feng, I understand. Check the grain, check the rifle. Remember, whatever you do, don't tip them off. You're just a beggar, a starving last of his line at death's door. Whoever curses you, take it. Whoever hits you, bear it. Don't hit back, don't talk back, just bring the news back. That's all. Understood. Zhou Heng snapped his legs together, won over completely. Not only had I given him life-saving meat, the calculation in this head of mine made him feel that following me was an absolute path to survival. I watched his figure disappear into the snow, then turned and headed home. With Zhou Heng as an informant, I'd have the village's situation at my fingertips. As for that hunting rifle, I was determined to have it. Right now I had only the hunting bow and the slingshot, fine for pheasants and sand grouse, but against a real wild boar, a wolf, or even a black bear, they wouldn't cut it at all. In this era, with a gun in hand your back was straight. With a gun I could walk this whole stretch of mountains like I owned them, and bring in far more meat. The next morning at 6:30, the sky just beginning to gray, the room was cold as an ice house. I opened my eyes right on time and threw off the quilt and sat up. Beside me, Li Xuemei was still curled up asleep. There was a stir in the outer room. Lu Lan was already up, crouched at the stove pit feeding the fire, the flames lighting her flushed face. Fengzi, you're up. She ladled half a gourd of hot water and handed it to me. Have some hot water to warm yourself. I gulped it down in a few swallows, warmth spreading through my belly. I'm heading out. I shouldered the hunting bow and tucked the slingshot away. It's slick out there. Mind yourself. Today I had to go collect the snares I'd set yesterday. The snow had stopped for a full day and night. The animals on the mountain were sure to be out looking for food. I followed the prints I'd trodden out yesterday toward that scrub forest to the south. The morning wind on my face cut like a knife. I picked up my pace. Over an hour's walk and I reached the spot. The scrub forest was dead quiet. I crept along bent low, following the markers I'd left yesterday. The first snare, empty. The wire loop still hung intact in midair, not so much as a fresh print around it. I didn't mind. Setting snares is casting a wide net to begin with. The second was empty, the third empty again. My brow furrowed slightly. Had these hares changed their route? The fourth snare was set in the gap between the roots of 2 thick willows, a prime hare run gap. I rounded the snow mound, my gaze cutting through the dead branches toward it. Something was thrashing violently at the trap. Good luck today. The fourth and fifth snares both had goods. I undid the snare, and with a crack the little hare drooped limp. The other had died not long ago. The 2 hares hefted in hand were good and heavy, 5 or 6 caddies at least. In the winter of 1960 this was without question a windfall. A 4-legged animal has to be bled the moment it dies, or the meat goes gamey. I took out my sharpened iron blade, drew it across the hares' necks, and the blood ran into the snow hollow, staining a wide patch red. Bled out. I skinned them. The pelts could fetch money, then opened them up and scooped out heart, liver, lungs, and entrails, the whole lot. In later times nobody would want these scraps, but right now every bit was life-saving meat. The intestines, washed out, could still boil up a thick pot of soup. I got it all packed into the gunny sack, picked up some firewood on the way down, never coming off the mountain empty-handed. Nearly at the mouth of the village, I spotted from a distance a figure bent over, poking around with a long pole. It was Granny Zhou, East Village's famous loudspeaker. Let any little trifle of a household matter reach her ears, and within half a day it was all over the village. She had a battered wicker basket on her back and a dung fork in hand, loitering at the mouth of the village under the pretense of gathering dung, hoping to scrounge some small advantage. Hearing my footsteps in the snow, she straightened up, gave a start at the sight of me. Then her gaze fell at once on the cloth sack at my shoulder, and her eyes went straight. There was red. It had to be meat, fresh-caught live game. Io, if it isn't Fengzi, where'd you go to make your fortune this early in the morning? She rubbed her hands and sidled up, giving 2 hard sniffs. Fengzi, Granny watched you grow up. What's in that cloth sack? Wild game off the mountain, eh? I didn't take the bait. Her eyes rolled, and she instantly put on a face of woe. Fengzi, take pity on your poor granny. My rice bin's been scraping bottom for days. Your uncle's so hungry, he just lies on the Kong moaning. Granny's not greedy, just wants to ask if I could borrow a bite to eat. Even a little meat broth would do. Come spring, I'll pay you back double. Borrow. Out of this old woman's mouth, borrow was a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone for good, never to return. But I didn't send her off. Granny Zhou was greedy for small gains and loose-tongued. But in this village, she was a living intelligence station and broadcasting station rolled into one. Right now I could get meat, but my reputation was too foul. The Li family was surely nursing wicked schemes, and that good-for-nothing heir Zhao Yuhua was no easy customer either. If I could put her mouth to use, have her drum up momentum for me, and spread the names, Chun the Madman is not to be crossed, and Chun Feng's got real ability. It'd save me a heap of trouble down the line. In an era of scarce food, being the sole big fish isn't a good thing. Everyone else half-starved while you feast on meat. A cornered hare bites. How much more a person? I needed allies. Granny, the pot at home really won't open. She thought there was a chance, her head bobbing like a pestle pounding garlic. It really won't. What's her name yesterday was so hungry, she vomited up jaundice water. I set the cloth sack down in the snow. Her eyes stuck to it, her breathing quickening, fully expecting me to pull out a hunk of fat meat. I reached in and fished around, then pulled out a bundle of something bloody and held it out. Take it, Granny. She hurried to take it in both hands and couldn't wait to peel back a corner of the leaves. Inside was a heap of red and white hair lungs and hair intestines. She froze for a moment, and then the wild joy on her face was impossible to hide. In this winter, when even tree bark was nearly gnawed clean, forget hair awful, even a bloody bone was a treasure people would scramble over. This set of scraps, washed up at home with half a pot of water and a couple of frozen cabbages, could boil up a big pot of thick, grease-flecked soup, enough for the whole family to drink for 2 days. Io, heavens above. She was so excited her voice cracked. Fengzi, this is life-saving stuff. These 2 hairs I've got to keep to feed those mouths at home. Can't spare you any meat. This bit of offal. Take it home and build yourself up. I understand. Granny understands. You've got 4 mouths at home waiting to be fed. Lanzi and Shaoling depend on you to feed them too. That you'd give Granny even this much. Granny will remember your kindness all her life. I hoisted the sack onto my shoulder and deliberately lowered my voice, letting an arrogant edge come through. Granny, this little bit's nothing. Wait a few days till I head into the deep mountains and bring back a wild boar. There'll be no shortage of meat broth for you. She sucked in a cold breath. A wild boar. In this village, apart from a few old hunters with rifles, who'd dare bring that up? But looking at the blood-seeping sack on my shoulder, and then at my fear-nothing in heaven or earth bearing, she actually came to believe it's 7, 8 parts. This Chen Feng, a deadbeat before, now practically a living king of hell, a man of real ability. Fengzi, rest easy. She was a sharp one and grasped my meaning at once, slapping her chest. Don't you know this mouth of Granny's? From now on, in East Village, whoever dares wag their tongue behind your back even half a word, Granny will be the first to come at them with the dung fork. That was exactly the line I wanted. Then hurry home and boil your soup while it's fresh. Cradling the hair awful, she scurried off into the village without even bothering to grab her basket and dung fork. This Chen Feng was a golden thigh to cling to now. Even the Li family had come off badly in his hands. From now on, she'd best crowd up to him more. She'd run barely 2 steps when I called her back. Granny, this business of my catching game. She cut in at once, her face graver than ever before. Rest easy, this stays between you and me. Even my own family won't get half a word of it. It'll rot in my belly. Good. Then I'm at ease. I wasn't worried she'd talk loosely. There was nothing in it for her to. Keep everything low-key. At my own courtyard, I knocked. Me. The door opened. It was Li Shuame. She glanced at me without a sound, her gaze falling on the firewood in my hand, and stepped half a pace forward, reaching out to take it. I didn't let go, and raised an eyebrow. Her face flushed. She yanked the firewood over hard and turned toward the stove pit. This foul, hard stone had finally warmed a touch. The empty belly tactic worked better than anything. The dringer's heart isn't in the cup. What I was after wasn't this bit of chore work, but obedience. I carried the gunny sack inside. Lulan, crouched by the stove pit, looked up and smiled at me. You're back? The snow's so deep on the mountain. You didn't run into any danger? It's nothing. Just as I was about to set the sack down, footsteps crunched in the snow out in the yard. Brother Feng in there? It was Zhou Heng. I went back out with the sack on my shoulder, pulling the door shut behind me. Zhou Heng was shivering with cold, yet stood ramrod straight. News already this fast? Brother Feng, a bit of a situation. He lowered his voice. Last night in the dead of night a couple was fighting. Over half a piece of dried sweet potato. Old Wang split his wife's head open. And one household showed no sign of the outhouse being used, probably plugged up from eating guanine clay. This morning I heard their woman crying in the yard. Anything on the rifle? He shook his head. Zhao Yua didn't go out today, holed up at home the whole time. The other families I'll have to check slowly. All right, no rush. Anything else? He hesitated, glanced at the door behind me, and lowered his voice. Brother Feng, I got wind of something today you'll definitely be able to use. The Li family is sitting on an empty house. It's laid out as east and west rooms. East and west rooms? My wreck of a place right now had just one main room with a single inner room off it, for people crammed onto one Kong. Truly inconvenient. I'd been fretting over how to get hold of a roomier place, and here this news came delivered to my door. Tell me the details. That house was originally built by Li Shuamei's own eldest brother, that is, Lu Lan's dead husband. Then how'd it fall into Li Dehuai's hands? What else but the usual, bullying an orphan and a widow? Zhou Hing spat on the ground. 3 years back, the moment Lu Lan's husband died, Li Dehuai jumped out and said that as the elder uncle he had to manage the family estate for his niece, and forced Lu Lan, Li Shuamei, and showing out into that little crumbling mud brick house, taking the big one for himself. Now that house sits empty, the Li brothers using it as a storeroom to pile junk. I sneered inwardly. This Li family devoured the line of the dead with a clear-eyed efficiency. The Li family's east and west rooms are sitting empty anyway, taking up the latrine pit without doing their business. Better to clear it out and let people live there. Brother Feng, if you want to make a move on that house, I'll go scope it out tonight. See whether the courtyard wall's easy to climb, what kind of lock's on the door. No need. My tone was flat. I've got plenty of ways. I bent and undid the gunny sack, pulled out a set of innards, and handed it over. I'd meant to give half a set, but his news was good, worth a full one. Take it. Zhou Heng froze where he stood, staring at that meat, his throat rolling violently. Brother Feng this. He didn't dare take it, and rubbed his hand on his padded jacket. When I tell you to take it, take it. You handle things sharp, kid. This is what you've earned. I pressed it into his hand. Zhou Heng stood holding the half-caddy plus of innards a long while. He didn't say any pretty words of boundless gratitude, just tucked the meat into his coat and stood up straight. Thanks. He was a man of action, not sweet of mouth. Go on back. Carry on with what you were doing. He nodded and turned to leave, his steps far steadier than when he'd come. I carried the gunny sack inside and pulled the 2 hairs out, setting them in front of Lu Lan. Fengzi, these are hairs. Her voice trembled. Hearing the stir, Li Shuamei came out of the inner room and froze too at the sight of the 2 big hairs. We're eating well today. Do up half a set of the innards, cut another half caddy of hare meat, and stew them together. 2 hairs at 4 caddies. Cut half a caddy, and there were still 3.5 left. It had to be eaten sparingly. I'll go do it right now. Lu Lan's eyes had gone red. Since her husband died, she hadn't seen this much meat. In the outer room, Li Shuamei crouched at the stove pit, snapping branches underfoot and feeding them into the firebox, the flames baking her thin face red. Lu Lan worked carefully at the chopping board on that half caddy of hare meat. The water heated, and Lu Lan washed her hands, then leaned to Li Xuemei's ear and lowered her voice. Xuemei, the water's hot. Ladle out a basin and carry it in for Fengzi to wash his feet. The firewood in Li Xuemei's hand stalled, and her head snapped up. I'm not going. Lu Lan sighed and poked her on the forehead. You silly girl, how can you be so pig-headed? What makes me owe him service? The rims of Li Xuemei's eyes reddened. Lu Lan glanced toward the inner room, made sure I couldn't hear, and pulled her up. These few days your sister-in-law has come to see things clearly too. Your chastity being taken, that was your sister-in-law failing to protect you. But one thing's one thing and another's another. You now, from here on you're his woman too. I am not his woman. Lu Lan looked her in the eye. Then tell me, whose woman will you be from here on? The words landed on Li Xuemei's head like a club to the skull. Her mouth opened and closed, and for the longest while she couldn't squeeze out a single word. It was true. In times like these, when there wasn't even food to eat, what household would want a woman whose body had been taken? And even if someone would, could they haul meat home every few days the way Chinfeng did? Could they shield the three of them from hunger and cold? Fine. If you can't see it, never mind. Lu Lan went to fetch the wooden basin from the corner. You rest. Your sister-in-law will go wash his feet. Sister, don't. Li Xuemei grabbed at the hem of her clothes. Her sister-in-law raising Xiaoling alone was hardship enough. She took on every chore big and small around the house as it was, and now she'd have to serve that bastard too. Li Xuemei couldn't bear it. Lu Lan turned around, earnest and grave. Xuemei, put your hand on your heart and think. In this bitter cold, with snow out there past the knees, why does Fengzi head into the mountains against the wind and snow at the crack of dawn? It's also the three of us can get a bite of meat, can stay alive. We've got a warm Kong to heat us in here, meat broth to drink, while he's out there alone risking his life. And you find even carrying in a basin of foot-washing water a hardship? Can your conscience sit easy with that? Li Xuemei ground her teeth and picked at the hem of her clothes. She hated Chinfeng's high-handed knavery, but every word Lu Lan said hit true. If not for him, Xiaoling would have starved to death long ago. These 4 caddies of hair today, of any man in the village, who'd be willing to take them out for them to eat. Fengzi's the type who responds to softness, not force. Lu Lan's tone deepened, carrying a warning. You butt heads with him day after day, and one day if he really blows his top and throws us out, the 3 of us can only wait to die. One mouth fed and his whole family's fed. What makes him have to take on dead weight like us? Resign yourself. Going along with him, he's the one who loses out, not you. Li Xuemei was utterly deflated. She looked at the hare meat on the chopping board, then at Xiaoling crouched on the floor watching with hungry eyes for the meat. Xiaoling was starved to skin and bone, and only these past few days, with a little meat broth, had any color come back to her face. The pride in her heart was finally crushed under reality. She stood, walked to the water vat, and silently ladled hot water into the wooden basin. Lu Lan watched the back of her and let out a breath. The girl had finally wised up. In the inner room, I sat cross-legged on the Kong wiping that hunting bow with a scrap of cloth. Old as it was, it had plenty of power, the handiest weapon I had right now. Snaring 2 hares today was all luck. Going into the mountains tomorrow, I'd still need it to bring down some fowl. The door was pushed open. Li Xuemei came in carrying the steaming wooden basin, head down, a few strands of hair hanging by her cheeks. Had this woman been hexed? Normally, she'd want to keep 8 zhang away from me, and today she'd actually brought water in of her own accord. She set the basin on the floor, her voice faint as a mosquito's. Wash your feet. I set down the bow and looked her over. Her face was flushed, whether from the stove pit's heat or from shame. Who knew? Both hands wringing together, unwilling and yet with no way out. It dawned on me in an instant. With that high and mighty temper of hers, she'd starve to death before she'd come serve me of her own will. This had to be Lu Lan. Lu Lan, that woman, was someone who saw things clearly, knew how things were done and how to handle them. With her mediating in between, the household would be spared a heap of trouble. Well, what are you standing there for? You've brought the water. Aren't you going to take my shoes off? She stood holding the basin without moving, her face red from the rising steam. I didn't press her, watching with interest to see how long she could hold out. A good long while later, biting her lower lip, she couldn't hold it in, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Can't, can't you take them off yourself? What? Unwilling. She turned her face aside and said nothing. Fine, if you're unwilling, forget it. I've got plenty of folks to help. I called straight out the door, sister. Come help with. Don't. Li Shuamei jolted in fright, the basin sloshing hard, and she stamped her foot in a panic. If her sister-in-law really came in to wash his feet, where would she put her own face? Outside the door, Lulan asked, What is it, Fengzi? Li Shuamei hastily cut in to answer for me. Nothing. Sister, you tend to your work. Call me if you need anything. Hearing no more from outside, she let out a long breath and shot me a hard glare. I laughed, bearing a mouthful of white teeth, the look on my face as punchable as could be. She drew a deep breath, forced down her temper, and bent over. Take them off, I commanded grandly. In all her life, she'd never so much as washed her own brother's feet, and now she was to crouch before a deadbeat who'd taken her chastity and wait on him at his foot washing. But thinking of her sister-in-law and Shaoling, she bore it. She reached out 2 fingers and pinched the shoelace in distaste, tugging it down. The shoes had tramped through snow all day and were frozen stiff. She tugged a long while, without getting them undone. Haven't eaten? Put some strength into it. Her teeth itched with anger. She pulled with both hands at once, and with a rip the shoelace came loose. A waft of sweat stink mixed with the sour reek of woolly grass drifted up. She turned her head aside in disgust and held her breath, picking the bits of crushed corn husk out of the shoe and tossing them aside. So stinky. You run around outside all day and don't stink, and I'm letting you wash my. She was choked into silence and went on with the work. Both shoes off, I planted my big, cold-reddened feet into the basin of hot water. SSS. The hot water scalded my feet, so comfortable I sucked in a cold breath. Li Shuamei crouched beside it, both hands hovering in midair, dragging her feet about putting them into the water. What are you frozen for? Washington. I splashed my feet about in the water a couple of times, spraying her all over. She gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, stuck her hands in the basin, and gave a couple of careless rubs, trying to fob it off quick. You call that washing feet? Scratching an itch over here? Faster, quit dawdling. Splashed at. Li Shuamei froze, the grievance in her heart no longer to be held down. I've never washed a man's feet before, she muttered low, head bowed. The urge to conquer in me swelled to bursting in that instant. I leaned down to the top of her head and lowered my voice. Never washed before. No matter. From now on you'll wash them every day, and wash till you're used to it. She snapped her head up and glared at me, puffed with anger. What are you looking at? Put some strength into it. She gritted her teeth, grabbed my foot, and scrubbed hard in the water with all the strength she could muster, venting all her hatred and pent-up frustration through her hands, her fingernails even raking a few red marks across the top of my foot. I wasn't annoyed. On the contrary, I felt at ease. That's it. Scrub just like that. Put your back into it. In the outer room, just a door away, Lulan pressed her ear to the crack and listened. That bark of mine a moment ago had truly given her a start. She was terrified Li Shuamei's pig-headed temper would flare and she'd lock horns with me. In this bitter cold, if I flew into a rage and threw the 3 of them out, there'd be no way to survive. After listening a while and hearing nothing inside but the sound of water and my occasional teasing, with Li Shuamei neither protesting nor making a scene, she let out a long breath, fully at ease. She went back to the cooking platform. In the pot, the half-caddy of hare meat and half a set of offal stewed away with a burble, the meaty smell boring overpoweringly into the nostrils. Shaoling crouched by the stove pit, swallowing her saliva. Mama, I'm hungry. Lulan gathered her daughter into her arms. Be good, Shaoling. Wait a little longer. We absolutely have to wait for Uncle Feng to take the first bite before we can eat, understand? Why? My tummy's so flat. Because Uncle Feng is our great benefactor. Lulan taught her word by word. With the mountains snowbound like this, if your Uncle Feng didn't go into the hills to hunt, the 3 of us would have starved to death long ago. The meat in this pot, he traded his life to bring back. In this household he comes first. Until he's picked up his chopsticks, no one else may eat. Shaoling nodded, half understanding, looked at that tightly shut door, then at the steam rising from the pot, and after a moment suddenly tugged at the hem of Lulan's clothes. Mama. Then can I call him Daddy? On the Kong table in the inner room sat 4 bowls of hare meat soup, the portions divided crystal clear. The bowl in front of me was the largest, so much meat the soup nearly brimmed over. Lu Lan's and Li Shuamei's bowls were a size smaller, mostly soup with a few scattered bone-on scraps floating in them. Xiaoling's bowl was the smallest. Lu Lan had picked out a few boneless pieces of tender meat to make it easy for the child to chew. In those days there wasn't even star anise, scallion, or ginger. The pot held nothing but water and a touch of salt. The hare meat hadn't a drop of grease, and pure lean stewed up gave off an earthy, grassy gaminess that drove straight up the nose. Xiaoling knelt at the edge of the Kong, staring at my bowl, her throat gulping down saliva. But Lu Lan kept her eyes fixed hard on her daughter's mouth. That "can I call him Daddy" a moment ago had broken her out in a cold sweat. Children speak without thinking. If Xiaoling suddenly cried out "Daddy" in front of Li Shuamei, she didn't dare imagine the scene. She stole a glance at me, and a strange feeling suddenly stirred in her heart. If Xiaoling really did call it out, how would she herself feel? She found, to her surprise, that she didn't mind in the least. On the contrary, her cheeks went hot, and she felt mortified, and she hurried to duck her head and not think of it further. "Eat up." I gave the word and picked the biggest piece of hare meat to put in my mouth. The moment the meat hit my mouth, I frowned. This wild hare ran the mountains all day. The flesh was tight, no grease, no seasoning, and dry stewed it came out dry and stringy, near enough to chewing would pulp, the gaminess spreading in my mouth. Still, at least there was a hint of salt to it, enough to get it down. Seeing that I'd given the word, they picked up their chopsticks at once. Xiaoling was the first who couldn't hold back, grabbing the meat and wolfing it down. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Lu Lan broke the meat up for her. Li Shuamei was unusually quiet tonight. Perhaps she'd come around, and she was truly hungry too, drinking the soup and chewing the meat in big mouthfuls. Lu Lan ate the slowest, picking the meat out of her own bowl and quietly putting it into Xiaoling's, eating less herself. I took it all in and said nothing. A mother's love truly is a great thing. After most of a bowl, I lifted mine and drank a mouthful of soup, smacking my lips. "Sister, how come this meat's got no salt to it? Why not put in a bit more salt?" Lu Lan hurriedly set down her bowl, her tone careful. "Fengzi, it's not that I begrudge the salt. It's that the salt jar at home is scraping bottom. That bit of salt dregs I scraped together today, it'll stretch 2 or 3 meals at most. If I put it all in today, by tomorrow or the day after we won't get even a taste of salt. Go without salt for a long stretch and the whole body goes weak, too weak even to walk." Afraid I'd misunderstand, she hurriedly raised a hand. "Fengzi, I swear I absolutely did not steal any salt to eat." I nodded. It had only been an offhand question. "All right, I understand. Looks like I'd have to get hold of some daily necessities." When we'd finished, I wiped my mouth and looked at Lu Lan. "Sister, let me ask you something. I heard you used to have a house, a set of east and west rooms." The moment the words were out, the air in the room seemed to stall. Li Shuamei, sitting at the far end of the Kong, abruptly stopped her chopsticks and turned her head to look at me. East and west rooms, that had been their home once. Yes, there was such a place, built of mud brick. Lu Lan's voice dropped and she sighed. 3 years ago, after my husband passed, my brother-in-law came over with Jitsai and Jiming. Said he feared an orphan and a widow couldn't hold the family estate, and forced us out into this wreck of a house. And that house is empty now. The brother-in-law's family squeezing into their own house saves a bit, so the east and west rooms sit empty, the two Lee brothers using it as a storeroom to pile junk. Are all the furnishings inside still there? Except for the big iron pot in the outer room, which my brother-in-law dug out and took, everything else is there. There's a Kong table, a Kong chest, and the table and stools from the main room. I had my bearings now. So long as there was a Kong, a table, and it was livable, that was enough. A big iron pot I already had one of. Most important was the east and west layout. I'd live in the east room with Li Shuamei. Lu Lan would take Xiaoling in the west, with a main room in between, far more convenient. Li Shuamei and Lu Lan exchanged a glance. Neither was a fool. My suddenly asking about the house just then was certainly no idle chatter. "Fengzi, what are you asking this for?" Lu Lan probed. "Tomorrow I'm taking it back." My tone was calm but certain. At 9 in the morning, I pushed open the courtyard gate and headed for Li Dehuai's house, carrying neither bow nor slingshot, empty-handed. The Li family gate stood open. In those days, every household was dirt poor. By day, they basically left the doors unlocked. I stepped into the yard and rapped on the main room door. "Who is it?" It was Li Jitsai's voice. I didn't answer, just pushed the door and went in. "You?" Li Jitsai made out who'd come and backed off 2 steps in fright, his back hitting the doorframe. I swaggered into the east room. Li Dehuai sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, pinching his dry tobacco pipe. Wang Hohot crouched at the edge of the Kong, holding a chipped porcelain basin ready to mix dough. Li Jiming huddled at the far end of the Kong, wrapped in a ragged padded jacket, probably still not recovered from the beating of a couple days back. These four hadn't even had breakfast. At the sight of me barging in, the air in the room froze instantly. Li Dehuai's hand jerked, scattering tobacco leaf across the Kong mat. "What did you come to my house for?" "Nothing much, just here to give you notice. Clear out that set of east and west rooms over to the west." The room went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The porcelain basin in Wang Hohot's hands clattered to the ground, cornmeal scattering all over the floor. She shot to her feet and pointed at my nose, cursing. "You goddamn deadbeat. Clear out what house? What's all the hollering for?" I frowned. "That set of east and west rooms Lu Lan's husband built. You've occupied it 2 years. You've had your fill of living in it. Today you move the junk out of there. I want to use it." Li Dehuai shook all over with rage. "That's my Li family's house. What gives you the right to make us clear it out?" "Your Li family's house?" I sneered. "That house was built by Li Xuemei's own brother, Lu Lan's dead husband. 3 years ago. The man had barely passed when you used the pretext of managing the estate for your niece to drive the 3 of them into a wreck of a mud brick house and seize the big one for yourself. Now it sits empty. You'd sooner pile firewood in it than let an orphan and a widow live there. Who in the village doesn't know this story? I'm her uncle, managing the estate for my brother. That's only right and proper under heaven. To hell with your right and proper under heaven." I cursed back. "You manage the estate right into your own pocket? Now Li Xuemei and Lu Lan are mine, and what's theirs is mine. Today I'm not consulting you. I'm notifying you. Clear the west rooms out before sundown, or I'll come help you move it myself." Wang Hohot plopped down on the ground, slapping her thigh and wailing. "Io, there's no justice in heaven. The deadbeat's robbing us of our house. Everybody come and look." Her voice carried tremendously, traveling out through the open courtyard gate. I watched her throw her tantrum with cold eyes and didn't move a muscle. Li Jitsai, banking on his size, stepped forward and craned his neck stiff. "Chen Feng, don't get too arrogant. This is my house. Hurry up and get out." Li Jiming bolstered the show from the end of the Kong. "Right? Get out or we'll come at you." I slowly rose to my feet and worked my wrists, the joints cracking. Li Jitsai had seen with his own eyes how I'd dealt with Li Jiming. That ferocity he knew he couldn't withstand, and what little toughness he'd just shown scattered in an instant. Li Jiming, frightened, pressed his back tight to the wall plaster. "Come at me." I closed in on Li Jitsai. "Go on, make one move and see." Li Jitsai swallowed his saliva and backed away despite himself. Li Dehuai slapped the edge of the Kong. "Useless things. 2 grown men, and you're scared of one deadbeat? Get on him for me." The 2 brothers exchanged a glance. Neither dared move. "All right, quit putting on the big bad wolf act." My tone was flat. "Today this house gets cleared whether you clear it or not. If you're not satisfied, go call whoever you like. I'll be right here waiting." Wang Hohot's dry wailing had drawn over the neighbors all around. In the dead of winter, everyone was hunkered down and bored stiff. At the word of some excitement, they tucked their hands in their sleeves and crowded toward the Li yard. Before long, a dozen-odd people had gathered outside the main room. "Heard Chin the madman's come to rob the Li family's house." "What do you know? That house was Lu Lan's husband's to begin with. The lease seized it 3 years ago. Chin the madman's here to collect the debt for Lu Lan." Granny Zhou squeezed to the very front. She'd taken a set of hair awful off me, after all, and now was just the moment to perform. She deliberately raised her voice. "If you ask me, the lease handled this shabbily. They forced an orphan and a widow out into a wreck of a mud brick house to freeze, and now Fengzi steps up to take back what's his. What's wrong with that?" Someone beside her chimed in. "That east and west room sits empty anyway. The least did a rotten thing here. Listening to the talk, Li Dahuai's face went green, then white. He'd always prized face above all. Cursed it to his very backbone, his old face was utterly lost. This is our family's private business. It's not for you outsiders to butt in. Just then a commotion came from outside the yard, the crowd parting to make a path. Granny Zhou had a sharp eye and shouted at the top of her voice. The leader's here. Zhao Fuliang walked in unhurried, hands clasped behind his back, and strode straight into the east room. The moment Li Dahuai saw him, without even bothering to put on his shoes, he rushed over barefoot and grabbed his arm. Leader, you have to set this right for me. This deadbeat came to my house first thing in the morning to rob me of my house. Wang Hohot perked up too, slapping her thigh and wailing dryly. Oh great and just Lord, Chun Feng's driving us lease to our deaths. Zhao Fuliang pulled his arm free, looked at the cornmeal all over the floor, then at me, steady as a mountain. What's all this racket first thing in the morning? Chen Feng, what did you come to the Li house for? Leader, you've come at just the right time. I was just about to find you to judge what's fair. My tone was calm. Li Xuemei is mine now. Lu Lan is my sister-in-law, and the affairs of the three of them are my affairs. 3 years ago, when Lu Lan's husband died, Li Dahuai used the banner of being the uncle to drive them out into a small mud brick house and seize for himself the east and west rooms that Lu Lan's husband had built. Now that house sits empty, piled with odds and ends, and I'm here today to take it back for my woman. Wherever this goes, it's on the right side, isn't it? Horseshit. That's my Li family's estate. Li Dahuai cursed loudly. I gave a sneer and closed in on him. Manage the estate right into your own pocket? An orphan and a widow nearly froze to death, and you, the uncle, never gave so much as a cake. Now I'm keeping them fed, so the house naturally belongs to me. You take up the latrine pit without doing your business. What's your game? Stuck for words, Li Dahuai stammered. I'm her uncle. What I say goes. You're worth a fart. Zhao Fuliang had grasped the situation. He'd meant to seize the chance to take me down a peg, but Li Dahuai really had handled this shabbily, and the commune members all around were whispering and pointing. Granny Zhou shouted again. Leader, that house was Lu Lan's to begin with. The Li seized it and won't give it back. Rotten. With someone leading, several commune members chimed in after her. Zhao Fuliang shot Granny Zhou a glare, and she hurried to pull in her neck and shut up. Zhao Fuliang cleared his throat a couple of times, preparing to smooth things over. All right, we're all one village. Old Li, since the house is empty anyway, lend it to Fengzi to live in a few days. And Fengzi, you stop making a scene too. Lend? That wasn't my style. Leader, what do you mean, lend? That was Lu Lan's house in the first place. Do I need to borrow to use what's my own? Zhao Fuliang's face darkened. This deadbeat dared contradict me in public? I gave him no opening to flare up, leaning in and lowering my voice so only the two of us could hear. Leader, our Kaoshan village is an advanced brigade in the commune, and you've always handled things fairly, with high standing. If word got out that there's bullying of orphans and widows and seizing of property in the village, and it reached the commune, I'm afraid it'd hurt your chances of being named a model next year. Zhao Fuliang's heart gave a lurch. There was something behind the punk's words. What he prized most was the brigade leader's face and the commune's evaluation. If this really blew up and the commune investigated, Li Dahuai's seizing his niece's property was a fact, and he himself, shielding a relative, would catch a disciplinary penalty. I stepped back 2 paces and raised my voice. Right now the commune is calling every day to sweep away bad customs, and Li Dahuai's kind, devouring the line of the dead, is the very model of it. Leader, you're the bellwether of the brigade. If you don't handle a thing like this, who will? If you won't, then tomorrow I'll go to the commune and find the leaders to judge what's fair. Zhao Fuliang was thoroughly roasted over the fire. The punk was not only fierce but quick-witted, even hauling out commune policy. Weighing the pros and cons, I was a thorn, a barefoot man who feared nothing the shod man could lose. Li Dahuai was in the wrong to begin with, and to preserve his own name, he had no choice but to sacrifice him. Everybody stop arguing, Zhao Fuliang shouted, and the yard went instantly silent. He turned and dressed Li Dahuai down. Old Li, this one's on you. You handled it wrong. A house Lu Lan's husband built, that's Lu Lan's. You looked after it a couple of years, fine, but where's the sense in occupying it forever? Now that they want it back, it's perfectly fair and reasonable. Li Dahuai was dumbstruck. He'd assumed the leader would help drive me off. Leader, how can this go to him? He's a deadbeat. So what if he's a deadbeat? He's keeping Lu Lan and Li Shuamei fed now. That makes them one family. Clear out the east and west rooms today, and don't make the whole crowd laugh at you. Li Dahuai's old face flushed crimson, unable to get a word out for the longest while. He didn't dare contradict Zhao Fuliang. The brigade leader was heaven itself in the village. Cross him, and there'd be no end of grief over grain rations and farm work assignments down the line. Wang Hohat didn't dare wail anymore either. She scrambled up off the ground and glared at me viciously, but didn't dare make a sound. Li Jizai took a step forward as if meaning to make a move. Zhao Fuliang pointed at his nose and cursed. What do you think you're doing? You dare make one move and see. Tomorrow you'll be hauling night soil at the brigade office. Li Jizai shrank his foot back in fright. I cupped my hands toward Zhao Fuliang. The leader does handle things fairly after all. Everyone's watching. With awareness like the leader's, you're sure to be named a model again next year. Flattered comfortably, Zhao Fuliang's face eased considerably, and he shouted out the door. All right, everybody clear off. Get on with your business. Seeing the matter settled, the commune members dispersed, talking it over. I turned to look at Li Dahuai, my tone flat, but carrying full threat. You heard the leader? Clear the house out before sundown. One stick of wood short, and I'll be holding you to account. With that, I tucked both hands in my pockets and swaggered out of the Li family yard. Behind me, Li Dahuai plopped down on the Kong, covered his face, and pounded the Kong mat with a long sigh. What a sin. Truly a sin. Wang Hohat pointed at Li Dahuai and railed. You spineless thing. Watching the house get robbed away right before your eyes and not daring to let out even a fart. You shut up. The leader's given his word. What can I do? Li Dahuai roared back at her. Li Jiming sidled over and asked in a low voice. Dad, are we really moving? What else can we do but move? Hurry and go pack up. That Chen the madman can't be crossed right now. Steer clear of him for the time being. The four Lis, sunk in gloom, slunk off to move things out of the east and west rooms. I trod through the snow toward home, the cold wind on my face, yet feeling thoroughly comfortable all over. The house was won back. From here on, life would be easier. The east and west layout, with a main room in between, meant no more 4 people crammed onto one Kong at night. The next step was to get hold of some supplies for the winter: salt, kerosene, and quilts. 1 quilt for 4 people was nowhere near enough. Home, I knocked. Me. Lu Lan opened the door, still gripping a cleaver in her hand. Seeing me back safe and sound, she let out a long breath and set the knife down. Li Shuamei came out of the inner room too and stood by the doorframe, a trace of worry in her eyes. These 2 women were finally starting to feel some sense of belonging. Fengzi, you didn't get into a fight, did you? Lu Lan lowered her voice. No fight. The heart she'd had hanging settled. She'd been afraid I'd injure the Lis and the brigade would haul someone off. And the house. Li Shuamei couldn't help asking. I looked at the 2 of them. Pack up your things. We're moving. Over at the east and west rooms, the Li family was hauling things out. The place was indeed roomy, the yard large too, with a firewood shed thrown up on either side. The Lis had used it as a storeroom for 3 years, piled full of scrap wood and old farm tools. Li Jizai came out shouldering a wooden chest, his face full of reluctance. Dad, we're really clearing this house out for him. The furniture in here is all made of good wood. Leaving it for him is a real loss. How about I take an axe and chop it all up for firewood? You shut your mouth for me. Li Dahuai dropped his voice. You smash the things, and that madman comes to your door for your life. What will you pay with? Can you take him in a fight? Li Jizai was choked into silence. Li Jiming sidled over with his neck pulled in. Brother, Dad's right. That Qin Feng is a living bandit with no regard for his life right now. Let's not provoke him. My hand still hurts. The 4 of them hauled things back and forth 5 or 6 trips and finally got it more or less cleared. Li Dahuai took Wang Hohat to carry things home first, leaving the 2 brothers to lug out the last cabinet. In the yard were only Li Jizai and Li Jiming left. Li Jizai stood by the edge of the Kong. The more he thought, the more wronged he felt. Mingzi, we can't just let him off this cheap. I can't swallow this. He lowered his voice and put forward a low scheme. Piss on the Kong. so I'd sleep in a stink all night. Hearing it, Li Jiming was a little tempted, but a picture suddenly flashed through his mind of me grinding my foot on his back, nearly crippling both his hands, and he shuddered all over. Brother, forget it. If that madman finds out, he's bound to guess it was the two of us, and then he'll skin us alive for sure. Li Jitsai's movement stalled. Faced with my fists for real, he quailed too. Damn it all, what a miserable thing to swallow, he cursed in frustration. But on his way through the main room, Li Jitsai fixed his eyes on the west room's half-shut door. He'd carried a secret torch for Lu Lan for years, always wanting to take some advantage, and in the end the advantage had gone to me. The hatred of wife stolen and house stolen piled together, and he lost his reason entirely. He shoved open the west room door, went in, undid his waistband in the corner, left behind a puddle of something, and then bolted off fast with his brother, lugging the cabinet. At 3 in the afternoon, I was stacking dry firewood stick by stick into the shed in the yard of the east and west rooms. This yard was a good deal roomier than the old one. In the main room, Lu Lan and Li Xuemei were busy cleaning, with Xiaoling helping too. The house had sat empty 2 years and was dusty everywhere. Li Xuemei knelt on the west room Kong wiping the Kong mat, working with unusual diligence today, even pressing flat the corners that had curled up. Sister, this west room Kong is really roomy. She straightened up and wiped her brow. Tonight the 3 of us sleep here, not crowded in the least. The east room's left for him alone. He'll finally be able to get a sound night's sleep from now on. Saying it, she let out a long breath, feeling the stone that had weighed on her heart for days had finally been lifted. These past days 4 people had crammed onto one Kong, and she'd been put through it by me every midnight, nearly going mad. Now there were 2 rooms with a main room between, and with 2 doors shut no one was in anyone's way. Lu Lan's hand, pushing a wooden chest, paused. She was a woman of experience, and these few days she'd already read my temper 7, 8 parts. That man was high-handed and possessive. To go to such lengths, even offending the brigade leader to grab the house back, was it for the sake of sleeping on an empty Kong himself? She'd stake anything on it. My wanting these east and west rooms was for the convenience at night. But looking at Li Xuemei's rare ease, she opened her mouth and in the end didn't have the heart to tell the truth. Xuemei had swallowed enough grievance these few days. Let her be glad a while longer. It is roomy. Lu Lan gave a vague answer. In the yard, I stacked the last stick of firewood and went into the main room. The doors to both east and west rooms stood open. I leaned against the west room's doorframe. About done tidying up? About done. In a bit I'll light the cooking platform fire and warm it through, and it'll be livable. My gaze swept around, and I declared outright. Good. The east room's mine and Xuemei's. The west room. Sister, you take Xiaoling and sleep. Put the quilt in the west room. The moment the words were out, the west room went instantly silent. Lu Lan had been prepared inside. She ducked her head and said nothing. But Li Xuemei went rigid all over, the rag in her hand dropping with a plop into the water basin. What did you say? You sleep in the east room with me. My tone was flat, as if stating the most ordinary thing in the world. Those lovely fancies of hers a moment ago shattered to pieces in an instant. She leaped down off the Kong and pointed at me, shouting, I won't go. I'm sleeping in the west room with sister. I paid her no mind and turned to head for the east room. It settled just so. I'd sooner sleep on the bare outer room floor than share a room alone with you, never. She rushed to the doorframe and blocked me, shaking with rage, the rims of her eyes scarlet. After finally getting the chance to live separately, I was actually going to force her again. I stopped and looked down at her, stepping forward to back her up against the doorframe. What gives me the right? My keeping you fed gives me the right. Your eating the meat I bring back every day gives me the right. I cannot eat your meat. Too late. Eat my food and you're mine. In this household what I say goes. You've got no choice in it. She was so enraged by this bandit logic, she couldn't get a word out. She wanted to curse, wanted to lash out, but knew clearly she couldn't resist at all. If she resisted, Xiaoling and her sister-in-law would suffer for it. I turned to look at Lu Lan, about to give the word to light the fire and cook, when I suddenly caught a strange smell in the room. I instinctively looked toward Xiaoling, who hurried to hide behind Lu Lan. Sister, come in here a moment. Lu Lan's mind went off with a bang. She had only one thought. I wanted her to. You bastard. Don't you dare touch my sister-in-law. Li Xuemei shielded the front of Lu Lan. All right, off to the side. Lu Lan took Li Xuemei's hand. Xuemei, some things can't be dodged. Whatever sort of man Fengzi is, he truly did save the three of us. He's our benefactor. In those 2 short seconds, she'd already steeled herself. Sister, don't. Let me go instead. Boo-hoo-hoo. Too lazy to tangle with them. I stepped into the west room and frowned. That piss reek was sharper. Offhandedly, I pulled the door halfway shut, my eyes fixed on the corner. But that door-closing gesture, in Lu Lan's eyes, became forcing her to make her choice. Xuemei, listen to your sister-in-law. She abruptly shoved Li Xuemei away, ducked headlong into the west room, and bolted the door behind her. Sister, open the door. Li Xuemei pounded on it earth-shakingly. We can just leave. We don't have to take his abuse. Xiaoling started bawling along too. Inside the door, Lu Lan leaned against the panel, gulping for air. Leave? Leave for where? The mountains were snowbound. Go out, and it was certain death. High-handed as I was, I could keep the 3 of them alive. In a year when people ate people, dignity was worth a fart. She drew a deep breath and raised a hand to undo the knotted button at her collar, her hands shaking so badly it took her ages to undo the first one. Fengzi. Her voice trembled, her eyes red as she looked at me. Sister's begging you, stop making it hard on Xuemei. She's pig-headed by nature. The more you push her, the more she'll fight you. So long as you don't drive us out, give us a bite to eat, sister will go along with anything you want. Arms folded across my chest, I watched her with interest. This woman had quite the imagination. I'd caught the strange smell the moment I walked in and wanted to call her in to ask about the situation, and she'd gone and charged straight in, shut the door, and started undoing buttons. I stepped forward, raised a hand and pressed it to her shoulder, stopping her from undoing any more. Sister, stop. Her eyes shut, the picture of resignation. She waited a good while with no movement, then quietly cracked one eye open, right into my half-smiling gaze. I pointed at that puddle in the corner, not yet fully dried. I called you in to ask about this. Who did this? Lu Lan's mind was still in a daze. She followed my finger. On the earthen surface in the corner was a large wet patch, giving off a faint reek of urine. A moment ago her head had been full of other things. She hadn't noticed the smell in the room at all. Only then did it register that I hadn't called her in for that at all. And she was so ashamed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, red to the base of her neck, fumbling to gather her clothes together. It wasn't me. How could I possibly piss in the room? Then was it Xuemei or Xiaoling? Impossible. Xuemei's clean by nature, and Xiaoling calls me when she needs to pee. It absolutely wasn't them. My face sank. Not the 3 of them, and the Li family had just moved out. This had to be Li Jitsai's doing. Couldn't beat me, so he played this gutter trick to disgust me, daring to run wild on my turf. Did he really think the name, the madman, was given to me for nothing? Lu Lan caught on too, and thinking of Li Jitsai's usual lecherous stares, a wave of revulsion swept over her. Fengzi, it's definitely that bastard Li Jitsai's doing. He's never let up crowding around me before, and today you drove him out. He's been nursing wickedness in his heart. I know. My voice was frighteningly cold. The pounding at the door outside grew louder. Chen Feng, don't you touch my sister-in-law. I walked over and yanked the door open. Li Xuemei was just raising her fist to pound, couldn't check her swing, and rushed straight in, and at one glance caught sight of Lu Lan leaning against the wall, her whole face crimson, fumbling to fasten her buttons, hair disheveled, clothes in disarray. Li Xuemei's eyes went red in an instant. She lunged to claw at my face. You animal. You won't spare even my sister-in-law. I caught her wrist, gave it a slight twist, and subdued her with her back to me. What are you wailing about? Aren't you clear on just how capable I am? I let go, shot her a cold glance, turned and strode out, crossed the main room, and pulled open the front door. I had to go pay Li Jitsai a visit. This account was getting settled today. Bang, the front door slammed shut hard. The room was left with only Xiaoling's terrified crying. Mama, I'm scared. Lu Lan crouched and held her daughter tight in her arms, but her own heart pounded near enough to leap out of her throat, her cheeks scalding as fire. That scene a moment ago, she'd never been so mortified in all her life. She'd undone her own buttons clean, shut her eyes and waited for the man to have his way, and in the end, he'd only asked who'd pissed in the corner. A woman 3 years widowed, normally uneasy, even exchanging an extra word with the village men, and today she'd actually disrobed of her own accord. Li Shuame glanced at the tightly shut main room door, made sure I'd really gone, then turned to look at Lu Lan, and that one look left her stunned, her sister-in-law's lapels gaping wide, her hair disheveled, looking for all the world like she'd just been savagely violated. She hurried over to help Lu Lan straighten her clothes, her voice catching with tears. "Sister, did that animal lay hands on you?" "No, no. Shuame, don't imagine things. He didn't touch me." "If he didn't touch you, then what's with your clothes? Did he use Shaoling to threaten you?" "I knew it. He just had to have this room. Also, he could do this kind of filthy thing." Lu Lan stamped her feet in distress. The more she explained, the worse it sounded. Gritting her teeth, she pointed at the wet patch in the corner. "Truly nothing. He called me in only to ask who'd made that puddle." Li Shuame looked over and frowned. "Who did this?" "It's got to be Li Jitsai and his lot, deliberately disgusting us." Li Shuame still felt something was off. "Then if he was asking about that, why were you undoing your buttons?" Lu Lan froze in place, hemming and hawing for a long while, both hands wringing the hem of her clothes, and at last steeled herself and said in a small voice, I misread him. I thought he'd called me in for that, figuring as long as he gave us a bite to eat and didn't drive us out, I'd just undo them myself." That said, she turned away in shame, her back to Li Shuame, not daring to look. Li Shuame stood stunned. Her sister-in-law had undone her own buttons? How could that be? Her sister-in-law was normally such a proper person, uneasy even exchanging an extra word with the village men. How could she possibly disrobe of her own accord in front of a deadbeat? Something suddenly lurched in her heart, a feeling she couldn't put a name to. Li Shuame's mind raced, and the more she thought, the more certain she became that it had to be that bastard Chun Feng's coercion. He'd used some gutter trick to threaten her sister-in-law, and to protect herself and Shaoling she'd had no choice but to say this. That animal had not only taken her, and now he wouldn't spare her sister-in-law either. Just as the atmosphere in the west room grew oppressive to the extreme, a clamor suddenly came from outside the yard. "Brother Feng, it really wasn't me." It was Li Jiming's voice, laced with sobs and terror. The courtyard gate was shoved open, and my cursing thundered. "Quit the babble. Get in there." I'd just been following the dirt path toward the Li house, and at the mouth of the lane I'd caught sight of Li Jiming. Perfect, I'd had nowhere to vent. I dragged him along the whole way. He clung hard to the doorframe, refusing to go in. I planted a kick on his backside and shoved the main room door open. Li Shuame and Lu Lan jumped in fright and hurried to shield Shaoling behind them. They saw me, my face dark, gripping Li Jiming by the back of the collar and dragging him into the west room like a dead dog. I hauled him over in front of that puddle of urine in the corner. "Fetch some water." I gave the order with a turn of my head. This time Li Shuame was surprisingly obedient, not a word of objection, turning to go to the outer room, break the ice in the water vat, ladle out half a basin, and carry it in. I glanced at Shaoling, huddled behind Lu Lan and shaking with fright. "Take Shaoling outside for a walk." This scene was not one for a 4-year-old to watch. Lu Lan hurriedly scooped up Shaoling, took Li Shuame by the hand, and went out, pulling the door shut. The room was left with only me and Li Jiming. "Brother Feng, it really wasn't me. It was my brother. It was that bastard Li Jitsai's doing. He was jealous you took this house, and pissed on the sly while we were moving things. I even tried to talk him out of it." To save his own skin, Li Jiming sold his own brother out clean without a moment's hesitation. "You think I care which of you pissed? Right now all I see is you. Your brother ran off, so this debt is yours to carry. Clean it up with snow for me, and if a trace of the smell is left, today I'll shove you head first into the latrine." Li Jiming didn't dare say half a no. He rushed into the yard, brought in handfuls of snow, and packed it over the wet patch. Snow absorbs water and covers smell. He ran back and forth 3 or 4 trips until the corner was soaked dry, then wiped it down meticulously with ice water. His hands were frozen red and swollen like radishes, his clothes all filthy, and he shook with cold. At the courtyard gate, Lu Lan held Shaoling, and Li Shuame stood beside her, watching through the open gate as Li Jiming scrambled like a dog between the snow and the main room, brought thoroughly to heel by me. not daring to let out so much as a fart. See that? Lulan leaned to Li Xuemei's ear. That's what real ability looks like. Of anyone in the village who'd dare deal with the least like this. Li Xuemei pressed her lips together and said nothing. Xuemei, sister knows you feel wronged. But look at the way of things. The mountain's snowbound. Does reasoning get you anywhere? Li Dahuai seized our house for 2 years. Did we ever win by reasoning? Lulan looked at my tall back, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Only a tough man like Fengzi can gain a footing in this village, can live through a famine. He's high-handed and crude, but he's truly got backbone. He can get meat. He can grab the house back. That beats anything. She paused, her tone turning grave. Think it through carefully. Fengzi took your body. He could well have pulled up his trousers and denied it, thrown the 3 of us out to starve. But he didn't. Not only did he keep us, he feeds us meat, and even went and offended the lease and the leader for our sake. That shows there's a line in his heart. Li Xuemei's mind was a tangle. She thought back over these past days, from the despair of being conned at first, to the fullness of eating pheasant meat, to today's forceful retaking of the house. Chen Feng was indeed a bastard, but he was also the only thing the 3 of them now had to lean on. Back when, at the end of her rope, she'd gone to him to trade for meat. The process had been humiliating, but the outcome had turned out to be right. If she hadn't gone to him, Xiaoling would have starved to death long ago. She lowered her head, and the hatred and resistance in her heart, without her noticing, had melted away by more than half. In the West Room, Li Jiming finally got it all cleaned up and stood trembling. Brother Feng, it's washed clean, not a trace of smell left. Can I go now? I glanced at the corner. It really was wiped quite clean. I turned my head with a cold sneer. Go? How about I take a piss here now, splash some water to rinse it, and you do it all again? Li Jiming was choked into silence, cursing Li Jicai's whole ancestry in his heart. Damn you. You've ruined me good. Get out. In the yard, Lulan and Li Xuemei made way. Fengzi, where are you off to now? You all get the Kong fired up at home. Cut half a caddy of hare meat and stew a soup. Wait for me to come back. That said, I headed out, Li Jiming following behind with his head down, too ashamed to face anyone. Lulan watched my retreating figure, her eyes shining. Xuemei, let's go back and make dinner. Mustn't let Fengzi go hungry. The dirt road through the village was buried thick under snow. Li Jiming walked in front, cradling the filthy mud he'd just scraped from the corner, the leavings of his own brother. His hands were frozen red and swollen, all 10 fingers long past feeling. Yet he didn't dare even shift his grip, with me 2 steps behind, saying nothing, not hurrying him. Luckily, the cold had every household hunkered down for winter, and there wasn't a ghost in sight on the road. At the mud house. Knock. Li Jiming had no free hand, so he lifted a foot and kicked the door twice. Who is it? In a hurry to your own funeral? Came Li Jicai's cursing voice from inside. It's me. Li Jiming had nowhere to put his anger. The door pulled open a crack, and Li Jicai poked half his head out. Where'd you run off to? Dad's still looking for. The words jammed in his throat. He first took in his own brother's bedraggled state, covered in mud and water, cradling a lump of foul-smelling black muck, then lifted his gaze, straight into the half-smiling me standing behind. Run. That was the only thought in his head. He abruptly recoiled to shut the door. How could I let him have his way? My right leg shot out and kicked the door panel. With a thunderous bang, the door slammed into Li Jicai's shoulder, and he staggered back 2 steps and dropped onto his backside in the mud. I strode into the house. What do you want? This is my house. He scrambled backward on all 4s, his voice shaking to pieces. I closed in 2 steps and grabbed his collar, hauling him up like lifting a chick. He thrashed desperately to grab my arm. My right hand gave a twist that throttled his breath, while my left knee jerked up sharply, landing precisely on his belly. Ugh! He bent like a boiled shrimp, clutching his stomach, unable to make a sound. With the momentum, I flung him to Li Jiming's feet. Dad! Mom! Help! Catching his breath, he sprawled on the ground and squealed like a pig at slaughter. The inner room door was pushed open, and Li Dahuai and Wang Hohat came rushing out in a fluster, not even properly shod. Oh, heavens above! The instant Wang Hohat saw her elder son rolling on the floor and her younger son covered in mud, she slapped her thighs and wailed dryly. rushing forward to help Li Jizai, and I blocked her in one step. Chen Feng, robbing the house wasn't enough. Now you've beaten your way to our door. She pointed at my nose and cursed. Chen Feng, we cleared the house out for you. You're still not letting go? Push me too far, and I'll go to the commune and report you. Li Dahuai demanded, forcing down his fear. I didn't spare the old couple so much as a straight glance, turning instead to Li Jiming. Open your hands. Li Jiming shivered and, not daring to hesitate, thrust both hands forward. That lump of black muck, mixed with dirty water and snow melt, was presented whole before everyone, the rank stench spreading swiftly through the cramped main room. What in blazes is that? Li Dahuai stared at the thing in his younger son's hands, his face full of bewilderment. I paid him no mind, bent down to grab Li Jizai by the back of the head, and dragged him over in front of Li Jiming. Don't you like pissing in other people's houses? You clean up the filth you make yourself? That's the rule. Li Jizai understood in an instant and was scared out of his wits, craning his neck back desperately and clawing at my wrist. I was wrong. Brother Feng, I'll never dare again. Dad, save me. Li Dahuai came to his senses, went frantic, and tried to pull me off. Chen Feng, killing a man does no more than nod his head to the ground. Don't go too far. I whipped my head around, my glare like a knife scraping his face. Stay put. Those two words alone nailed Li Dahuai to the spot, his legs as if filled with lead, unable to take another step. I put force into my wrist and pressed Li Jizai's face solidly down onto that lump of muck, scrubbing it back and forth a couple of times. His open mouth got smeared with dirt and grit, his insides churning on the spot, and bracing against the floor he retched it all up, the sour reek mingling with the urine stink and filling the main room. Cough, cough, ugh. He vomited as if his heart would tear out, tears and snot smeared across his face. Li Jiming cowered in the corner with his head in his arms, not daring even to glance at his own brother, terrified he'd be next. Watching his elder son in such a sorry state, Li Dahuai shook all over with rage and raised a hand to point at me. You're going too far, bullying us like this. I glared hard at him. That surge of murderous air sent a chill into his heart. The finger raised in midair trembled, and he hurried to lower it. I'm going too far. Anger drove me to laughter. This fine son of yours runs to my house to take a piss, and I have him clean it back up himself. That's only right and proper under heaven. How does it become me bullying people? Out of your mouth. Li Dahuai was choked, his old face flushing crimson, unable to squeeze out a word for the longest while. He was in the wrong. Knowing his son's character, he was sure I wasn't lying. It was just that this living king of hell pulling such a stunt was supremely humiliating. Even if you're disciplining him, a beating would do. This is taking his life. Wang Hohat slapped her thighs and wailed dryly. A beating? I'd dirty my hands. I sneered coldly. Since you least like to play gutter tricks, then I'll play it out with you to the end. I turned to look at the east room. That was the old couple Li Dahuai and Wang Hohat's quarters, and headed straight for it. Li Dahuai's heart gave a lurch, and he hurried to take a big stride and fling his arms wide, blocking the doorway. This is my house. Don't you go running wild. I paid him no mind, walked up to him, and shouldered him aside. How could that old frame withstand it? He was knocked into a stagger sideways, his back slamming hard into the mud wall. I stepped into the east room. On the Kong were folded two quilts, patch upon patch. I pushed the quilts aside. Mustn't be too merciless. Climbed onto the Kong and laid both hands on my waistband. Li Dahuai poked his head in for a look, sucked in a cold breath, and finally understood what I meant to do. Chen Feng, you dare. His eyes went bloodshot, and he snatched up the wooden bar from the corner that braced the door. If you dare run wild in this house today, I'll stake this old life of mine and go down together with you. Wang Hohat too snatched up a rusty cleaver from the outer room and stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Dahuai blocking the doorway, the old couple one brandishing a bar, one a blade, shaking all over with rage. The commotion was too loud and had long since alarmed the neighbors on every side. With the mountains snowbound, the villagers were bored stiff, and at the word of some excitement at the least, they threw on ragged padded jackets and crowded over. Granny Zhou ran the fastest. She'd taken a set of hair awful off me, and now was just the moment to perform. The crowd swarmed into the main room. Everyone poked their heads in for a look and sucked in a cold breath. On the floor, Li Jitsai, his face all black muck, vomited until his eyes rolled back. In the corner, Li Jiming cowered and trembled like a quail. At the east room doorway, the old couple held bar and blade in a do-or-die stance, and I stood at the edge of the Kong with my hands on my waistband. I hadn't really pissed. The people had all gathered, and the moment to lay down the rules had arrived too. I buttoned my waistband, turned around, and swept my gaze over the roomful of people. Today, in front of everybody, let me lay it out plain. My voice wasn't loud, yet the room was dead quiet. Li Jitsai, while moving things, ran to my new house to take a piss and disgust me. Everyone present has smelled it. That lump in his own brother's hands is the proof. The crowd's eyes fell in unison on the lump of muck in Li Jiming's hands, then on Li Jitsai retching his guts out, and they grasped it 7, 8 parts at once, a buzz of talk rising up. The Lees have handled this far too shabbily. Granny Zhou was the first to open her throat. They'd barely returned an orphan and a widow's house, and turned right around to piss in the man's place. Is that something a human being does? Several women beside her chimed in. Li Daoai's old face flushed liver purple. He prized face above all, and now, having his backbone publicly poked at, it was worse than taking a beating. I had him clean it back up himself, didn't hit him any extra. That's already sparing the Li family some face. I fixed my eyes on Li Daoai. Today I'll lay the rule down right here. Whoever dares come to my door and play this kind of gutter trick again, don't blame me for being rough. Let everyone here bear witness. Fengzi, things can be talked out. Li Daoai's throat went dry, the wooden bar in his hand lowering without his noticing. This was Jitsai being out of line. Let's talk it over. Wang Hohat held the cleaver up and had meant to throw a tantrum still, but seeing her own old man cave first, and then the roomful of neighbors crowded around pointing and whispering, she forced the curse on the tip of her tongue back down. This was exactly what I was after. Witnesses all in place, the rule laid down, far more useful than really taking a piss. Put the knife down. I gave Wang Hohat a cold look. The Lees are the ones who struck first. It was Li Jitsai who went and pissed in my house to begin with. What I'm doing is paying a man back in his own coin. If you dare take a blade to me, then the nature of it changes entirely. In front of this many people, weigh it carefully. Swept by that glare, Wang Hohat's feet hesitated. Li Daoai snapped to, flung away the wooden bar, and clung tight to the old woman's waist, dragging her back. Have you lost your mind? Put the knife down quick. There's no living this life anymore. Wang Hohat struggled, slashing the cleaver about wildly. Haven't you disgraced us enough? Li Daoai dropped his voice and cursed through gritted teeth in her ear. You cut him, and our whole family goes to the lockup. Jitsai's rotten deed was watched by the whole village. Chalk this one up as our loss. The moment the words "go to the lockup" came out, the strength in Wang Hohat's hand drained away by half, the cleaver clattering to the floor, and she plopped down on the threshold and bawled. I jumped down off the Kong, clapped my hands, and swaggered out. Li Daoai, blocking the doorway, hurried to pull her aside and make a path, not daring to let out so much as a fart. The villagers in the main room scattered to both sides with a whoosh. Everyone's eyes on me had completely changed. Before they'd taken me for nothing but an idle deadbeat, and only now did they know I was a living king of hell not to be crossed. The Lees counted as numerous and strong in the village, and today, brought thoroughly to heel by me single-handed. Not one had dared fight back. I walked out of the yard without a sideways glance. As I passed a widow, she leaned toward me on purpose and dropped her voice to strike up a word. Fengzi, quite the temper on you. I paid her no mind and walked straight out of the Li family yard. At a juncture like this, no one dared court bad luck with me. I've got water boiling on the stove at home. Granny Zhou was the first to make an excuse and slip off. Several women and men hurried to take the out and beat a fast retreat, greasing their heels and bolting. In under half a minute, the Li main room that had been packed to bursting emptied clean. The main room sank back into dead silence. Li Jitsai still sprawled on the floor retching up sour water, and Li Jiming cowered in the corner with his head in his arms, not daring to breathe loud. Li Daoai looked at his elder son, an evil fire shooting straight to his skull, and snatched up that wooden door bar from the floor. Old man, what are you doing? Wang Hohat hadn't come around yet. Today I'm going to beat this troublemaking beast to death. Li Dahuai swung his arm wide and brought it down hard on Li Jitsai's back. Thud, thud, thud. Dad, stop hitting me. It hurts. I told you 1,000 times, warned you over and over, to leave that madman alone. And you just had to go piss in his house. You've disgraced the Li family name through and through. Li Jitsai jerked his head up and roared at him, his face all mud and water. If you've got all this temper, why didn't you hit that madman just now? He pissed on your Kong, and you didn't dare let out a fart. Now what are you venting on me for? The words jabbed Li Dahuai right in his windpipe. His old face flushed purple-red, and another blow of the bar came down. The Nuchin family yard. In the outer room, the stove pit flames licked the bottom of the pot. The smell of hair, meat boring up the nose along with the heat. Lu Lan stood by the cooking platform holding a gourd ladle, lost in a daze, her head full of that scene in the West Room. She'd undone her own buttons clean and shut her eyes to wait, and in the end the man had only asked who'd made the puddle in the corner. Mortifying, utterly mortifying. But beyond the mortification, there was a feeling in her heart she couldn't name. He'd pinched her chin and said something then, offering herself for the pillow mat, and she, barely literate, didn't know the phrase, but it sounded like the business between man and woman sung of in the old opera scripts. This Fengzi, normally so crude to look at, how did he come to toss off fancy words? Sister, it's time to add the salt. Li Shuamei had called several times. Lu Lan's hand jerked before she came to, and she fumbled a pinch of salt out of the earthen jar and scattered it into the pot, gave it a couple of stirs, then turned to Li Shuamei and said in a low, very earnest voice, Shuamei, if you really can't bear to wait on Fengzi, then let sister do it instead. Smack. The ladle in Li Shuamei's hand dropped to the floor. Sister, what nonsense are you talking? Lu Lan sighed. These past days I've seen it clearly. Fengzi should be a man who listens to reason. Sister's a widow. My reputation stopped mattering long ago. As long as I can keep you and Xiaoling safe, sister will do anything. No, absolutely not. Sister, have you gone mad? Just then a knock came at the door. Open up. Lu Lan slid the bar back, and I came in carrying a chill. Fengzi, all settled over at the lease? All settled. I walked to the cooking platform to warm myself by the fire. Is it ready? I'm hungry. Dinner was eaten in quiet. Tonight's added dish was a caddy of hare meat stewed. I ate half a caddy and drank 2 bowls of soup, and the 3 of them split the remaining minced meat and broth. Far better than before. For people had shared half a caddy. Now they were well content. After the meal, I went back to the East Room. In the outer room, Li Shuamei washed the dishes by the firelight, turned to glance at the East Room's tightly shut door, and grabbed Lu Lan's arm. Sister, whatever you do, don't do anything foolish. Lu Lan stopped her hands. Shuamei, sister truly aches for you. But your temper's too fierce, and Fengzi's the kind you have to stroke with the grain. The 2 of you butting heads day after day, you'll come off the worse sooner or later. Even if I come off the worse, I accept it. Li Shuamei's tears welled in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. My body's long since unclean. For your sakes I don't care. But sister mustn't. You were my brother's lawful wedded wife, and Xiaoling still has to call you mother. I can't throw you in too. If you really went, I couldn't face my brother even in death. Lu Lan's heart ached unbearably, and she clasped her reddened, frozen hand in return. Shuamei, you've grown up. Since you accept it, don't go acting rashly from here on. Li Shuamei wiped her tears and gave a soft The night deepened, and Kaoshan village was left with only the north wind howling. The East Room's fire Kong burned good and hot. I stashed the leftover meat well, lest someone steal it, and sat at the edge of the Kong warming myself and turning things over. Today's business had gone satisfyingly. That Li Bunch had been brought thoroughly to heel. I glanced at Li Shuamei huddled at the far end of the Kong. She didn't have so much as a quilt on her, her back to me, her breathing ragged, clearly not asleep at all. With the meager conditions at home, the night was gotten through entirely on 2 people huddling close for warmth. I said nothing much, just drew her a bit closer to me. Her body stiffened for a moment, and after a few seconds she did, in the end, slowly inch over, her back against me. There was only this little bit of warmth in the room. No one could do without anyone else. The West Room was black enough that you couldn't see your own hand. Lu Lan lay under that one and only ragged quilt, the sleeping Xiaoling gathered in her arms. The room had just been won back. Though the corner had been wiped clean, she kept feeling a rank reek still working its way up her nose, refusing to disperse. Outside, the north wind came in gust after gust, blowing without end. Lulan lay with her eyes shut, her palms slick with sweat, and against her will the sight of me by day surfaced in her mind, along with that moment in the west room when I'd pinched her chin and said those words. She felt a restless heat all over, like a ball of fire burning in the cracks of her bones, a feeling that hadn't surfaced in the 3 years since her husband died. She raised a hand and slapped herself hard across the face. Lulan, are you even human? Xiaomei is suffering in your place, and here you are thinking such things. Can you face your dead husband? Can you face that sister Xiaomei calls you? But the more she suppressed it, the stronger that thought grew. Xiaoling stirred in her arms and opened her eyes drowsily. Mama, what's that noise from Auntie's room? Lulan's heart leapt straight to her throat, and she hurried to cover the child's ears, her voice trembling. It's nothing. That's Uncle Feng helping Auntie press her bones to cure an ailment. Sleep now, don't listen. Xiaoling nodded obediently and burrowed into her arms. Mama, then Uncle Feng's a really good person, even helping Auntie cure her ailment. It'd be nice if he pressed yours too, Mama. Then you wouldn't be so tired. Listening to her daughter's innocent words, Lulan swallowed her saliva. What a sin, truly. Sleep now, Xiaoling. She finally coaxed Xiaoling to sleep, but couldn't close her own eyes anymore. The wind outside blew on, with no sign of stopping. In her heart, she only turned over and over her ache for her young sister-in-law. If it were possible, sister would willingly bear this suffering in your place. At daybreak, on the west room's earthen Kong, Lulan lay with her eyes open, staring blankly at the roof, her eyes bloodshot and ringed with dark circles. She hadn't slept a wink all night. She climbed down off the Kong gingerly, went to the cooking platform to ladle water, strike the fire, and pull the bellows. I'd given word last night that I'd be going into the mountains this morning, so she heated up the remaining half bowl of meat broth for the man of the house to drink. The east room door creaked open, and I came out with a big stretch, my joints cracking. Full of vigor. Soup's heated. Ready. Lulan handed the bowl over. I tipped my head back and gulped down a few mouthfuls, leaving half. Phew, that hits the spot. I turned to look at her and raised an eyebrow. What's with your eyes? Didn't sleep well last night? The west room drafty. Lulan's face flushed scarlet in a flash. She could hardly say she'd been too restless with heat to sleep. It's just the new bed. I tossed and turned and couldn't settle. I didn't think much of it, picked up the hunting bow and tested the string, tucked away the slingshot, and hefted the gunny sack. I'm off to the mountains. Lulan saw me out the door before closing it, then walked to the cooking platform, looked at that bowl of leftover meat broth, swallowed her saliva, and slowly lifted it to take a sip. Life had finally taken on a bit of something to look forward to. She couldn't tell whether her heart felt warm or in a tangle. I'd not gone far out of the yard when I ran head-on into Zhou, shivering with cold. Frozen here half the night? Not for long. Brother Feng, those few tricks you taught me work. What did you turn up? Give me the important parts. Zhou leaned in half a step and lowered his voice. I lay at the foot of the back wall of Zhao Fuliang's place half the night. He's got a hard piece of hardware in there. My movement stalled. A gun, right? An old-style powder hunting gun, single-barreled, the kind that fires iron shot. I frowned slightly. A homemade piece like that was somewhat beneath a brigade leader's standing, but having one beat having none. The beasts in the mountains were fiercer than men. My hunting bow was passable for pheasants and small roe deer, but against a real wild boar or wolf, the stopping power just wouldn't cut it. With a homemade gun, I'd have ample security going into the deep mountains, could take down big game, enough to eat for a good long while. You heard it right. Dead right. Last night Zhao Yuhua was griping that eating pickled cabbage every day with no grease was no good and clamoring to take the gun into the mountains to hunt for meat. Zhao Fuliang cursed him out, said with no skill, what was he going to hunt with? True enough, going into the mountains with no skill, you could lose your life even with a good gun. Did you make out where the gun's hidden? Zhou scratched his head. Didn't catch it clearly. Zhao Fuliang's got a heavy guard up, won't even let his son touch it. I'd reckon it's in a storage chest in his east room or in the cellar. I said nothing. By rights, just a homemade piece. Why such a big to-do over it? Could it be there was a good gun? Or were guns so scarce in this village it came to this? A village that leans on the mountain. How does it eat off the mountain with no gun? Yet by the original's memory, there really didn't seem to be many guns about. Brother Phone, what do we do? How about I slip into his cellar tonight and take a look? You tired of living? I shot him a glance. Zhao Fuliang's courtyard wall is a head taller than everyone else's. With a build like yours, if you got caught climbing over, they'd slap a charge of stealing collective property on you outright. Beaten to death on the spot, and no one would care. You leave this be. I've got it figured. Your next task is to keep an eye on Zhao Yuhua for me. Watch him, right? I clapped his shoulder. The man handled things decently enough. Can you still walk? I can. Then come up the mountain with me to gather firewood, and we'll scrounge up something to eat while we're at it. Right away. Zhou Heng trotted along eagerly. Whatever I told him to do, he was willing. I'd saved his life. In the Li family yard, Xiaoling was still asleep in the west room, and Xuemei made no sound in the east room. As if possessed, Lu Lan turned the bowl a half circle, shut her eyes, and sipped the leftover meat broth in small mouthfuls, the warmth sliding down her throat into the pit of her heart. Lu Lan, oh Lu Lan, you've truly gone out of your mind. She cursed herself silently, her cheeks burning fiercely, yet unwilling to set the bowl down. A rustle of dressing came from the east room. Lu Lan hurriedly set down the bowl, drew a deep breath, and carried the broth over to knock. Xuemei. The door opened, and she saw Li Xuemei's face. Lu Lan froze. Her face was flushed deep, her voice hoarse too. Why's your face so red? Are you running a fever? She reached out to feel her forehead. Li Xuemei shrank back as if pricked by a needle. No, no fever. Lu Lan's hand stalled in midair, and looking at the bare Kong with no quilt on it, she felt a pang of sorrow. She pushed the broth forward. Drink it while it's hot. Fengzi left it for us. At the two words, Fengzi, Li Xuemei's body noticeably stiffened. She stared at the bowl a moment, then took it and drank in small sips, drinking only a third. You're run down, drink more. Save it for you and Xiaoling, a little each. The words wrung Lu Lan's heart. Everything her young sister-in-law did was for the two of them, mother and daughter. Last night. I'm sorry you had to suffer that. Li Xuemei shook her head slightly, opened her mouth, and shut it again. After a moment she mumbled, hemming and hawing. I need to relieve myself. Help me up. Aching with both shame and pity, Lu Lan hurried to steady her. Come, I'll help you. I led Zhou Heng deep into the mountains. Brother Foam, can you really bag anything going into the mountains in this heavy snow? Zhou Heng's voice carried a tremor. Brawn alone makes you a beast of burden. Going into the mountains, you've got to use your head. I didn't look back. Live game that doesn't look for food will starve to death. So long as they move, they leave prints. After walking a stretch, I suddenly stopped and pressed a hand down. Zhou Heng instantly held his breath and froze. I fished the slingshot from my coat, loaded a pebble, and aimed at a sparrow on a branch ahead and to the side, neck pulled in for warmth. Thwip! The sparrow toppled without so much as a cry. You can hit it from that far? Zhou Heng's eyes went wide. Go on, fetch it back. Zhou Heng ran over and came back with the sparrow in hand, his face full of worship. Right in the head. It was this very thing that had saved his life that day. For the next hour, I took Zhou Heng roaming the woods, gathering firewood while tracking game. With a lead on the gun and this runner informant in hand, this winter could be gotten through from here on. As I walked, I taught Zhou Heng the basics. See these prints in the snow? Three-pronged tips, left by a pheasant, headed that way. This bark gnawed in a ring. That's a hare's doing. Hares are crafty. They burrow into the brush, never take the usual roads. Zhou Heng listened in a daze. He'd been into the mountains before, but had never noticed there were so many tricks to the snow. My luck was good. In an hour, I brought down 3 more sparrows. Zhou Heng, gathering them behind me, couldn't keep his mouth shut. Brother Foam, our luck's just too good. Bagging this many every day. What's there to worry about going hungry? Normally, when he went into the mountains, it was for tree bark. He'd never dreamed of eating meat. Hunting goes by heaven's will. On a bad luck day, you can roam the mountains all day and not see a single bird feather. An hour on, reaching the foot of a slope, I suddenly crouched. Shoo! 20 meters ahead, beneath an old elm, a gray-brown bird was scratching for food in the snow, round and plump, with a small crest on its head. Sand grouse. Zhou Heng's voice was shaking. Thick meat, one's worth several sparrows. I'd already drawn the slingshot, waiting for the instant it ducked its head to scratch hard. Thwip! The pebble struck its neck dead on. After roaming another 2 hours, that was about enough. I checked the sky. Hengzi, you head down first and bundle the firewood. I'll roam around a bit. Alone, I studied the prints in the snow, my eye drawn to a string of claw prints. A bird's, but bigger than a sand grouse's, a bit too blurred to make out what it was. Birds are creatures of habit. This one would come again. I noted it first. Down the slope, I rejoined Zhou Hong. The firewood lashed to a sled, and we hurried for the village. Just past the village mouth, I saw several old men crouched under a big tree, basking in the sun. Well now, off into the mountains hauling firewood again. Snowbound as it is. Only a young buck like you has that kind of brawn. A gap-toothed old man swept his cloudy eyes over the sled. It wasn't a kind word. The winter firewood was long since laid in. He was calling me lazy in a roundabout way. I paid no mind and walked on. A muttering came from the cluster of women. See that? It was him last night. Li Jitsai's mouth was all piss mud. This Fengzi's got real backbone too. Took the 2 Li brothers in hand single-handed. Granny Zhou came back and chattered about it half the night. Said the young fellow looks thin, but he's actually sturdy as an ox calf. This bunch, dizzy with hunger and still with the mind to chew over this trifling business. Zhou Hong, hearing it clearly behind me, held his spine even straighter, following me. Even his walk had a swagger. At the courtyard gate, without my telling him, Zhou Heng neatly stacked the big bundle of firewood into the shed. I watched, fairly satisfied. Know your place, work hard, provide value, and I feed you. Take these. I gave him the 2 sparrows. Zhou Heng cupped them and handed one back. One lasts me a day. When I give them to you, take them. Run with me, and there won't be plenty, but you won't starve to death either. Thanks, Brother Foam. He dragged off a small bundle of firewood and left. I turned and went inside. Lu Lan had opened the door ahead of me. Fengzi, you're back. She helped me take my gear and put it away, fussing over me with warm concern. This woman knew how to keep house. Could work. Not bad. A little potato-shaped figure came over cupping a bowl, steam rising from it. Uncle Foam, have some hot water to warm yourself. Saying it, Xiaoling looked toward her mother. I took the bowl and stroked her head. Xiaoling's such a good girl. This gesture was clearly something Lu Lan had taught. I shot Lu Lan a glance. Sister, you've done very well. Lu Lan's pupils contracted, already guilty under my gaze, her face near enough to melting. Was he praising me for teaching the child well? Or, the instant the thought came, she didn't dare so much as look at me. I didn't think that much of it and handed the bowl back to Xiaoling. Go play with your mother. I tossed the sand grouse and the sparrows onto the cooking platform. Tonight we eat just these 2. Chop them up, add plenty of water, boil them into a minced meat soup. Go easy on those 2 hares. Who knows whether I'll bag anything next time. Lu Lan worked briskly, and before long had them minced and in the pot. I tinkered with my gear off to the side, getting ready for the hunt. The meaty fragrance worked its way through the door crack into the room. A while later, 4 bowls of meat soup sat on the Kong table in the West Room. Auntie, what's wrong with your leg? Does it still hurt? Xiaoling fixed her big eyes, blinking, on Li Shuamei. Li Shuamei's body stiffened, her face flushing crimson in an instant, and she hemmed and hawed. Lu Lan gave an awkward couple of coughs too. Last night I heard Auntie keep crying out that it hurt, and Mama said that was Uncle Feng pressing Auntie's bones to cure an ailment. Xiaoling's face was all seriousness. The room went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Li Shuamei shot Lu Lan a glare of shamed fury. Lu Lan wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Back then, with no way around Xiaoling's questions, she blurted out that nonsense off the cuff, never imagining the child would remember it and air it out in front of everyone. Eat up. I lifted my bowl and drank slowly. Hot soup hitting the belly was truly comforting. Lu Lan and Li Shuamei started in 2, holding each mouthful of soup a long while, loath to swallow. Xiaoling licked the bottom of her bowl spotless. Fengzi, have another bowl. I waved a hand. Save it. There's tomorrow morning to drink too. Called meat soup, it was only water with a bit of minced meat and a hint of meaty flavor, but it beat plain boiled water. I climbed off the Kong and turned to Li Shuamei. Soon as you've eaten, get back to the room. After dinner, the sky went fully dark. To save kerosene, every household put out the lamps early and burrowed under the quilts. In the west room, Xiaoling sidled over, aching with sympathy. Mama, how about I go ask Uncle Feng to press your bones for you too? Lulan bit her lip. That was no bone pressing at all. Concocting that kind of excuse last night. Wasn't that digging a pit for herself? Xiaoling, you absolutely must not go bothering Uncle Feng. He works so hard hunting in the mountains. She had no choice but to use a second lie to cover the first. Oh, then Mama, I'll press yours. Xiaoling climbed on top of her and pressed her shoulders. Lulan heaved a long sigh, not knowing whether next door tonight would be or not. In the east room, I took off my coat and lay at the head of the Kong. The Kong was fired good and hot, baking my back warm. Before long, Li Shuamei limped in, pushed the door open, moving very softly, and crawled onto the Kong in the dark to huddle at the far end. Tonight, was she going to be bullied again? I reached out and circled her waist, drawing her into my arms with a tug. Her heart pounded like a war drum, and she instinctively meant to struggle, but after 2 tugs she couldn't break free and gradually went still. There was no quilt in the room. The two of us pressed close, drawing on each other's body heat for warmth. She shut her eyes, already braced to be put through a whole night of it. Come on, then, for Xiaoling, for sister, what was a little grievance like this? But she waited a good while, and what she'd expected never came. I only held her like that, my breathing gradually evening out, deep and slow. These 2 days had been too exhausting. I wanted a good night's sleep. This sudden calm left Li Shuamei a little disoriented. She opened her eyes, her heart in a tangle. What kind of man was this exactly? Call him bad, and he'd taken her by force and was always fierce. Call him good, and he could get meat and grain in a famine. Keep her sister-in-law and Xiaoling from starving. Even leave the family's only quilt to them. After a long while, sure I was deeply asleep, she screwed up her courage and, by the faint snow light through the window, studied my face. Well defined, the bridge of the nose straight. Not raving and not throwing his weight around. He was actually quite good-looking, with far more spirit and vigor than the sallow-faced young fellows in the village. A strange emotion suddenly stirred in her heart. Was it hatred? It didn't seem so thick anymore. Was it fear? It didn't seem so deep anymore either. Her sister-in-law's words from that day rang again in her ears. Reasoning got you nowhere in this world. Fengzi's toughness was the way to live. She sighed, that streak of stubbornness scattering away by no small measure without her noticing, and buried her head in my chest. My embrace was warm, like a great stove. In this frozen, snowbound famine year, that warmth gave rise, against all odds, to a thread of security she'd never felt before. Without realizing it, she too sank into a deep sleep. The sky had just begun to gray when I opened my eyes. Li Shuamei lay curled in my arms, her head against my chest, still deep in sleep. I drew my hand free, and she jolted awake and shrank back, but didn't curse the way she had the past 2 days, only lowered her head and tidied her clothes. After these 2 days, she seemed to have resigned herself a good deal. I got up, climbed off the Kong, and went to the main room. Lulan stood by the cooking platform adding water. Fengzi, you're up. I heated the leftover meat broth from last night. Drink it while it's hot. I gulped it down in a few swallows. We're nearly out of salt at home, she reminded me in a small voice. You work hard. Without salt, you've no strength. I know. I left half a bowl. You're going into the mountains today, too. Mind yourself. She followed to the door to see me out, closed it, then looked at that half bowl of soup, lifted it, and lightly sipped from the spot where I'd drunk, then looked toward the east room doorway. Li Shuamei had gotten up at some point and was standing there. Lulan, like a thief caught in the act, set the bowl down in a fluster and stammered. I'll go check on Xiaoling. She fled into the west room. Li Shuamei was a bit bewildered, unable to figure out what exactly was the matter with her sister-in-law. I trudged through the deep snow toward the south mountain, an hour before I reached the woods. I didn't rush deeper, but followed yesterday's markers to that slope of wild fruit trees. The wind had covered the shallow prints, but I still found that string of strange bird claw prints under a few old elms, 3-pronged claws, tips forward and broad behind, the steps close together, meaning short legs and mostly walking on the ground. Beside the prints were snow pits scratched open, exposing withered grass and fallen leaves. I pinched up a bit of the earth, still soft, not frozen hard, meaning the bird had left not long ago or worked this patch regularly. Birds forage along fixed routes. Unspooked, it would surely come again today. I found a sheltered snow pit, packed down the loose snow, snapped off a few leafy dead branches, and stuck them out front to screen my shape, then crouched in and steadied my breathing. Hunting is a contest of patience. Whoever loses their nerve first goes hungry. After waiting roughly an hour, a faint rustle came from the brush ahead. I slowed even my breathing. 7 gray-brown birds emerged from a snow hollow, walking very slowly, glancing about warily. A bit smaller than a pheasant and far larger than a sand grouse, with a black and white patterned tail and a tuft of crest feathers on the head. I had it now. Hazel grouse, what the villagers called flying dragon. This was good stuff, a mountain delicacy once offered up in tribute to the emperor, with the saying, dragon meat of the heavens. The flesh was fine and tender, and you didn't even need seasoning to stew a soup. More crucial still, the thing was an absolutely hard currency on the black market. Normally one could fetch 2 to 4 yuan, and now it could go for 6 to 12. In those days, an ordinary worker's monthly wage was only 20 or 30 yuan. One bird was worth the better part of half a month's pay. Still, most people couldn't afford it and would sooner buy grain. I didn't rush to act, waiting for them to relax completely and bunch up before shooting. That way, even if they spooked into flight, I could see which way they fled. Very slowly, I fished out the slingshot, loaded a pebble, and aimed at the largest one, walking at the front. Thwip! Crack! Right in the head. The flying dragon pitched into the snow without even flapping. The remaining 6 spooked into flight. I didn't rush to stand up. I knew this creature's habits too well. The flying dragon had a nickname, the fool road deer of birds. Its wings were short, it couldn't fly high or far, and when startled it flew 6 meters at most before landing on a branch. What's more, it was deeply curious and not bright. After landing, it wouldn't bolt right away, but instead craned its neck to peer down, trying to figure out why its companion had suddenly toppled. Sure enough, the 6 flew off not far before landing in a big pine ahead, stretching their necks to peer down at their dead companion. I crept forward a few steps under cover of the brush, raised the bow and loaded a pebble again, and aimed at the fattest one. Thwip! Crack! The flying dragon dropped straight down. The remaining 5 spooked into flight again. I followed. They flew a dozen meters and landed in another tree. I found the angle and drew for the 3rd time. Thwip! Crack! The 3rd hit the ground. The last 4 finally sensed the danger and, flapping desperately and scrambling, vanished into the depths of the woods. I gathered up the 3 flying dragons one by one, heavy in the hand, each over half a caddy, their plumage gorgeous and sleek. I looked at them a good while, but still gave up on selling. With the mountain snowbound, getting out wasn't easy, and the time wasn't right. If I really were to sell, I'd wait till I'd stockpiled more and move it all at once. Besides, 3 together came to only 2 caddies, sold cheap. It wouldn't fetch much money, and I wasn't even sure anyone outside the village could pay a high price. I didn't bleed them, just plucked them feather and skin together, and before long all 3 were stripped clean, the white, tender flesh laid bare. I took out the iron blade, slit them open down the belly, scooped out the guts, and squeezed them clean, keeping heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. In those days, anything that could go in the mouth was life. Done processing, I stuffed them into the gunny sack, and on the way down snapped off a few dry branches and bound them into a small bundle to drag along. By dusk, before the sky had fully darkened, blue smoke rose from every household's chimney. I pushed open my own courtyard gate. In the west room, Lulan was sitting at the edge of the Kong sewing a shoe sole, her ears pricked the whole time. Hearing footsteps in the snow, she hurried to peer out through the window crack, and seeing it was me, ran out shuffling in her slippers. "Fengzi, you're back." She kept her voice down, joy threaded through it, and helped take the firewood. I handed over the gunny sack. "Take it and stew it." Lulan opened it and froze in place. "This is this flying dragon." Her voice was trembling. "Ran into them by chance." I turned and went inside. Lulan followed behind, her heart pounding. This was flying dragon, a precious thing the village's old hunters didn't come across more than a few times a year. Watching my back, her worship climbed another notch. Others couldn't lay a hand on a single bird feather going into the mountains, and he could bring back even flying dragon. The stove fire in the outer room was burning bright. Lulan chopped 2 of the flying dragons into chunks, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all going into the pot together, and kept one in the yard's icebox. Before long, a rich, meaty fragrance worked its way out through the gap in the pot lid, so overpowering it filled the whole yard. Xiaoling had caught the smell long since and ran out, clinging to the cooking platform and swallowing her saliva. "Mama, it smells so good. Go wait in the room. It'll be ready soon." I sat on the wooden block in the main room wiping the hunting bow. Lulan ladled out a brimming big basin and carried it into the west room. The 4 of us gathered around the Kong table. I ladled myself a big bowl first, then one for Xiaoling, and left the rest for Lulan and Li Xuemei to split. Xiaoling, heedless of the heat, gulped a big mouthful. "Wow, it's so good." She grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. "Uncle Feng's so amazing. Uncle Feng's meat is the tastiest." For once I smiled and lowered my head to drink the soup. This flying dragon soup really was fresh, the flesh fine and tender, far better than the stringy hair meat. Lulan sat to the side watching me and Xiaoling interact, her heart gone soft as anything. She was a woman 3 years widowed, and in those 3 years she'd taken Xiaoling and Xuemei through every kind of contempt and bullying. Yet since taking up with me, in the space of just a few days, the household had eaten hot meat, won back the house, and even the villagers had to give them a wide berth. This kind of solid footing she hadn't tasted in 3 years. That face of mine, that set of skills, had given this family hot meat to eat and a roomy house to live in these past days. Lulan watched me, unable to say whether what was in her heart was steadiness or something else, and hurried to duck her head and feign drinking soup to cover it. She'd held this household up alone these 3 years, too exhausting. Her late husband had been an honest man, and bullied by Li Daihua he'd only ever say, "Bear it and it'll pass." I was different. I didn't reason, I was tough, but I could protect my own. The more she thought, the more she felt that following a hard man like this was the only way for the 3 of them to live. Li Xuemei sat at the far end of the Kong silently drinking her soup, for flavors warring in her heart. Just 2 days ago she'd wanted nothing more than to stab me dead with a knife, and now she found, to her surprise, that she didn't dislike me so much anymore. And besides, did she even have the standing to dislike me? When Lulan finished clearing the bowls and chopsticks and lifted the pot lid, at the bottom she deliberately left a bowl of flying dragon soup for me. I went into the mountains before dawn every day. Without something hot in my belly, I couldn't hold up. She'd noticed too that every time I lifted my bowl I left half, never saying who it was for, but in her heart it was clear as a mirror. A big man like me, 1 bowl of soup wasn't enough to fill a gap in my teeth. This was leaving a bite of food for the 3 of them in a roundabout way. This man's mouth could choke you to death, but his heart was honest. That night in the East Room, I gathered Li Xuemei into my arms. These few days she no longer cursed and struggled like the first 2. Her body tensed for a moment, but in the end she still leaned in. There was no quilt in the room. The 2 pressed close for warmth. In my arms, she gradually relaxed. Over these few days, she'd found, to her surprise, that she was starting to get used to having someone beside her who could block the wind. In the West Room, Lulan lay under that thin quilt tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her head full of that hard edge of mine and that line. "Sister, you've done very well." She pressed a hand to her chest and thought again of secretly drinking from the rim of the bowl where I'd drunk that day, her face burning fiercely. The thought, like grass taking root, couldn't be pushed down, and she slapped herself across the face. "That's your sister's husband's, Lulan, have you no shame?" But she so badly wanted a shoulder she could lean on. Just then, a jumble of footsteps in the snow came from outside the yard, and the wooden gate was pounded earth-shakingly. "Chen Feng, open up." It was Zhao Yuhua, brigade leader Zhao Fuliang's idle younger son. Up in the mountains by day, this punk had tried to rob me of my game and been flipped into a snowbank by me. Now he couldn't swallow that grudge and had come to my door. I rolled off the Kong and went out. The West Room door creaked open, and Lulan poked half her body out, her face full of tension. It's nothing to do with you. Go back to bed. I pulled open the courtyard gate. Zhao Yuhua was raising his hand to pound, and with the gate open, he nearly pitched forward, knocking on a man's door in the dead of night. Looking for trouble? I cut in straight off. That day you dared lay hands on me. Today I've come to settle accounts with you. He craned his neck stiff, but for all his having grown used to throwing his weight around on the strength of his father being brigade leader, he instinctively backed off half a step. He'd caught a bit of the gossip going around the village these 2 days. His expression shifted. That bulging thing last time, was it really game? Did this punk really have the skill to hunt? All right, hankering for meat, is that it? I cut him off. Who's hankering for meat? My family's got grain to spare. I made as if to shut the gate. Hey. He got anxious and gave me a tug. Can you really bag game? Wanting to eat meat is actually simple. You just need a gun. Zhao Yuhua froze. A gun? After talking a good while, I shut the courtyard gate. The punk was no fool, but he had a few weak spots. Greedy for money, vain about face, superstitious. Given a chance, I'd have to string him along, work up a no-gun, no-go situation, then put Granny Zhou's mouth to use. Getting that gun would be best of all, one more safeguard going up the mountain, and one more chance at bagging big game. I went back to the east room and scooped Li Xuemei into my arms. Her skill at feigning sleep was too poor. I laid a cold hand on her belly, and she sucked in a sharp breath and flinched, unable to keep up the act. Your hand's cold. Cold is exactly why I need you to warm it. There was only this little bit of warmth in the room. The two of us huddling close was the only way to get through. The next day, when the sky had just begun to gray, I opened my eyes right on time. Li Xuemei in my arms was deep in sleep, a faint flush on her face. I dressed quietly and climbed down. In the main room, Lu Lan was already busy at the cooking platform, having today specially combed her hair neat and tidy. Fengzi, you're up. I heated the flying dragon soup in the pot. I took the bowl and drank half. She instinctively reached to take it, her hand resting on the back of mine, her pupils contracting sharply, and she hurried to duck her head and pull her hand back, her face flushed. I went to push the main room door, and the moment I cracked it open, the wind drove big snowflakes in. The snow on the ground was already half a knee deep. The door took several times more force to open than last night. Fengzi, maybe don't go. It snowed terribly hard last night, and it's still coming down. Lu Lan was a bit worried. I'll go out and have a look first. I stepped out of the yard. She followed a few steps to see me off, hoping in her heart that I wouldn't go up the mountain today and would stay home. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, she sighed, drank a little hot soup, and called Li Xuemei up to shovel snow in the yard together. Xiaoling played at building a snowman in the yard. Half an hour later, I came back. The snow out there's just too heavy, so I came back. Just as well not to go, call it a rest. Lu Lan let out a breath of relief and sighed. Li Xuemei tightened her grip on the snow shovel, hesitated a few seconds. I'll pour you a bowl of hot water. She went inside first, poured a bowl of hot water, and set it on the cooking platform. The gesture was a bit abrupt, even deliberate, but for her to go this far was no small thing. I lifted the bowl and drank a few mouthfuls, my body warming considerably. Xiaoling ran to the doorway and called me. Uncle Feng, can you build a snowman with me? Sure, of course I can. My mood was excellent today. The heavy snow fell 3 days and 3 nights straight, and Kaoshan village was utterly buried under white, the deepest drifts past the upper thigh. For these 3 days the village was frighteningly still, no one going out, not even a dog's bark. The bit of grain ration handed out in the fall had been pitifully meager to begin with, and once the heavy snow sealed the mountains, even the hope of going into the woods to dig grass roots and tree bark was gone. 2 meals a day of cornmeal gruel, so thin you could see your reflection in it. The whole of Kaoshan village was shrouded in the terror of hunger. But my household, of all of them, was the exception. For these 3 days that battered chimney of mine smoked blue every day and gave off a fragrance besides. The freshness of flying dragon soup, the meaty richness of stewed hare, swept across half the village on the northwest wind. People passing outside the courtyard wall caught that smell, their saliva gulping down audibly, their feet as if rooted to the spot. Yet no one dared go knock on that gate. I dared even to defy the brigade leader. Who'd dare court such bad luck? But everyone was thinking the same thing in their hearts. Following a hard man like me, could you maybe live? In my household's outer room, the stove fire crackled and popped. Lulan, tied into a ragged apron, stirred the pot. 2 ounces of hare meat chopped to mince, mixed with a couple of handfuls of corn and boiled into a thick meat porridge. If I hadn't traded half a caddy of hare meat for a caddy of cornmeal, we wouldn't even have had the corn now. No grease, no seasoning, and the salt was down to the last meal too. Yet that meaty smell drove overpoweringly up the nose. These 3 days they hadn't gone hungry, with meat soup to drink every day, and their complexions had improved a great deal. I sat on the wooden block in the main room fiddling with wire, making new live snares. The snow had stopped, so tomorrow I could go into the mountains. How much grain's left at home? A caddy and a half of hare meat, 1 flying dragon, 6 ounces of cornmeal. Li Shuamei spoke up. Fengzi, how about we eat 1 meal every other day? It'll hold out longer. The hatred and unwillingness of the early days was gone from her eyes. She'd bound this whole family's path to survival together with mine completely, only keeping her mouth a touch hard when we got to business on the calm. Don't worry, run with me, and I won't let you go hungry. I looked toward Lulan. Out of salt, aren't we? This meal's got no flavor. It's the last of it, and that bit of saltiness was from rinsing the salt jar with water. Lulan's tone was a bit low, afraid I'd blame them for having eaten so much. Looks like I'd have to get hold of some salt. Just then, footsteps in the snow came from outside the yard, and the gate was pounded. Brother Foam, open the door. It's me. The voice carried a weakness, with a touch of caution besides. The corner of my mouth curved. It was Li Jitsai, the spineless coward I'd dealt with just days ago. How did this wretch dare come? Weren't we short on salt at home? Well, here it came. I pulled the gate open. Li Jitsai was huddled into a ball with cold, snot frozen into icicles hanging at his mouth. And the moment the gate opened, he instinctively backed off half a step, the shadow of that day still circling in his head. This morning Li Dahuai, fed up with him eating free at home, had kicked him out to go up the mountain for firewood. Snowbound as it was, where would he get firewood? He'd roamed about half the day, his whole body numb with cold, and drifted without realizing it outside my courtyard wall, where that hare meat fragrance was the death of him. He'd steeled himself and knocked. Brother Foam, there's a stack of split logs in the firewood shed. It's the hardwood firewood my family split in the fall, left behind because we moved out in a hurry. My dad sent me to fetch it back. The corner of my mouth twitched. This Li family really did remember the meal and forget the beating. Your families? Got your name on it. It really was hauled back from the South Mountain by my family, left behind by accident when we moved a few days ago. Brother Foam, have a heart. My dad says if I don't bring firewood back, I get no food today. He gritted his teeth and took a step back. That stack of logs is over 100 caddies. I'll take only half. The rest's all yours. You even come out ahead. I come out ahead. I step forward half a pace. The move's been over for days, and now you come running to say the firewood's yours? This house, this yard, the things in the firewood shed, they're all mine now. You come running to my house to ask for my things, and say I come out ahead? Quite the loud abacus you're clicking. Li Jitsai was struck dumb. Brother Foam, wanting the firewood isn't out of the question. I drawled. Bring something to trade. Trade with what? Salt. Are you mad? That firewood's plainly ours. No trade, then get lost. I laid a hand on the door panel as if to shut it. No, no, no. He clung to the doorframe, sweating with anxiety. Going back empty-handed today, Li Dahuai really might give him no food. He calculated fast. There was still a fair amount of salt at home. His dad had got hold of a bit of a stash from somewhere, and grabbing a handful while his parents weren't looking wasn't out of the question. I'll trade. You give me a third of the firewood to take back and answer for it, and I'll bring you salt later. Half a caddy of salt. I jacked the price up outright. Half a caddy. Do you not know how precious salt is right now? Even the supply co-op's out of stock. Think it's too dear? Go cut your own up the mountain. I slammed the gate shut hard. Outside, Li Jitsai pleaded bitterly. I went inside and ignored him. Half a caddy of salt was out of the question. The way this shameless wretch clung on, getting 3 ounces would be doing well. Deliberately quoting Hai was never wrong. Fengzi, will he really bring salt to trade? Lulan asked tentatively. By her knowledge of Li Jitsai, that family was famously stingy. There was no way. Li Shuamei thought it impossible too. But I had it figured. If Li Jitsai went home empty-handed today, he'd get no food, and this firewood was a face-saving step that could save him. Make him bleed a little, and I'd both get the salt the household badly needed and make the lease understand once and for all. With me, angling for a free advantage is a dead end, but so long as you're willing to trade fair, a path's left open for you too. She knew the Li family's character too well. Li Jizai not only wouldn't bring salt, he might well go around shouting that Fengzi swindled him and hid the firewood. Fengzi, he won't come to trade, Li Shuamei warned. Is that so? I looked up at her. How about the two of us make a bet? If he really brings the salt over, you lose. If he doesn't come, you win. Li Shuamei reckoned the odds heavily in her favor. That Li bunch were a flock of iron roosters. You couldn't pluck a single feather off them. Now with the mountains snowbound and salt so precious, even the supply co-op had none. However much Li Jizai feared Li Dehuai, he'd never have the heart to trade half a caddy of salt for a stack of scrap logs. And if I win? You win, what do you want? She drew a deep breath and, screwing up her courage, said, If I win, from now on I sleep in the West Room, with Sister and Shaoling. I gave a soft laugh and agreed with surprising readiness. Fine, you win, and I won't stand in your way. Li Shuamei froze, hardly able to believe it. The thought that so long as Li Jizai didn't come she could move to the West Room fair and square sent a surge of wild joy through her. Your word's good on that. One gob of spit, one nail. She looked at my back, delighted inside. You said it yourself, no going back on it later. I picked up the unfinished wire again, wound it twice, twisted out a running noose, and tested the spring. Nice and smooth. By evening, the stove fire in the outer room was blazing. Lulan chopped the hare meat into fine mince and boiled it into the porridge, while Li Shuamei crouched at the stove pit tending the fire, working with unusual briskness today, even humming a little tune. Shuamei, what's got you so happy? Lulan was puzzled. These past days, though her young sister-in-law had resigned herself, her face always wore a look of worry. It was rare to see her so beaming. Li Shuamei came over to the chopping board and lowered her voice to tell her about the bet, then deliberately raised her voice toward the East Room. Would that iron rooster Li Jizai ever have the heart to trade half a caddy of salt for firewood? He definitely won't come. Tonight I'm moving to the West Room. This was said for me to hear, meaning to nail the matter down. Hearing it, Lulan froze in place and sighed inwardly. This silly girl, normally quite clever, how was it that the moment Fengzi was involved her mind stopped turning a corner? What kind of man was Fengzi? A man who dared even defy the brigade leader. Would he let you slip out of his palms so easily? Even if you really won, with his temperament, he'd weasel out of it. But seeing her young sister-in-law's happy look, she didn't spell it out, and instead a thread of secret envy rose in her. Fengzi was teasing Shuamei in a roundabout way, which meant he had her in his heart, was willing to put thought into coaxing her. She turned and stirred the porridge, going along offhandedly. That's right, the stingy look on Li Jizai. He'd never have the heart. Tonight the three of us can sleep with room to spare. The sky grew darker and the wind and snow picked up again. The meat porridge bubbled. Lulan poured the last of the water she'd rinsed the salt jar with into the pot, and the meal was done. Shuamei, get the bowls, time to eat. Li Shuamei went to fetch the bowls and chopsticks and couldn't help peeking out through the window crack into the yard. The gate was shut up tight, and apart from the vast white snow there wasn't a ghost in sight. A wave of ease swept over her. See, I said there was no way he'd come, and it's nearly dark now. I've won. Tonight, I finally don't have to go to the East Room. But looking at that tightly shut East Room door, her heart suddenly felt hollow. If she really did go to the West Room tonight, then would Fengzi stop caring about her? Would he not want her anymore? She steeled herself in secret. Don't think about it. Tonight, I'm moving to the West Room. But the very instant she turned and pushed open the West Room door, a stir suddenly came from outside the yard. Crunch, crunch, the sound of wooden planks being dragged over the thick snow, like someone hauling a sled along. Li Shuamei's hand froze on the door panel, her heart skipping 5 or 6 beats. She turned to look toward the main room and met my gaze head-on. I smiled, that look as if to say, you lose. She didn't believe it, and rushed in 3 steps taken as 2 to the main room door and pulled it open. Outside in the yard, Li Jizai, bent over, was hauling a crude sled nailed together from planks, panting as he stopped at the firewood shed door, hunched with cold. Cousin, is Brother Feng home? Li Xuemei froze in place. Her cousin really had come, really had brought salt to trade for firewood. I'd won. But strangely, there was hardly any dejection in her heart. On the contrary, it was like a great stone had dropped, and she felt an inexplicable relief. As though, in her subconscious, she'd never wanted to move to the West Room at all. I walked up behind her, blocking the cold wind like a wall, leaned to her ear, and said something in a low voice. Her face flushed hot in an instant, red all the way to the base of her neck, and she whipped her head around to shoot me a hard glare, aggrieved and furious, her heart already tangled into a knot. I walked straight into the yard. Where's the salt? Li Jizai reached into his side pouch and fumbled a good long while, his face full of pained reluctance, dawdling before finally fishing out a small, grimy cloth bundle, clutching it a while without the heart to hand it over. I snatched it outright and hefted it, light as a feather. This is half a caddy. I eyed him sidelong, my voice going cold. The weight was 3 ounces at most. Brother Feng, that really is all there is. And this was scraped from the bottom of the jar while my parents weren't looking. Any more, and my dad would break my legs for sure. In truth, Li Jizai was choked with misery. These 3 ounces of salt he'd stolen at the risk of a beating, originally meaning to trade them in the village for some grain to fill his belly. But he'd hauled the sled around a big loop, and no one would give him the time of day. In those days, what household had spare grain to trade for salt? And even if some did, who would trust a Li? With no other choice, he'd had to steal himself and come to me. After all, with no firewood at home, his father really might drive him out to freeze to death. I hefted the salt bundle, fairly satisfied inside. 3 ounces of salt, eaten sparingly, was enough to stretch a household of 4 through a month. Plucking a feather off an iron rooster was already doing well. I offhandedly tucked it into my pocket and pointed at the firewood shed. Go in and haul it, 30 caddies. Take 1 stick more, and I'll chop your hands off. Didn't we just agree on half? Half of over 100 caddies is 50 caddies. 3 ounces of salt for 30 caddies. You're robbing me blind. Think it's robbery. Take your salt and go cut your own up the mountain. But I'm not giving this salt back either. Li Jizai cursed my ancestors back 18 generations through gritted teeth, but still obediently ducked into the firewood shed and loaded logs onto the sled. Li Jizai had hauled out 30 caddies and was about to leave when I called him back. For the sake of being neighbors, I'll point you to a way out. There's a spot on the back mountain where the wind's strong and the snow doesn't pile up. Underneath, there's a patch of balloon flower growing. Balloon flower? In the dead of winter with the ground frozen solid, where would balloon flower come from? Brother Feng, are you pulling my leg? Believe it or not, a few days ago someone dug some out and took it to the town black market to trade for cornmeal. At the word cornmeal, Li Jizai's throat rolled. If there's really such a good thing, why don't you go yourself? Digging balloon flower isn't easy, it's grueling. And I'm not pointing you there for nothing. You dig it up, you give me a 30% cut. That a 30% cut was wanted, oddly enough, made Li Jizai believe most of it. In those days, nobody believed in a benefit given for free. Only a cut of the take sounded reliable. You do this on the quiet, yourself. Don't let your dad know. With his nerve, he'd never let you go to the black market. What if there are wolves there? Starving to death or getting bitten to death by wolves? Which do you choose? Where would wolves be in broad daylight? If there really are wolves, you tell me. I bag the wolf and give you a share of the meat. Goated, Li Jizai gritted his teeth and hauled the sled off home, his heart already overgrown with grass. I pushed open the main room door. The room was toasty warm. Lulan was ladling out the meat porridge, Xiaoling watching the pot with hungry eyes, Li Xuemei standing off to one side, head down, wringing her hands. I took off my padded jacket and sat, and glanced at Li Xuemei, her face flushed near enough to drip blood. Fengzi, what was that about balloon flower you said to Li Jizai? Can it really be dug out in this bitter cold? Lulan brought over the biggest bowl. There is some, that's true. That patch on the back mountain really grows it. It can really be dug? Lulan's eyes lit up, wanting to go. It can, but it's not easy to get out. What if Xuemei and I went to dig? Lulan wanted to do her bit for the household, not always let me bear the strain alone. I can do it too, Li Xuemei mumbled. I looked at the two of them. These 2 women had truly put their hearts into making a life together. You couldn't dig it loose, and the thing depends on luck besides. Don't worry, there'll be times for you to pitch in later. Li Xuemei and Lu Lan exchanged a glance and didn't doubt my word. The family ate quietly. Xiaoling glanced at me with worship now and then. Li Xuemei was distracted, taking forever over a single bowl of porridge. Worn out? I asked. Lu Lan smoothed it over. Xuemei shoveled snow today. She's worn out. After the meal, Lu Lan cleared the bowls and chopsticks. Li Xuemei didn't go to help, but carried a wooden basin to the outer room to ladle hot water. Xuemei, what are you doing? Didn't you just wipe yourself down yesterday? Don't catch a chill in this bitter cold. Li Xuemei's face flushed scalding. I sweated. I've got a bit of a sour smell. Lu Lan leaned in and sniffed. Where's the sweat smell? You're quite clean. It's that bastard who told me to wash. Li Xuemei's voice was thin as a mosquito's whine. Lu Lan started, then caught on at once. She'd lost the bet. Looking at her young sister-in-law's shamed, embarrassed state, she felt a pang of sorrow and a touch of envy she couldn't name, and leaned to her ear. Go along with him, don't make him angry. He's the kind who responds to softness, not force, and he doesn't do badly by us. Look at those households in the village that have run out of grain. What wouldn't they do for half a cake? You go along with him, and he keeps it in mind. Li Xuemei gritted her teeth and nodded, picked up the basin of water, the rims of her eyes stinging. Carrying the basin, in the end she didn't head for the east room, but went into the west room first. In the dim light, she wiped herself down and changed into a coarse cloth shirt, then carried the basin out, walked to the east room door, drew a deep breath, and only then pushed the door open and went in. A kerosene lamp was lit in the east room. I'd just finished sorting my gear. I'd meant to make a trip into the deep mountains under cover of night. The more in store, the more settled I felt. Li Xuemei leaned against the door panel, both hands wringing together, head down, not daring to look at me. The room was quiet enough to hear only the wind scraping the window paper. That usual cool, haughty air of hers had now all turned into uneasy fidgeting. I found it funny inside. This woman had at first been like a cat with its fur on end, cursing me a hooligan and an animal at every turn, and now she'd become a startled rabbit. Standing there as the door god, she inched forward 2 steps, stopped again 3 or 4 steps short of the Kang's edge. These past days she'd gone from desperate resistance to tacit acceptance, to today carrying water in of her own accord, step by step accepting this life. It wasn't that I'd forced her into submission, she'd thought it through. In this frozen, snowbound waste, no one in this roomful could do without anyone else. And beside me, she could survive better than gritting it out alone. I said no more and blew out the lamp. Rest. Your leg's not fully better yet. The room went dark, the wind outside scraping the dead branches into a clatter. 2 people pressed close on one Kong, getting through this 30 below night on each other's bit of body heat. The west room was pitch black. Lu Lan held the sleeping Xiaoling, eyes open, staring at the newspaper-pasted window frame. The wind was strong outside, scraping the dead branches into a clatter. Across the one main room, she pricked up her ears, but heard only the wind, nothing else. Unable to say whether what was in her heart was relief or something else, her face flushing for no reason she could name. Xiaoling stirred in her arms and rubbed her eyes. Mama, didn't Uncle Phone press Annie's bones tonight? Sleep now, don't talk nonsense. Lu Lan patted her back, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep herself. This life, how was it to be gotten through from here on? She sighed inwardly, but sigh as she might. Ever since taking up with Chen Feng, this household of 4 had finally found firm footing in the famine. A house to live in, meat to eat, someone to block the wind. This bit of solid ground was the first she'd had in 3 years. The sky had just begun to gray when I sat up. Beside me, Li Xuemei was curled at the head of the Kong, deep in sleep. I didn't wake her, climbed down, and pushed open the east room door. The stove pit fire was already lit. Lu Lan crouched in front of it, feeding kindling, and at the sound she hurried to stand. Fengzi, you're up? I boiled some hot water. I spooned a few mouthfuls of hot water down. No food today, go easy. I shouldered my gear and headed out. Lu Lan saw me all the way to the gate, going back inside only after watching me out of sight. On the mountain, I walked a full 3 hours and stopped before a slope of jumbled rock. Several strings of fine claw prints stretched along the cracks in the rock, like a pheasant, and yet not quite. After searching most of a loop, I finally found the owner. Beside a big blue stone, a gray-brown fowl was scratching for food with its head down. A chikar. The thing had firm, tight flesh, even more fragrant than a pheasant, but it was extremely wary. At the slightest stir it would dart into a crack in the rock. I drew the slingshot, loaded a pebble, and aimed at the fowl's head. Thwip! The chikar pitched into the snow without so much as a cry. I lifted it and hefted it, 8 ounces at least. I stuffed it into the gunny sack and cinched it, and on the way down past a stand of bare trees, where I gathered a big bundle of dry split logs, bound it, and dragged it home. In those days, firewood was a life-saving thing too. Without it, this 30 below weather could freeze a person to death where they stood. At 3 in the afternoon, I got back to the yard and tossed the firewood to the ground. Lulan came striding out and bent to haul the logs. Just as I reached out to undo the hemp cord, our hands collided in midair. The back of her hand brushed the back of mine, her heart quickening a few beats, but she didn't pull her hand back, feigning that nothing had happened and going on undoing the cord. I shot her a glance and said nothing. Firewood squared away, I went into the outer room. Lulan ladled a bowl of warm water and brought it to me. Have some hot water to warm up. As she handed over the bowl, her fingertips brushed the back of my hand. This time it was on purpose. After the touch, she quickly drew back, head down, not daring to look at me. She couldn't say herself what had come over her. She just couldn't help wanting to get close to this man who could shelter the whole family from wind and rain. Even a single touch of the hand left her heart settled. The west room door opened, and Xiaoling poked her head out. The east room door opened too, and Li Shuamei came out bracing herself against the doorframe. Uncle Phone. Xiaoling hugged my leg. I tipped the thing in the gunny sack onto the floor, a gray-brown flat-feathered creature. A pheasant. Lulan leaned in to look. A chikar, harder to bag than a pheasant, and the meat's more fragrant too. Both Lulan and Li Shuamei were taken aback. They'd lived in Kaoshan village over 20 years and knew more or less every wild thing on the mountain. This chikar was the first they'd ever seen. There's this thing on the mountain too? In the deep mountains, hard to find. Lulan looked at the chikar on the floor, her eyes full of worship. In those days, the grown men of the village couldn't catch so much as a mouse, and Fengzi could bring meat home every day. Li Shuamei crouched to pick up the chikar. I'll boil water and pluck it. Don't trouble yourself. Your leg's not good. Go rest in the room. Lulan stopped her. Leg's not good? Li Shuamei's face flushed in a flash. She glared at me and limped back to the east room. The outer room was left with only me, Lulan, and Xiaoling. Xiaoling, go play in the west room a while. Lulan packed her daughter off into the room, then came over to help take down the hunting bow and slingshot. The outer room wasn't large, and the two of us stood quite close. She hung the bow on the wall nail, turned to see me undoing my padded jacket buttons, and as if possessed reached out to brush the snow flecks off my collar, then smoothed out the wrinkles of my clothes in passing, her hand stopping at my chest. I raised a hand and caught her wrist. Her body gave a shiver, but she didn't struggle or pull back, letting me hold it. The room held only the crackle of the stove fire. Sister, your hand's quite warm. Just warmed it by the stove pit. Her voice was thin as a mosquito's whine. I let go and did nothing further. The relations in this household were delicate to begin with. Lulan was Shuamei's sister-in-law, the child's mother, and there were lines that couldn't be crossed. Just then the east room door creaked open. Li Shuamei, having just gone in, had felt she couldn't be a useless lump and ought to come out and work, and the moment she stepped over the threshold, she saw the scene of me just letting go and Lulan standing in front of me with her head down. You too. Lulan abruptly recoiled 2 steps and bumped into the cooking platform, her face flushed near enough to drip blood. I'll go boil water. This chikar needs scalding to pluck. She turned, stammering, to fetch the ladle, her hand shaking so badly she nearly dropped it into the pot. Sister, what's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong. Lulan kept her head very low and stuffed kindling for all she was worth. Li Shuamei muttered to herself and sighed. Sister was leaning in so close just now. Could it be? She didn't dare think further. The sky darkened, and the chikar stewed to tenderness, the meaty fragrance filling the outer room. The 4 of us gathered around the Kong table, my bowl with the most meat. Lu Lan sat across from me, head down, stealing glances up at me now and then, while I kept my head down eating and didn't look at her. A wave of dejection swept her. He'd plainly held her hand in the outer room just now. So how had he turned around and acted like nothing at all? Could it have been just an offhand bit of teasing? The more she thought, the worse it sat, and the porridge in her bowl lost its flavor too. Li Xiumei took all this in, the doubt in her heart growing heavier and heavier. After the meal, I went back to the East Room. Lu Lan cleared the bowls and chopsticks, and Li Xiumei followed out to help. The dishes washed, Li Xiumei yanked her sister-in-law into the West Room and shut the door tight. "Sister, tell me the truth, just now in the outer room. What exactly were you and Chen Feng doing?" "Nothing, just brushing the snow off him." Lu Lan didn't dare look at her. "Brushing snow needs him holding your hand. Xiumei, what are you imagining? I'm your sister-in-law. He's your man. What could I possibly do with him?" Lu Lan's voice trembled. "Sister, I'm not suspecting you. I'm afraid you'll be deceived by him. Don't you know what kind of man Chen Feng is? He took me by force, and now he's coming around to provoke you too. Whatever you do, don't fall for his trick." A wave of irritation swept Lu Lan. Bastard? Bandit? Yes, he used to be a deadbeat. But these past days, who was it that braved the heavy snow to hunt in the mountains? Who drove the Li family out and won back the house? Who put meat in the bellies of the two of them, mother and daughter, so they no longer went hungry? Xiumei, stop saying bandit at every turn. In times like these, can reasoning be eaten as food? Li Dahuai reasoned, and he seized our house. Li Jizai reasoned, and he pissed in our room. If not for Fengzi's toughness, we'd still be freezing in that wreck of a house, and Xiaoling would have starved to death long ago. Li Xiumei froze, not expecting her sister-in-law to defend me so. I know he's capable and can protect us, but at the core he's a living king of hell with no regard for rules. He dared even douse Li Dahuai's calm. What wouldn't he dare do? Lu Lan fell silent. "Sister, my throwing myself in alone is one thing. Call it for your and Xiaoling's sakes. But you're my sister-in-law. If you throw yourself in too, I couldn't face my brother even in death." At the mention of her late husband, Lu Lan's heart wrenched, but against her will my broad shoulders surfaced in her mind. "It's Fengzi keeping us fed now. Stop guarding against him like he's a thief all day long. Anger him, and we'll all be off drinking the northwest wind." "Sister, you." Li Xiumei was incredulous. The sister-in-law who used to prize her honor above her very life. And now her head was full of nothing but Chen Feng. "All right, enough talk." Lu Lan stood up. "I'm your sister-in-law. I've got it figured. Hurry back to the East Room." The two couldn't see eye to eye and parted on bad terms. Li Xiumei pushed the door open and went back to the East Room. I sat cross-legged on the Kong. "Meeting over?" "Chen Feng, I'm warning you. Come at me all you like, but don't touch my sister-in-law." "I've got to ask your leave on who I touch now." I teased her. "You promised me." "I only said I'd keep you fed. I never said I'd become a monk." "You're shameless." I didn't take the bait and blew out the lamp. "Sleep." Lu Lan was the sister-in-law, and that line I had figured in my heart. I wouldn't cross it. As for this little worry of Xiumei's, I couldn't be bothered to use it to tease her anymore. The room went dark. The two of us pressed close on one Kong for warmth, the wind outside rattling the window paper. Li Xiumei stayed tense a while, and hearing no other move from me, her taut body slowly eased. In the West Room, Lu Lan held the sleeping Xiaoling and, across the main room, pricked up her ears, hearing only the wind, nothing else. Her heart was in a tangle, her head full of that scene in the outer room, my solid chest, that line. "Sister, your hand's quite warm." "Lu Lan, oh Lu Lan, you truly have no shame." She cursed herself inwardly and slapped herself across the face. This household now depended entirely on Chen Feng to hold it up, and that unnameable feeling she had for him, she could only press down. And even if it wouldn't press down, press it she must. 3 days later, Granny Zhou sat cross-legged, a handful of over-roasted soybeans in her grip, spraying spit as she talked. Several village women gathered round listening. You all should have seen it. That slingshot of Fengzi's, thwip, and a sparrow flying up in the sky drops straight down. That aim's divine. I saw with my own eyes his gunny sack stuffed with several sand grouse, and a chakar this big besides. True or not? Wasn't he just a deadbeat before, couldn't even catch a mouse? Deadbeat nothing. The real article doesn't show its face. Let me tell you something even more uncanny. Li Dahuai's eldest, Li Jitsai, went to make a scene in Fengzi's yard a few days back. And guess what? Fengzi not only didn't beat him, he even pointed him to a way out, digging balloon flower on the back mountain. And they say Li Jitsai really dug some up. Fengzi, that kind-hearted? Just days ago he doused old Li Dahuai's calm. That's where you don't understand. This is what's called Fengzi settling grudge and kindness clear. Provoke him, and he grinds you into the dirt. Heed his word, and what leaks through the cracks of his fingers is enough to keep you alive. That's what real ability looks like. Meanwhile, at the Li families, Li Jitsai walked in trembling, his padded jacket all mud and frozen snow, both hands frozen like purple radishes split with bleeding cracks. He fished a gray cloth bag from his coat and tossed it on the table. "Dad, Mom, look what this is." Li Dahuai undid the bag, and a golden powder was revealed. Cornmeal. Wang Hohat let out a yelp, lunged over, and clutched the bag tight. It really is cornmeal. This has got to be over 3 caddies. The way Brother Feng pointed me. There really is balloon flour under that jumbled rock slope on the back mountain. I dug 2 days till my hands were near ruined, then went to the town black market overnight to trade it. A full 3.5 caddies. The room went instantly silent. 3.5 caddies of cornmeal, eaten sparingly with some tree bark mixed in, was enough to stretch the whole family 10 days. At this critical juncture with the mountains snowbound and every household out of food, it was a life-saving living Buddha. Brother Feng said he gets a 30% cut. A caddy and a half of these 3.5 has to go to him. What for? Your hands are frozen raw. What for? Give him a caddy and a half. Wang Hohat hugged the bag into her arms. Shut up. Li Dahuai slapped the table and stared hard at his elder son. Did he really say that? Li Jitsai nodded. Li Dahuai sucked in a cold breath, understanding it all. This was no act of charity from Qin Feng. He was laying down a rule. First beat you into submission and into fear, then point you to a path of survival. Play by the rule, and everyone gets to eat. Dare break the rule, and he can leave you dead without a scrap remaining. This tactic was more vicious than any of those old foxes in the village. He yanked the bag over. Give it. Forget a caddy. Give him a caddy and a half. Have you lost your mind, old man? That's a caddy and a half of grain. What the hell do you know? In times like these, whoever can get hold of grain is the ancestor. Qin Feng can hand us a life-trading trick like this offhand. Who knows how many good things he's got in his grip. Curry favor with him, and our whole family can live. From today on, anyone who dares provoke Qin Feng again, I'll break his legs first. He turned to look at Li Jitsai. You take the caddy and a half and deliver it yourself, and keep your attitude humble. Li Jitsai looked at his own frozen raw hands and nodded heavily. Brother Feng hadn't lied to me. The matter of Li Jitsai delivering cornmeal spread through the village again within half a day, and Kaoshan village utterly boiled over. The way the villagers looked at my yard had completely changed. Before it was fear, now it was respect, with a touch of envy besides. The living king of hell had become a living god of wealth. Everyone wanted to crowd up and get a bit of meat off it, a path to survival. Yet they were wary of that hard edge of mine, and no one dared be the first to stick their neck out. At Brigade Leader Zhao Fuliang's house, Wang Haiyan muttered as she stitched a shoe sole. You hear what's going around out there? Even that big fool from Li Dahuai's family gets to eat cornmeal following Qin Feng, and you're the brigade leader, and we haven't had a single solid meal these past days. What the hell do you know? That Qin Feng punk is downright uncanny. I can't hold him down with the brigade leaders standing. Did you forget the business with the house? He dared defy me in front of the whole village. Wang Haiyan lowered her voice. Can't hold him down, then team up with him. Did you forget what's hidden in our concavity? That old foreign-style gun's just sitting there rusting. You can't aim straight. You couldn't lay a hand on so much as a hare's fur. But Chun Feng's that divine even with a slingshot. Give him a gun, and wouldn't it be dead on every shot? You lend him the gun, he bags a wild boar or a black bear, we get half the meat. Isn't that better than gritting it out dry? Lending him the gun, that's doing him an honor. Zhao Fuliang mulled it over a good while, and found it made sense. Tough as Qin Feng was, all he had in hand was a battered bow and a slingshot. Against real big game he stood no chance, but with a gun it'd be a different story. He flung down his pipe pouch and threw on his padded jacket. Later, I'll go find him. Footsteps came in the snow outside the gate. Fengzi, you home? I came out of the east room. Lu Lan was adding water to the pot and stopped at the call. It's Zhao Fuliang. I pulled the main room door open. Zhao Fuliang stood with his hands tucked in and his neck pulled in, glanced left and right, and seeing no one about, fished a glass bottle from his coat, over half full of clear liquid. Fengzi, your uncle's come to see you. He held the bottle out, piling on a smile. I didn't take it, leaning against the doorframe and looking over this brigade leader who normally swaggered everywhere. The brigade leader's not home, hunkered down for winter in this bitter cold. What's he doing in a deadbeat's yard? Deadbeat nothing. That was before. Now who in the village doesn't know you? Fengzi, have real ability. Your uncle's come today with a proper matter to talk over with you. A proper matter? What proper matter could the brigade leader have for me? He glanced out into the yard again and lowered his voice. Let's talk inside, talk inside. I stepped aside to let him in. Lu Lan greeted him. The brigade leader's here. Zhao Fuliang nodded vaguely, his mind entirely on me. This business of the gun, it seemed, was about to be delivered to my door. I led Zhao Fuliang into the east room. Li Xuemei was sitting at the edge of the Kong sewing a shoe sole, and at the sight of someone coming in she stood and stepped aside. Sit. Zhao Fuliang climbed onto the Kong and sat cross-legged, set that half bottle of grain liquor on the Kong table, and rubbed his hands. Fengzi, your uncle won't beat around the bush. Heard you've bagged no small amount of good stuff up the mountain these past days. Enough to scrape by on. I cocked one leg over the other. Your uncle's house hasn't seen a scrap of meat in days. Yohua's so hungry, he kicks up a fuss every day. Your slingshot aim's good, but however good a slingshot's aim, it can only get you sparrows and sand grouse. Run into something big, and you still need the real article. He gritted his teeth. Your uncle's got an old foreign-style gun stashed at home, but your uncle's aim is no good, and it's just sitting there rusting. Lend you the gun, you bag something big in the mountains, and we split it down the middle. How about it? Lend the gun, split it down the middle, wishful thinking. I picked up that half bottle of grain liquor and gave it a sniff. Where's the gun? Stashed at home. Does this mean you agree? Bring it for me to see. Old foreign guns come good and bad too. If it's a fire poker, taking it would do me no good. Hearing there was a chance, Zhao Fuliang hurried to put on his shoes. You wait. Your uncle will go fetch it right now. Li Xuemei came over. You really mean to take his gun? Might be able to bag big game. She looked at this man who risked his life for the household, and an inexplicable sense of ease settled in her heart. At dusk, Zhao Fuliang came back, cradling something long and slender and unwrapped layer after layer of rag. An old powder hunting gun, the wooden stock covered in scratches and grease grime, the barrel somewhat rusted. I picked it up and hefted it. Good and heavy, expertly drew back the bolt to inspect the chamber. Zhao Fuliang stared. He thought I was only good with a slingshot, never expecting me to be this practiced handling a gun too. How long since this gun was used? 2 or 3 years. I shook my head. 2 or 3 years and used. The barrel's full of carbon buildup, and the firing pins worn too. Load powder and fire it straight off, and you could blow the breech. I rattled off a string of terms. Carbon buildup, firing pin, rifling, breech locking mechanism. And Zhao Fuliang listened utterly bewildered, understanding only that this gun might explode at any moment. So what do? It needs a major overhaul. Take the barrel off and soak it in kerosene. Wash the carbon clean, regrind the firing pin. This is precision work. Ordinary folks can't do it. Fengzi, you understand this stuff. Help your uncle out with it. Doing it's no problem. Tonight I'll have to take the whole gun apart and service it bit by bit. I held out a hand again. Where's the powder and the iron shot? With no ammunition, what do I test the gun with? Zhao Fuliang fished out an oxhorn flask and a small cloth bag. Half a flask of powder left. Iron shot enough for 3 or 4 shots. Use it sparingly. I'm out of kerosene at home. Get some to wash the gun. I'll go fetch it right now. Unwilling to lose the bait and miss the wolf, Zhao Fuliang made another trip. After he left, Li Xuemei looked at the gun on the Kong. You really know how to fix guns? Fix my ass. This gun's perfectly fine, just a bit dirty. That was all to string him along. Aren't we out of kerosene at home? Made him deliver a free trip. Zhao Fuliang brought half a caddy of kerosene and left. I took the barrel off and scalded it first with boiling water, then poured in kerosene to carefully clean out the carbon, fussed over it the better part of an hour, wiped it dry, and brushed on a layer of animal fat. Assembled, I worked the bolt, the clink of metal crisp, and nodded in satisfaction. With this gun, bagging wild boar and roe deer from here on was no longer a pipe dream. The drive in my heart couldn't be pressed down. This family could truly eat meat every day from now on. Li Xuemei watched me handle the gun beside me, her expression focused and excited, that drive of mine as if catching like a contagion. Eat meat every day. Those 4 words were worth more than anything in a famine year. And into her mind came the chunks of meat stewed to tenderness in the pot, the look of Shaoling eating with grease all around her mouth, and that bit of resistance in her heart scattered without her noticing. These past days she'd stopped seeing me as a simple bandit, and instead as the hope of the whole family surviving. The wind that night was stronger than the night before, blowing the gate into a clatter. In the west room, Lu Lan held the sleeping Shaoling, hearing across 2 doors only the howling wind. She pulled the quilt over her head, but her mind was full of the day's images, and that unnameable thought welled up again. Fengzi, she murmured unconsciously, and the moment the word was out she startled herself and hurried to clap a hand over her mouth. This household now depended entirely on Chun Feng to hold it up, and that bit of feeling she had for him, she could only press to the bottom of her heart. How she got through that night, she didn't know, drifting off into a muddled sleep only in the small hours. The next day at first light, I woke refreshed and clear-headed. I picked up that old foreign gun and looked it over. Old as it was, cleaned up, it was absolutely a great killing tool. I went to the outer room and knocked on the west room door. "Sister up yet?" Up." Lu Lan answered in a fluster, came out with her padded jacket thrown on, her hair disheveled, dark circles under her eyes, head down, not daring to look at me. "Didn't sleep well last night?" Shaoling kicked the quilt off in the night. I got up a few times to cover her. She stammered out an excuse and hurried to ladle water. "Boil some hot water, I'll wash the barrel." The flames leaped up, lighting her face. She stole glances at the side of my face as I handled the gun, lost in it, the split log in her hand nearly dropping into the stove pit. "What are you looking at?" I turned my head, meeting her gaze head-on. "Nothing, nothing." She hurriedly ducked her head and stuffed kindling. This woman had been a bit off lately, but she was Xuemei's sister-in-law, so there were things I didn't say much about, and I focused on fixing my gun. The water boiled, I took the barrel off to scald and wash, poured in kerosene to clean the carbon, fussed over it the better part of an hour, assembled it, worked the bolt, and nodded in satisfaction. Another day at first light, I dressed neat and shouldered the old foreign gun, the slingshot and iron blade tucked at my waist. Lu Lan heated the leftover meat porridge from the night before, and after drinking it, I pushed the door open and went out. "Fengzi, the snow's deep in the mountains, mind yourself." She followed to the door, her voice pressed very low. Over 2 hours into the mountains, I crouched in the snow scouting. In a snow hollow ahead was a clear string of hoof prints. The two have split apart, deep in front and shallow behind. Roe deer, passed not long ago. I tossed up snow to read the wind, swung around downwind, and crept along the hoof prints. In those days the mountain animals were starving too. A roe deer that couldn't find grass roots could only gnaw bark. After creeping about 2 li, at the edge of a white birch stand ahead, a yellow-brown shape was rump up gnawing bark, an estimated 30 or 40 caddies. I hid behind a pine, took down the old foreign gun, very softly pulled the stopper from the oxhorn flask, poured a pinch of powder and tamped it firm with the ramrod, then poured an iron shot, stuffed in a scrap paper wad, and tamped it tight. I brought the gun to my shoulder, held my breath, set the bead sight on the roe deer's neck. This old foreign gun's accuracy was poor, fit only for a single killing shot to a vital spot. Bang! The thunderous report burst through the woods, white smoke jetting from the muzzle, the recoil jolting my shoulder numb. The roe deer didn't even cry out. A burst of blood blossomed at its neck, and it pitched into the snow. I rushed over. The roe deer wasn't fully dead yet. In those days blood was precious meat too, never to be wasted. I bled it in the snow hollow, and a few gulps of hot blood down the throat instantly warmed my frozen stiff stomach and gut, restoring no small amount of strength. Bled out. I started skinning, the iron blade running down the belly, and in under half an hour the whole roe deer hide came off. I opened it up and scooped out the innards, cleaned the gut and stomach of filth, and stuffed the heart, liver, and lungs along with the blood clots all into the roe deer hide, and wrapped it up. Anything that could go in the belly, take it all. I didn't section the roe meat. Dragging the whole thing along the snow was less effort than carrying it on my back. But I didn't head straight back to the village. The thing was too eye-catching. Zhao Fuliang, lending the gun, was angling to get something for nothing. Haul this 30 or 40 caddies of roe deer back, and he'd insist on taking half. The meat I'd hunted with such hard toil couldn't be handed out so generously. I dragged the roe deer to the foot of the mountain, found a hidden rocky crag with a natural snow cave underneath, stuffed the whole roe deer in and sealed the mouth with snow, then made a few markers only I could read, wedging them with sticks so wolves couldn't dig it open. Leaving, I cut off a small piece of the tenderest loin and tucked it away. The big haul stashed, there still had to be an account for Zhao Fuliang's side. I'd need some little trifle to stop that old fox's mouth. With the gun on my back and the slingshot in hand, I searched for a pheasant. Not far along, the brush ahead suddenly shook, and a gray shape lunged straight at my face. I drew the band full and let go, the pebble striking that shape's head dead on. It flapped twice and went still. A pheasant over a caddy, normally extremely wary, today running right into the muzzle. Stuffed into the gunny sack, it was plenty to handle Zhao Fuliang back home. A little past 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Fuliang was pacing back and forth at the village mouth, hands tucked in, neck pulled in, frozen with his nose running, and spotting me from afar, trudging over through the snow, he hurried to meet me. "Fengzi, how'd it go?" He stared at my back, and, seeing no big game, his heart went cold by half. I unslung the old foreign gun and handed it to him. "Don't ask. The mountain's snowbound. All the big games holed up in the deep gullies. Roamed most of the day and didn't see so much as a roe deer's fur." He sighed. "So you came back empty-handed?" "I think I heard a gunshot." I handed over the gunny sack and undid the mouth. "How could it be empty-handed? Ran into this on the way down." Zhao Fuliang poked his head in for a look, and his eyes lit up at once. A big pheasant with bright plumage. The disappointment swept away. "This is fine too. Being able to lay eyes on meat at all is real skill. Brigade leader, we agreed before, borrow the gun, split the game down the middle. Come to my place and we'll chop it half and half." Zhao Fuliang beamed and put on a show of polite refusal. How could I? You keep it and eat it. One thing's one thing. Without your gun to put fire in my belly, I wouldn't dare burrow into the deep mountains either. Split down the middle means split down the middle. Turn it down for being too little, and I won't lend you the gun again. I'll take it. Fengzi, you do business open and above board." He hurried to take the out. Home. Lulan opened the door and seeing me whole and sound, her tensed shoulders visibly eased. Then seeing Zhao Fuliang, she hurried to step aside. "The brigade leader's here, coming quick." I tipped the pheasant onto the cooking platform. "Sister, boil a pot of water and strip this bird." Li Shuamei came out of the east room too, glanced at me, and hurried to duck her head and go help Lulan with the work. Watching the two women bustle about, Zhao Fuliang gave a secret thumbs up inside. This deadbeat had really come up in the world now. The water boiled, the two plucked the feathers. I drew the iron blade, didn't bleed it. Blood was good stuff too. Scooped out the innards, chopped the pheasant clean in two with a crack, split the heart, liver, and gut into 2 portions as well, and handed half to Zhao Fuliang. "Tomorrow you go into the mountains, keep using the gun. If the powder and shot run short, your uncle will figure something out." Zhao Fuliang left fully content, carrying half a chicken. After he left, the outer room held only the 3 of us. Lulan looked at the remaining half chicken and ate. "You ran around a whole day and only bagged this much and gave half away. That old fox did nothing and took it for free. It's too much of a loss." I said nothing, fished that tenderest loin from my coat, and let it drop onto the chopping board with a plop, along with a pheasant's head. Lulan and Li Shuamei's eyes went wide in an instant. "What meat is this?" "Roe deer. The meat's stashed at the foot of the mountain. Half a pheasant sent that old fox packing. He's probably at home chuckling over it right now." Li Shuamei looked at the meat on the chopping board, the admiration in her heart impossible to press down. This man had more wiles than a sieve had holes. Cut this meat and stew it with the half chicken, and don't waste the chicken head either. Tonight we eat well. Lulan picked up the cleaver to cut the meat, and Li Shuamei went of her own accord to the stove pit to coax the flames. Uncle Feng, you're so amazing. Xiaoling tilted her head up, fire blazing in her eyes. In a fine mood, I washed my hands clean, then caught Xiaoling under the armpits and hoisted her over my head. Aya, she startled, then giggled. Higher. I tossed her up half a foot and caught her steady, delighting the little girl into a dance of arms and legs. Lulan stopped her hands and watched me romp with Xiaoling, the tenderness in her eyes near to brimming over. This man was tough day to day, but when it came to protecting the child, he was more solid than anyone. Looking at my broad shoulders, her heart went warm. Seeing her sister-in-law like this, Li Shuamei's heart gave a sudden pang. Before, her sister-in-law had seen me as a living king of hell, a bandit she couldn't dodge fast enough, and now that look in her eyes near enough wanted to lean right in. She sidled up to Lulan and lowered her voice. Sister, what are you looking at? Not looking at anything. Checking whether the meat in the pot's gone tender. Lulan hurried to pull her gaze back. Sister, whatever you do, don't get too close to him. Lulan's heart was guilty, and she nodded vaguely. What are you imagining? I'm your sister-in-law. Seeing she wouldn't take it up, Li Shuamei's heart felt all the more stifled, and she turned to shoot me a glare. I just set Xiaoling down and met her gaze, and raised an eyebrow. What? You want to be hoisted up high too? Her face flushed, and she hurried to turn away. An hour later the meat was stewed, and a brimming big basin of broth and meat was carried up to the Kong table. In those days, what household could eat a meal of pure meat like this? Not even any adulterating tree bark or grass roots in it. I sat cross-legged at the head seat, and first picked the tenderest piece of roe deer loin and put it in Xiaoling's bowl. Eat. Xiaoling had long been drooling with want. She grabbed the chunk of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, gasping at the heat, but loath to spit it out. Uncle Feng, it's so good. The family gathered around this basin of piping hot meat, eating with settled hearts in this snowbound winter night. From the con at the very start to now sharing a Kong and a meal, living of one mind. On the strength of my hunting skill, and each of the few of us pitching in, the 4 mouths in this wreck of a house had finally found firm footing in the famine. I picked up 2 pieces of meat and dropped one each into Lulan's and Li Shuamei's bowls. What are you all sitting there for? Waiting for me to feed you. Lulan looked at the steaming roe deer meat in her bowl, the rims of her eyes suddenly reddening, and took a bite, her tears dropping plop into the bowl. Li Shuamei lowered her head and chewed silently too. She'd hated me, but now, eating the meat traded back with my life, that bit of hatred had long been washed clean by this mouthful of hot soup. What are you crying for? Sister's happy. In times like these, getting a bite of honest meat, you could die content. Lulan wiped her tears and broke into a smile through them. 1 basin of meat, for people truly ate their fill, and even saved a bit for tomorrow. That night, I took the gun and the chopper and got ready to head out. The roe deer was stashed by day under the rocky crag at the foot of the mountain. With the village now dead asleep, it was just the time to go fetch it back. Outside the door, Zhou Heng was already waiting, shivering with cold. Brother Feng, what are we off to do? Going to fetch something from the foot of the back mountain. You stand watch for me at the village mouth. Any stir, whistle. Mountain snowbound. Going into the mountains at midnight was a life-risking venture. Starving wolves loved to come out hunting food at just this hour. I trudged over an hour and crept to the rocky crag. The snow all around was clean, no sign of beasts having scratched, thank heavens. I dug away the snow at the cave mouth. The roe deer was still there, frozen most of the day, the outer layer hard, the inside not yet through. I shouldered it, wound the hemp cord twice across my chest, and tied it fast, freeing a hand for the gun. The smell of blood drifted on the wind. That smell most drew beasts, so I didn't dare delay, and quickened my pace down the mountain. At the village mouth, Zhou Heng huddled in the wind shelter of an old elm, that ragged padded jacket of his without so much as a decent bit of cotton in it. No barrier at all against the bitter cold. Seeing me come back shouldering a big load, he hurried to meet me and help support it. The moment his hand touched it, he froze, hard and bulging, with the smell of blood about it. Absolutely a big haul. No need for you to carry it. Go ahead and scout the way. The two of us hugged the foot of the mud walls, picking the shadows. Let that old fox Zhao Fuliang know I'd stashed a private take by day, and there'd be no end of trouble. We crept the whole way back to the yard and unloaded the roe deer beside the woodpile. Go to the firewood shed and get a spade. I dug a half-meter deep snow hollow in an inconspicuous spot and lifted the roe deer hide open, red chunks of meat threaded with sinew and membrane, a great bundle of it. Brother Feng, you bagged a roe deer? Zhou Heng's voice trembled. Bagged it by day. That old creature Zhao Fuliang wanted something for nothing. Half a pheasant sent him packing. I drew the chopper, cut a piece of meat from the roe deer's leg, picked out half a lung and some bits and scraps from the innards, 2 caddies worth altogether, and heaped it on the snow. Take it. Zhou Heng stared fixedly, not daring to reach out for the longest while. This is for me. I told you. Run with me. And there won't be plenty, but you absolutely won't starve to death. Zhou Heng cupped that heap of meat in both hands, the rims of his eyes a bit red. Brother Feng, you're better to me than my dead mom and dad. All right, quit the womanish whimpering. Tuck it away quick, don't let anyone see. I fished 2 sparrows I'd bagged offhand by day from the roe deer hide and handed them to him too. Tomorrow, take these to Granny Zhou. That mouth of hers blabbers all over the place. What do you want to give her something this good for? What the hell do you know? Zhao Fuliang lent me the gun. That old woman's mouth did a great service. If she hadn't gone around the village proclaiming I had real ability, would Zhao Fuliang have come to my door of his own accord? Zhou Heng saw the light all at once, nodding over and over, and left with profuse thanks, the meat and sparrows tucked away. After he'd gone, the main room door creaked, and Lu Lan's voice. Is that Fengzi? She ran over and, looking at the roe deer in the snow hollow, reached out to gently stroke the roe deer hide. This is a roe deer. So big. She turned to look at me, her eyes full of settled ease. With this man around, this family wouldn't starve this winter. The next day at 10 in the morning, the outer room was steamy and warm. Lu Lan, tied into a floral print apron, chopped roe deer meat with the cleaver clack-clack, a big porcelain basin of mixed cornmeal beside her. In those days, getting to eat dumplings with a pure meat filling was unthinkable even at New Year. In a fine mood, she hummed some nameless little tune. I got up and went to the outer room. Making something good, wrapping dumplings, roe deer meat filling. That tune you're humming sounds nice. Lu Lan's face went slightly red, and she turned to go on chopping meat, her voice pressed very low. Just humming nonsense. Xuemei's not up yet. She kneaded the dough, cornmeal on her hands, looking for something to say. You went out with Zhou Heng in the middle of the night. You didn't catch a chill, did you? It's nothing. This roe deer meat's enough to keep us eating a good while. I leaned against the cooking platform watching her work. This woman knew how to keep house and worked briskly. With her running things, this household was a worry off my mind. Just then the west room door creaked open. Mama! Xiaoling came running out rubbing her eyes and hugged Lu Lan's leg. I'm hungry. Soon. Mama's wrapping dumplings, the roe deer your Uncle Feng bagged. Xiaoling tilted her head up to look at me, then at her mother, and asked crisply, Uncle Feng, when are you going to teach me to use the slingshot? I want to bag meat for Mama too. I rubbed her head. When you're a bit bigger and your arms have some strength, I'll teach you. Okay. Xiaoling's eyes lit up, and she ran back to the west room to go on waiting for dumplings. Lu Lan watched this scene, her hands kneading the dough slowing, the warmth in her eyes impossible to hide. This man was tough day to day, but toward the two of them, mother and daughter, he truly took it to heart. These 3 years she'd held the household up alone, suffering every kind of contempt, and for the first time she felt that the burden on her shoulders had someone to help carry it. The dumplings went into the pot, steaming. The 4 of us gathered around the Kong table and ate the most lavish meal of this winter. From that con at the very start, to now keeping the same stove of one mind and carrying the days forward, on the strength of my hunting skill, of each of the few of us pitching in and lending a hand to one another, the several mouths in this wreck of a house had finally scratched out a bit of a living from the famine. I tidied up briefly and went to the yard to split firewood. One blast of cold wind, and the heat all over me dissipated. The axe raised high and brought down hard, crack, and the thick log split in two. Before long, a big stack of split logs piled up at my feet, fine sweat beading on my forehead. Half an hour later, a rich roe deer meat fragrance, mingled with the clean sweetness of cornmeal, drifted out of the outer room. The water boiled, the dumplings went in. Footsteps came in the snow outside the yard, walking very slowly, sounding somewhat unsteady. I turned to look. It was a woman, by Qingxiu, the eldest daughter-in-law of Zhao Fuyang's house. Her man had died 3 years ago, leaving her no child at all, and in the Zhao household, she was an outsider eating free, her mother-in-law Wang Haiyan stingy, the work no less for it. Her face was waxy yellow, her eye sockets sunken, her lips dry and cracked. This was hunger. As she reached the gate of my yard, that meaty fragrance drove straight into her nose, and she stopped, her throat sliding uncontrollably, her stomach giving a muffled growl. She wanted to steal a glance into the yard, and met my gaze head-on. I stood in my thin shirt holding the axe, looking at her. She startled, hurriedly ducked her head and quickened her pace, nearly slipping and falling in the snow, and not daring even to look back, she stumbled off into the distance. I watched her retreating figure. This Zhao daughter-in-law had a bitter life. In those days, what could drive a person to such a state was one single word: hunger. In the east room, Li Xuemei leaned close to the window crack to peer out. In the yard I swung the axe, the muscles of my back swelling with each stroke. She felt her throat go dry, her gaze unable to move away. I set down the axe and turned to look at the east room window, the two of us meeting across the window paper. I smiled. She startled and pulled her head back, dropping onto the Kong, her heart pounding fast. He'd seen. She covered her face with both hands, so ashamed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lunch, dumplings with roe deer meat filling, unthinkable even at New Year in those days. The four of us ate to satisfaction. Xiaoling ate until her little belly was round and taut, and dozed off sprawled at the far end of the Kong. Just then footsteps came in the snow outside the yard. Lulan leaned to the window for a look, and her face changed. Fengzi, it's Zhao Yuhua. In the yard, Zhao Yuhua, in an army greatcoat, glanced about, his eyes darting shiftily everywhere, and actually edged toward the woodpile. That was where the roe deer meat was buried. This is bad. Has he caught the smell? If he digs out the roe deer meat, our whole household is finished. Lulan panicked. Don't panic, I'll go have a look. I climbed off the Kong, threw on my padded jacket, and pulled the door open. Well now, if it isn't young Master Zhao. Zhao Yuhua was just rump up peering into the woodpile. Hearing the stir, he startled, hurriedly straightened up, and gave a couple of dry coughs. Fengzi, you're home. It's really cold today. My heart was clear as a mirror. I just split his father half a pheasant yesterday, and today he'd come around to feel things out, to see whether I had any more good stuff stashed. Cold. Then go home and warm yourself by the fire. What are you doing roaming around my yard? He was choked for a moment, then squeezed out a bit of a smile. Passing by to see you. Aren't you going to invite me in to warm up? I stepped aside. Come in, then. In the east room, Zhao Yuhua sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, his eyes still darting around the room. I didn't stop him. The good stuff was all buried in the snow hollow in the yard. There wasn't so much as a roe deer's fur in the room. Looking around and finding nothing amiss, he fished a small cloth bundle from the inside pocket of his greatcoat and set it on the Kong table. A stack of coupons and some money inside. I want you to make a trip to town and run an errand for me, buy some things. He wasn't worried I'd run off with it. What family would dare make off with the brigade leader's money? I was taken aback. I'd just been worrying over how to deal with the roe deer meat. Kaoshan village was too small. Town had a black market, where roe deer could fetch a good price. I rejoiced inside but frowned on the surface. Mountains snowbound. Run into a wolf pack and there won't be a bone scrap of me left. This deal I won't take. Don't, Fengzi. In the village you're the only one with the nerve and the skill. The brigade's got that big wagon. Just hitch it up and drive there. Running the errand's fine. Even between blood brothers the accounts are kept clear. Where's my cut? Half a caddy of cornmeal. Sending off a beggar, are you? He gritted his teeth. Then how much do you want? I held up one finger. A caddy and a half. Your heart's too black. In times like these a caddy of cornmeal can buy a life. Then go find someone else. His brow knit deeper. The money and coupons at home didn't blow in on the wind. Those in the village dizzy with hunger really might make off with the cash and vanish. But I had a household and a wife and had just been allotted a house. The monk can run, but the temple can't, and I handled things by some rules. Otherwise, there'd have been no half pheasant yesterday. All right, for the sake of the gun, I'll take it. I quit while I was ahead. He pushed the money and coupons over and fished out a list besides. I looked. What was being bought wasn't just grain, but a fair amount of other things too. No wonder he was willing to spend a caddy and a half of cornmeal on travel fare. Bring the cornmeal first. I can't even keep my pot going right now. Fine, fine, fine. He was at a loss for words. I'll haul the wagon over in a bit. You set off right away. The wagon took 2 hours to town, and folks generally went at night. Perfect. I'd go to the black market at night. No sooner had Zhao Yuhua left than Lu Lan and Li Shuamei popped out of the west room. What did that Zhao bastard come for? Shifty as a thieving rat. He wants me to make a trip to town tonight. Mountain snowbound. What are you going to town for? Lu Lan's voice rose. Zhao Yuhua puts up the wagon. I drive it to buy things for him. He covers the travel fare. This deal's worth it. I got up and climbed off the Kong. Go stand watch in the yard. Keep an eye on the gate. Stand watch. For what? Digging out the meat. Lu Lan caught on at once. You mean to take it to the supply co-op to sell? That's not as good as us eating it. How much would the supply co-op give for a caddy of roe deer meat? Take my 20 caddies over there, and I couldn't trade back a few caddies of cornmeal. I lowered my voice. Take it to the black market. The moment those 2 words were out, the room went quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Lu Lan's face went white in a flash, and she grabbed my arm. Fengzi, are you mad? That's speculation and profiteering. Get caught, and they cut your tail off. Li Shuamei got anxious too, heedless of her usual reserve, and blocked my path. Some people in the village went to the black market a while back, got caught by the red armbands, and had their legs broken. They're still locked up in the cow sheet. I understood what they were afraid of. In those days, the black market was a taboo. Whoever touched it met disaster. But who had I ever feared? What if something happens to you? What do we do? Li Shuamei gritted her teeth. Oh, now you know to worry over me. Who's worried over you? I'm afraid you'll drag us down. She turned her face away, flushing. I couldn't be bothered to spar with words, took the cleaver from the chopping board, and walked out into the yard. Go stand watch. Go on. Once Fengzi's decided a thing, it won't change. Lu Lan took Li Shuamei by the hand. You go out and stand watch. I'll make some cornmeal buns for him to eat on the road. In the yard, I dug open the snow hollow. 20 caddies of roe deer meat left, a caddy of roe deer blood, 2.5 caddies of innards. This rare trip to the black market, I meant to trade all 20 caddies of meat for supplies and settle it all at once. I wasn't worried about going without meat. I had that much confidence in hunting the mountains at least. The meat dug out. I went behind the door. Li Shuamei huddled at the door crack, peering out, stamping her feet against the cold. Go call Zhou Heng over. She was taken aback for a moment, then pulled her neck in and went out into the wind and snow to call him. Before, she'd surely have argued a few words. Now it was different. She knew what mattered more. She'd already bound this whole family's path to survival together with mine. Inside, Lu Lan was shaping cornmeal. The meat dug out. Set out in the yard. Make a few more cornmeal buns. You really mean to go? Her eyes were full of worry. This trip to town can trade back no small amount of good stuff. Lu Lan's heart warmed, the rims of her eyes stinging. She knew this man was risking his life for the household. Then mind yourself on the road, whatever you do. 10 minutes later, Zhou Heng came. I stuffed the gunny sack into his arms. Go around the main road. Wait for me at that bend outside the village mouth. Without a stammer, he slung the gunny sack over his shoulder and went over the wall, not even asking where to or what for. Bringing Zhou Heng was a double safeguard, mountain snowbound. If a wheel sank into an ice hole, one man could work himself to death and not lever it out. At 1 in the afternoon, Zhao Yuhua led the brigade's old horse and parked the wagon outside the gate. A caddy and a half of cornmeal, weighed out full. He handed over the cloth bag, his face full of pained reluctance. Lu Lan stuffed the freshly made hot cornmeal buns into my coat, and Li Shuamei handed over an army canteen filled with hot water, her face a bit red. Come back early. Zhao Yuhua stood to the side staring, sour water welling up inside him. He, the brigade leader's son no less, and what gave this deadbeat such treatment? Xiaoling ran out too. Uncle Foam, come home early. Bar the gate and wait for me to come back. I swung up onto the wagon and snatched up the reins. Hiya. The old horse drew the wagon out of Kaoshan village. Behind the big earthen slope at the village mouth bend, I reined in. Zhou Heng rose slowly from the snow hollow, his hands and feet shaking with cold. I handed over the canteen. Have something hot. And tossed him the cornmeal buns. Eat while they're warm. Zhou Heng gulped a couple of mouthfuls of hot water and let out a long breath, gnawing the cornmeal buns, recovering a good deal. The two of us lifted the roe deer meat onto the wagon and covered it, and drove for town. The black market was risky, but the salt, grain, and winter supplies traded back were the hope of this family getting through the bitter cold. Zhou Heng grabbed a cornmeal bun and stuffed it into his mouth, turned to drag the meat-filled gunny sack out and toss it into the wagon bed, and climbed up himself too. I gave the reins a shake. Hiya. The wagon went on its way. Brother Foam, sister's got an amazing touch. What did she mix into the cornmeal? It doesn't scrape the throat at all. Zhou Heng gave a contented belch and leaned in closer. Are we heading straight to the black market this trip? You know the town. Tell me the lay of it. There's usually a lookout posted at the black market. To get in you pay 2 mao. Carrying this much meat, ordinary folks can't take it on. You've got to find a big buyer. There's a boss Tong who's opened a shop in the black market that deals specially in hard goods. Fair prices, never cheats his own. 2 hours later the sky had gone dark. We hadn't lost too much time on the road. Nearly there, a dark figure darted out of the shadows. What's your business? Zhou Heng jumped down off the wagon, fished out 2 mao, and handed it over. We know the rules. Here to move some goods. The wagon can't go in. I sensibly parked the wagon. The black market was really just several abandoned kiln cave passages joined together, no lamps, all by snowlight. Crouched along both sides of the passages were a fair number of people, huddled into balls. An old man held up a jade bracelet of decent quality, wanting to trade it for half a caddy of cornmeal, his voice weak as a mosquito's whine, and passers-by didn't even glance at it. In those days, a jade bracelet that couldn't fill a belly was just useless junk. Through twist after twist, Zhou Heng stopped before a stall, a sign reading, "We buy anything." Hard goods. I set out the gunny sack and opened it. The man shone a flashlight on it, a look of delight surfacing, hefted it, and nodded. Come with me. He packed up his stall and made to leave, and seeing our wariness, added, Boss Tong is famously fair in the black market. Following along, we actually went out of the black market. My face darkened, no refund on the entry fee. Brother Foam, I really didn't know we'd change location. Zhou Heng swallowed his saliva. It's not your fault. I'm not one to make unreasonable trouble. We followed the man, driving the wagon to a standalone single-gate courtyard. He knocked 3 times, paused 2 seconds, then knocked twice more, and the gate opened a crack. The yard was dead quiet, a faint kerosene lamp glowing in the main house. Boss Tong. The man called out once and turned to leave. A heated wall warmed the inner room, very cozy. By the Kong table sat a woman of about 30 working an abacus. Hearing the stir, she lifted her head. Zhou Heng had never seen the like, and swallowed his saliva uselessly, his eyes going straight. I gave him a backhanded slap to the back of the head, and he hurried to duck his head. What good things did you bring? Boss Tong stood and looked me over a few times. I jerked my chin at Zhou Heng. He tipped the things out of the gunny sack, 20 caddies of frozen hard roe deer meat, 1 whole roe deer hide, 2 hare hides. Boss Tong crouched to look them over, felt the hides, and examined the cuts. Good handiwork, the cut's clean. But this roe deer meat is all lean, no fat. Right now grease is what's short. It's the fat that's worth money. Just quote a price. Roe deer meat, for you on a caddy at the very most. The kind of pork with fat on it from the supply co-op, the black market can sell for 550. 550. Zhou Heng sucked in a cold breath. Right now co-op pork was only 7 mao 6. The cost was in the meat coupons. Mountain snowbound, not a grain harvested from the fields. You can't buy meat even with money. Boss Tong shot him a glance. 550 was yesterday's price. Today it might well be higher. I had it figured. In a famine era, prices were outrageous to begin with. At the worst, pork could fetch 8 yuan on the black market. How do you reckon the hides? The roe deer hides 2 small, 12. Hare hides 3 mao apiece. 98 yuan altogether. Go ask around town. No one will give you higher than me. The price really was honest. I don't want money. Trade it for grain coupons. Other coupons would be even better. Mountain snowbound, grain's more precious than life. I've got stock, but I can't give it all to you. I've got a crew under me who need to eat too. 10 caddies of cornmeal at most, at the black market price of 2.7 a caddy, call it 25 yuan. The rest, take it in coupons. Grain coupons 2.4 apiece, salt coupons, kerosene coupons, oil coupons, I've got them all here. I tallied it fast. With 4 mouths at home, the consumption was heavy. Coarse grain alone wouldn't do. I needed coupons to buy daily necessities at the co-op, and with no kerosene the room would be pitch dark, no good either. I'll take the 10 caddies of cornmeal. The remaining 71. Give me 20 caddies of grain coupons. Call it 48. 3 ounces of salt coupon. 3 ounces of kerosene coupon. Half a caddy of lard coupon. And the rest is change. Zhou Heng, listening beside me, kept swallowing his saliva. In Kaoshan village this was absolutely a richest man-level fortune. Boss Tong finished working the abacus, took out the coupons and banknotes and counted them clear face to face, then pushed over 2 big packs of matches. Count them. I tucked the money and coupons into the inside pocket against my body and stood. We're going. Where are you going to hole up in the dead of night? Town's tightly watched, and the horse can't take the cold either. Boss Tong spoke up. I've got 2 empty rooms with a livestock shed in the back courtyard, absolutely safe, 5 mao a night. 5 mao? That's robbery. A wagon inn's only 1 mao 5. Zhou Heng's eyes went wide. A wagon inn's a mixed bag of dragons and fish. You dare go? Here I guarantee you, man and beast safe and sound. I fished out 5 mao straight off and handed it over. Lead the way. The back courtyard was roomy, the livestock shed bedded with dry straw. Zhou Heng led the horse in and gave it fodder, and the 2 of us went into an empty room, the earthen Kong sheltered from the wind. We fired up the Kong, drank hot water, and ate cornmeal buns. Brother Foam, this woman's really cutthroat, 5 mao a night. Any trouble money can solve isn't trouble. Eat up and get to sleep quick. First thing tomorrow we go grab things at the co-op. The sky had just begun to gray, the fire Kong having died in the second half of the night. I gave Zhou Heng a kick. Up, get to work. I led the horse and hitched the wagon, and just as I was about to leave, the main house door opened and Boss Tong came out with a coat thrown over her. Up so early? That bunch at the town co-op have their eyes set on the tops of their heads. Your new faces, you go line up, and you might well get a hard time. She stared at me a few seconds and lowered her voice. Later, if you come back. The words broke off, cutting short. Hiya. I gave the reins a shake and went out the gate. There was something behind this woman's words. I made a note of it inside. The wagon rolled along town's dirt road, the sky not yet fully light. Brother Foam, has that Boss Tong taken a fancy to you? What did those words just now mean? Telling us to come find her after we've bought our things. There's a knife over the word lust. Don't go grabbing at every cheap thing. Haha. Won't lie to you. I've never had a household of my own yet. Don't worry. Run with me, and there'll come a time for you to take a wife down the road. The co-op's 2 thick wooden doors were shut up tight, a line already formed outside. We'd come fairly early, all things considered. I jumped down off the wagon. Later, if I come out and don't head your way, don't move, just wait right here. Though Zhou Heng didn't know what I had in mind, he agreed all the same. We waited over half an hour. Ahead, a scrawny old man shook with cold. Most of those who'd come to line up were sallow and gaunt, their eye sockets deep. In those days, with no grease in the belly, you couldn't hold up against the cold, and no small number had starved to death in town too. At 8 on the wooden doors were pushed open from inside, and the crowd boiled over, surging forward. What's all the shoving? Anyone who didn't line up doesn't count. A man in a blue cloth padded jacket bellowed, holding up a tin horn. The line reformed. Soon it was my turn. I pushed over the list Zhao Yuhua had given me along with the money and coupons. Get it by this list. The clerk was a woman with ear-length bobbed hair. She turned and gathered everything Zhao Yuhua wanted. I want to buy a bit more too. I fished out the coupons and money traded for last night. 20 caddies of cornmeal, salt, kerosene, lard. The clerk froze. You want 20 caddies of coarse grain. Her voice carried, and the co-op went instantly silent. Everyone behind going wide-eyed and sucking in cold breaths. Right, 20 caddies. The clerk pushed the coupons back. Can't give you that much. One person buying 20 caddies. Are the people behind supposed to buy anything or not? Town stock isn't much to begin with, 5 caddies at most. The folks lining up behind chimed in to stir the pot. You buy it all, and what are we supposed to eat? The rules of the era weren't yours to dictate. Fine, 5 caddies it is, then, and I'll take some vanishing cream too. No coupon for vanishing cream, 2 ounces at most. The clerk leaned in and added, few people in town bought vanishing cream, so she was willing to sell it without a coupon. Split it into 2 packs. Just what I wanted. I carried the 2 big packs of goods out, that line of boss tongs. Later, if you come back, flashing through my mind. I understood it all now. That woman, long seasoned in the black market, had reckoned from the start that the co-op couldn't possibly sell 20 caddies at once, and had deliberately traded me 20 caddies of grain coupons, so that when I hit the wall and couldn't buy grain, I'd have no choice but to go back and beg her. By then the upper hand would all be in her grip. A finely worked abacus indeed. But wanting to get a grip on me, not a chance. Walking out the gate, my eyes swept aside. Crouched at the foot of the earthen wall across the way were 3 men, hands tucked in, necks pulled in, and the moment I came out their gazes stuck at once to the gunny sack on my shoulder. That greedy, calculating look I knew all too well. Town might be tightly watched, but there was nothing a person dizzy with hunger wouldn't do, and a strange face shouldering 2 big packs of supplies was a living target. I didn't head toward Zhou Heng. By the wagon, Zhou Heng watched with his heart in his throat, several times wanting to rush over, but the thought of my instruction to guard the wagon nailed his feet to the spot. A secluded corner. Stop right there. 4 men and 1 woman closed in, sticks in hand, no sharp weapons. Leave the things and the money, or you'll suffer for it. I set the 2 bags of things off to one side. 2 minutes later, I'd searched off them 1 caddy grain coupon and 2 match coupons. Big brother, have a heart. Give us back the coupons. We're starving to death. If not for the fact that they carried no sharp weapons and meant no killing, would they still be standing? I tucked away the coupons, paid them no mind, and left. Back at the wagon, Zhou Heng let out a long breath and came to meet me. Brother Feng, are you all right? A few starving wretches wanted to rob the road. I sent them packing. I put the cloth bag in the wagon bed. Zhou Heng squeezed the bag. How come it's only this much? Didn't you take 20 caddies of grain coupons? The co-op's got rules, 5 caddies max per person. We're clutching real grain coupons, hard as gold, and still can't buy grain? How about we go back and find Boss Tong? I sneered and broke Boss Tong's abacus down for him piece by piece. She traded us 20 caddies of grain coupons so readily because she'd reckoned the co-op wouldn't give that much. A deliberate trap, so that when we hit the wall and couldn't buy grain, we'd have no choice but to go back and beg her like good little things. Zhou Heng sucked in a cold breath. How is this woman's heart so cutthroat? I nearly fell for it. Whether she was after money or after something else, wanting to get a grip on me with this little bit of scheming, no chance. The rest of the grain I had my own ways for. This trip's traded back salt, oil, and coupons were already enough to stretch the household a while. Getting the wagon back to the village was what mattered. I counted out a few grain coupons and some change from my pocket and handed them to Zhou Heng. You go line up and buy another round. Half an hour later, Zhou Heng came running back panting, carrying a small cloth bag, only managed for caddies. Adding the 10 caddies traded last night and the 5 just bought, 19 caddies of cornmeal altogether. For caddies it is, beats none. I put it in the wagon bed and covered it tight with dry straw. Brother Feng, we've still got a dozen-odd caddies of grain coupons in hand. How about we find a local to buy it for us going in? I shook my head. Don't flaunt your wealth. The man takes the money and coupons one moment and can slip out the back door the next. And even if he did buy it out, what would you do if he denied it all? In times like these, people get killed over half a caddy of cornmeal. Home. The return wind was even stronger than the trip out. Zhou Heng huddled in the wagon bed, gnawing cold cornmeal buns, feeling more and more that following this man had a future. Around 11 at noon, that familiar bend and earthen slope outside the village mouth appeared ahead. I reined in and stopped behind the slope, keeping clear of the village mouth. I lifted the dry straw. If we haul 19 caddies of grain swaggering into the village, those people with eyes gone green from hunger could tear down our courtyard wall by nightfall. Unload, stash all the grain, salt, and kerosene we bought. Leave only the things on Zhao Youhua's list in the wagon. The two of us found a wind-sheltered snow hollow behind a jumble of rocks, dug away the snow, and stashed the 19 caddies of cornmeal, salt, kerosene, lard, and scented soap, then covered it with dry straw and refilled and camouflaged it. Hiya! The wagon rounded the slope and drove into the village mouth. Zhao Fuyang and Zhao Yuhua, father and son, huddled at the foot of the earthen wall, waiting as if they'd reckoned the time exactly. "Dad, has that deadbeat made off with the money and coupons?" Zhao Yuhua sniffled. "Run off my ass. That whole family of his is still in the village. Where could he run to?" The words had barely left his mouth when the old horse drew the flatbed round the bend. Zhao Youhua's eyes lit up, and he made to dash over, only to be yanked back by his father grabbing him by the scruff of the neck. "What are you hollering for? In broad daylight, in front of the whole village, hauling things down off the wagon? Right now, every household's eyes are green with hunger. Are you trying to say our family isn't conspicuous enough?" Zhao Yuhua shrank his neck. "So what do we do? Back to the brigade office." Zhao Fuyang flung his sleeve. "A man as clever as me would see it at a glance." I saw it. The wagon didn't stop, and I drove unhurriedly off in their direction into the village. But a wagon entering the village was especially conspicuous in the quiet, and before long several heads poked out of the mud brick houses on both sides of the road. "Isn't that the brigade's wagon? The one driving it is Fengzi. He went to town yesterday. Could he have bought things and come back?" A few village women crowded to the roadside to watch the excitement. Granny Zhou had a sharp eye, and at one glance spotted the wagon bed bulging full. "Fengzi, where'd you drive off to make your fortune in this bitter cold?" She craned her neck, wanting to peer through the gaps in the dry straw. "What good stuff are you hauling? Give Granny a look." I cracked the whip in midair with a snap. "Nothing. Went to town to haul a bit of dry straw to bed the livestock shed." The more I said it, the less the villagers believed it. "Went to town to haul dry straw? Covered up that tight. It's definitely got good stuff. Did you bring grain back?" At the two words grain, the villagers' eyes all went green, and a dozen odd of them swarmed over with a whoosh, following the wagon. I looked at this crowd of villagers whose curiosity had been piqued, and simply turned their scheme to my own use, lowering my voice to Zhou Heng in the wagon bed. "While the village's eyeballs are all on this, get down off the wagon and get our stash things back home." Zhou Heng grasped the intent. As the wagon reached the bend, he slid off the rear like a loach, rolling into the shadow behind the woodpile with the momentum. Up front, the villagers were all fixed on me and the wagon bed. No one noticed a man had gone missing from the back. I drove on, the crowd behind growing larger and larger, a mighty procession heading for the brigade office. In the brigade office yard, Zhao Fuyang and Zhao Yuhua had just stepped inside, and turning to look, saw a great dark swarm of people had followed to outside the gate. "Dad, why has the whole village followed along?" Zhao Yuhua got anxious. Zhao Fuyang's face darkened. Unhurried, I drove the wagon into the yard and stopped dead center. The villagers crowded at the gate, craning and peering. "Brigade leader, what exactly is on Fengzi's wagon? Covered up that tight. Did the commune issue relief grain? If there's grain, you can't just see to your own family." Hearing this, Zhao Yuhua was so angry he hopped on the spot. But this yard full of people was, conveniently, drawing attention clean away from my real stores. Zhou Heng should by now have moved those 19 caddies of grain and supplies home without a soul knowing. This bit of stuff on the wagon from the Zhao's list, let them look however they liked. They'd not read the faintest trick in it.